Chapter 2, 51 Sanctuary. The void essence was soundless and ethereal. If it wasn't for the pitch-black color and the slight suction force that wanted to consume everything, one wouldn't even notice its presence. This essence was wrapped around the massive clump of space that used to be Damien's subspace and essentially consuming it. There was no longer any semblance of structure. It was just a mass that seemed to have bloated and taken the place of many spatial layers that were desperately trying to mend themselves back to normal. Damien saw flashes of blue light in front of his eyes that denoted system messages, but he was of no mind to pay attention to them. If he took his attention off the ongoing situation, he knew that all his efforts would collapse. Not only would he have to rebuild his subspace from the ground up and provided enough mana to grow to the proper size, but he'd also have to replicate the feats he was currently performing, which he doubted he could do. But all of a sudden, the load seemed to become much more bearable. It was as if the space around him was actively helping him complete his task. And this release of burden was actually extremely helpful. Despite it being Damien's first time coming into contact with void essence, it felt so familiar and natural to manipulate that he did so without even batting an eye. His main problem was the suppression being enforced by the actual space around it. After all, he was fighting against space itself, and on a broader scale, reality. It might have been a stretch to go so far as to say Damien had reached a level where he could manipulate reality, but with many factors coming together, he achieved a similar feat, but it wasn't him doing it. Rather, it was the void essence that did all the actual work, while he just guided it and gave it instructions. His own power wasn't close to enough for anything near similar. Luckily, this kind of process led to a drop in his mana drain, but unfortunately, his mental power was being drained exceedingly fast. Damien was feeling incredibly fatigued to the point where he could barely stand anymore. He didn't pay attention to the passing of time, nor did he pay attention to his own condition at all. If he did so, perhaps it would be the straw that led to his collapse. Under his extreme control, the pitch-black void essence melted into the subspace and infused itself within. Every inch of the area slowly became one with the void. Now the subspace no longer existed. As the bloated area of space was consumed, the area it once took up reduced from a massive city all the way down to the quarter it once was. And finally, it disappeared entirely. The situation in the cave seemed to quiet down. The sparkling starlight of dimensional magic drifted through the air like fairies, and space began to mend itself. Damien didn't know. His mind was too tired from the aforementioned processes, and his body was strained by the amount of mana he had drained and absorbed together. If it wasn't for the strengthening I received earlier from the magma, my body probably would have broken. Damien's body was drenched in sweat, and his eyelids were already starting to become heavy. He didn't know how much longer he could keep himself awake. No, I have to check if I succeeded or not. It's too important. He roughly bit his tongue, causing blood to flow in his mouth. Although in normal situations this would have helped him regain some clarity, it was impossible this time. He was so fatigued that he could barely even feel the pain from his actions. He felt like his body and mind were disconnected, as if he was watching everything that was happening through a TV screen. And with that sensation engraved in his psyche, he collapsed to the floor and passed out. A week had quickly passed during Damien's attempt to reform his subspace. Even he wasn't aware that he had been focusing for so long. Little Schwerer had long since woken up from her sleep, but not wanting to disturb him, she sat quietly in the corner and watched the glistening starlight of his dimensional magic. To her, the only thing that was visible was a concentrating Damien and these little blue and black fairies in the cave. There was no way she could have seen the chaotic scene between the spatial layers. Luckily enough, the food within Damien's subspace was littered across the floor of the cave, so little Schwerer had plenty of sustenance. It would have been dangerous for her otherwise. She spent her time playing with the beautiful atmosphere Damien had unintentionally created. If it wasn't for that, who knows what she would have done to alleviate her boredom. One day, when she woke up from a good night's rest, she found that those little fairies were gone and that Damien was collapsed on the cave floor. She rushed over to his body quickly, shaking him violently in hopes of a response. "Big brother, Don't leave Schwer alone. She immediately went into a panic. This big brother that she had just met might not have been extremely close to her, but to Schwer, who had lost everything, he was now all she had. To see him collapsed, to lose him, her little mind couldn't handle it. She began sobbing uncontrollably, the memories of her village's demise flooding into her mind. Big brother, don't go. Her voice was softer than a mosquito's, but it held a strong will. A will to never lose anyone again. She didn't want to suffer anymore. She didn't want to fall into despair. So she couldn't let Damien die. She continued shaking him, doing her best to ignore the tears that were blurring her vision. Even though her body still wasn't fully recovered from its previous stress, she didn't care. She wouldn't eat or sleep until he woke up. She sat by Damien's side, desperately shaking him for an entire day. By this point, it was more like a light pat than anything else due to her fatigue, but she didn't let up. And luckily, she received a response. It wasn't him waking up like she hoped. He didn't even seem to be close to opening his eyes again. But that slight mutter she heard, it brought a light of hope back into her eyes. Xua cried happily. She threw herself into the bosom of the sleeping Damien and cried once more. But this time, her tears were of joy. He was alive. Even if he was asleep, at least he was alive. Realizing this, Schweder's mind relaxed, sending her into a deep slumber on his chest. Her little body would finally be getting the rest it needed after another day of struggling. Chapter 252, Sanctuary. Bright rays of sunlight shone through the concealed entrance of the cave. Although not much light was able to make it through, it was enough to illuminate the hazy atmosphere within. Damien was lying on the cave floor, his body unmoving and his mind completely empty. Even if he wanted to formulate a thought, it was impossible. 3 days had passed since he passed out, and he had yet to wake up. The current problem wasn't such an easy thing to heal from with just his regeneration abilities. But 3 days of sleep was ample time. His mental stress had time to relieve itself, and his body was no longer under any strain. Damien's eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing to him the scenery of the cave. The second his groggy mind cleared up, his upper body shot up into a sitting position. Damien felt terrible. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it didn't matter. He was clear on what kind of effect his collapse would have had on her unstable psyche. Hurriedly glancing around the cave, he panicked. Big brother, don't leave. A small mutter resounded through the area. When Damien looked down, he noticed little Schwerer sleeping peacefully in his lap. With a light sigh, he brushed her hair, injecting a gentle stream of mana into her body. A light smile surfaced on the sleeping little girl's face. Damien wrinkled his brow as he looked at her. Although he didn't like it, he was nowhere close to civilization right now. The little girl had been caked in mud and dust when he saw her, and the amount only grew during their time living in the cave. The constant need for baths and hygiene when mana couldn't take care of all those problems easily, looking back at it now, it seemed like a hassle. Even when Damien first came out of the dungeon, when he was caked in blood and grime, he could have easily cleansed himself with mana. The only reason he didn't was because he missed the feeling of fresh water on his skin. And no doubt, Schwer was probably feeling the same. But he couldn't help it right now. Although his mana capacity was full again, and he could very easily clean her, he still needed all his current mana. His task wasn't even close to done yet, after all, and that task was for long-term benefit, not for a short-term solution. Damien realized that he had a bright smile on his face. He didn't even notice it before, but he knew exactly why it was there. He could feel a connection far more esoteric than the connections he had to the stars. It was a connection that spanned past the real plane and into the ethereal, yet was so close at hand that he felt no difficulty manipulating it. This was the goal he was hoping for. No matter how he untethered the subspace from the surrounding 3 dimensions, he never touched the intrinsic connection it had to his being. It was almost a like part of him. His whole plan banked on this intrinsic connection. If he couldn't feel it, he failed. But since he could, he knew it was time to move on to the next step. The void was a concept that Damien had no information on. It was something so far away that even though he could manipulate its essence, he knew he wouldn't be able to actually apply it to much. He couldn't even naturally call it forth. He didn't have a method besides opening another crack in reality. But how much work had it taken him to create the one he just did? But that's good for me. Despite the increase in work, Damien was extremely happy. After all, besides the success in his experiment, he also became slightly closer to his void physique. Yet another function was unlocked to him. Yet another aspect of the physique he had most likely possessed since birth had been revealed. In this particular function, the connection to the void itself that he had only had the opportunity of feeling after creating a small crack in reality seemed to be a true main function of the physique. Damn, how long would it have taken me to figure out if I had taken things slowly like I've been doing? He was extremely lucky this time, but this was naturally still a matter to be celebrated. But that all came later. The reason he had infused his subspace with void essence and changed its fine properties was because nothing could survive in the void. Anything sent there would be consumed and devoured. This was a base concept that even translated into an ability of his physique. To affirm that his subspace could survive without being subjected to such devouring, he essentially made it part of the void. It could be called a trick more than anything. The void itself would recognize his subspace as a part of it and ignore the pocket of space that was being kept within it. The problem that arose now was, what was the next step? Right now, his subspace was just that. Sure, it became something that nobody would be able to access besides him, regardless of their strength, but that was it. The next step was to turn it into a livable environment. There was an interesting thing Damien learned about the void by interacting with its essence for an entire week without pause. Void essence, while being an embodiment of nothingness, was also an embodiment of everything. Damien's devour ability was an extremely diluted version of its power. There was a reason he could perfectly incorporate the traits of the things he devoured. There was a reason the ability was so optimized. The void essence within it, shared this ability, but to a greater scale. It wasn't limited to devouring mere beasts or living things. It wasn't even limited to devouring matter. Such a thing was beneath it. The void could devour laws. It could devour the fabric of the universe itself. That was the reason why it was so esoteric that not a single person could grasp a method to use it. But Damien's physique was exactly this method. Although he couldn't abuse it or even properly control it, giving it suggestions wasn't a problem. If he wanted to incorporate the properties of life and mana within his subspace, it was entirely possible. Elements weren't nearly enough for the current task. But laws would work perfectly. At Damien's command, the laws within the void slowly infused into the subspace that had been incorporated into it. Damien thought inwardly. Although he could understand what was happening, he couldn't actually see or feel it. It was strange, as if he was reading about the events that transpired instead of actually directing and being a part of them. But regardless of the strange feeling, and regardless of his limited understanding of what he was actually doing, the void itself seemed to help him. It read his mind and understood his intentions. It acted like it had sentience of its own, but that wasn't too surprising to him since his void physique had also shown such signs before. Soon enough, Damien felt a flood of different essences that he had never felt before entering and infusing into his subspace. They were the laws that the system had told him created the universe. And now, they were becoming a part of his subspace. Damn, if I could gain authority over this power, would I be able to learn all of these? Would I be able to actually feel them instead of just being told that they are what is being infused into by subspace? The things that were happening right now were by his design, but out of his control. It was frustrating and enlightening at the same time, making Damien's eyes burn with motivation. As the process continued, the 5 elements and many other essences were added to his subspace. The incorporeal space within began to transform. Half of it became land, the other half became skies. There were even pools of water that might one day become oceans. Damien could only watch and admire the majesty of it all. The void essence, no, the void itself had turned his original idea into something much grander. He wasn't expecting there to be true land or skies. How could he predict that at all? He only expected a massive construct like Kurt's subspace, which was a simple library and study. But not even in his wildest dreams would he have imagined the current scene. Damien was currently the only person who could witness such a thing. It was the birth of a world outside of reality. Chapter 253 Sanctuary. Within Damien's mind space, there was a mental map of what he assumed was his subspace. This was the only way he could understand the changes going on within it. After all, it currently resided in the void, and regardless of whether he had discovered his mysterious connection with it or not, he still had no way of controlling or even entering it. By this point, he had already been watching the activities in the void for many weeks. Even from the beginning, when it began to inject his subspace with its essence, he had lost control over the process. So there was no longer anything he could do besides watch. And in this time, he had learned a few things. For one, the level of void essence that was taking part in the reconstruction of his subspace was far above the level of essence that had leaked from the crack of reality. If it wasn't for the mental map that had formed in his mind when the void took control over the creation process, he wouldn't have even realized anything was changing. If he were to be attacked by that level of void essence, he wouldn't even be able to tell how he died. No, perhaps his existence itself would be erased from the records of the universe. Even the low-level void essence he had seen earlier already far outstripped the essence of his own Devour skill, making him realize just how far he was from the goal he had just recently set. If he had to quantify it, he most likely hadn't even grasped a single % of the void's power. The second thing he noticed was that, contrary to his earlier conjectures, the subspace was nowhere close to becoming a true world. It didn't have a world core, which he had long since known was the main essence of a world, and it also didn't have the other functioning structures of one either. Even though the essence of the 5 elements as well as the other creation forces had already entered and infused into his subspace, he could instinctually feel that they were in a sort of dormant state. For now, it would be an unchanging area, similar to the library and study that Kurt had created, but much more complex. There would be no changes in weather. He didn't even know if there would be day and night. But in the end, this didn't matter. His goal had been achieved a long time ago, and as of now, he was just reaping the extra benefit that came with it. The process of forming the new structure of the subspace didn't seem like it would be a short one at all. Even after a month passed, it didn't look complete. But Damien could tell. It was almost there. During this month, since he had nothing better to do while he waited, he spent plenty of quality time with little Schwerer in a bid to appease her after scaring her by collapsing. The little girl had even spent a few days giving him the silent treatment before he was able to crack her shell again, making him endlessly wear a wry smile. While he wasn't playing around with Schwerer, he would leave the cave they had made into their home and hunt the various beasts that lived in the jungle they were currently in. These beasts were never too strong, with the strongest being at the early stages of 3rd class, but they still somewhat helped in nourishing his star. The dullness of the silver was slowly becoming brighter with every passing day, but there was no way Damien would spend too much time on these weak beasts. His main priority during the month was to learn more about the abominations he had met and how they were connected to the Nox. As for the results of his search, he could only say that it wasn't a disappointment, though it wasn't anything special either. For the first week and a half, he had stayed within a 500-kilometer radius of the cave, since he didn't want to leave little Schwerer alone for too long. 500 kilometers, while being a massive distance, wasn't actually that far for him anymore. Even with his teleportation limited as it was, he could traverse in a straight line for 500 kilometers in a few hours, half a day at most. But within that 500-kilometer radius, he still hadn't run into more humans. It wasn't that there was no civilization, it was just that all signs of villages or towns he found were nothing more than dilapidated ruins. The only sign that there were people living in them at some point was the corpses that littered the ground. But even these seemed too few in numbers. It was at that point when Damien realized why little Schwerer's parents had told her to kill herself before being bit by those abominations. They were something similar to zombies. Even if it wasn't a high chance, there was still a chance that the corpse of someone they consumed would become just like them. It was hard to stay unperturbed in the face of such genocide, but Damien did his best to keep his thoughts clear. With that thought, he spent the rest of the month searching for said base. But even until this point, his search had come up empty. Thinking about the results, Damien sighed to himself. His teleportation was directly linked to the spatial layers, and the spatial layers made up space itself. Naturally, his connection to these layers had been suppressed as well. The second he separated his subspace from reality, the spatial suppression had reinstated itself. It was as if the world was telling him that it would only help him that much. Without his connection to the spatial layers, the amount of detail he could make out when he spread his awareness to the limit had decreased significantly. And since he had to shorten his range to get a clearer picture, his search was taking much longer than it should have. Suddenly, Damien felt like a bomb exploded in his mind. It wasn't a revelation of any sort of enlightenment. In fact, it had abruptly paused his thought process in such a way that he almost failed to regain his bearings. But when he did, his eyes flashed with incomparable excitement. Ha ha! Finally! Wanting to express his joy, he picked up little Schwer, who was watching him curiously from the side, and lifted her into the air, spinning in circles before hugging her tightly. The little girl's bell-like laughter rang out in the cave, almost causing the surroundings to genuinely illuminate. The youthful vigor in little Schwenner's eyes had slowly begun to show itself once more. "Big brother, what happened?" she asked innocently. The only time she had seen this new big brother of hers smile so widely was when he was eating amazing meat. But Damien only shook his head with a smile. "Little Schwer, didn't your big brother tell you he was working on something great?" Little Schwenner's eyes brightened at the prospect. She was truly becoming too bored with the monotony of the surrounding rock walls. Nodding excitedly, she looked at Damien with anticipation. Damien laughed once more. "Very well." The second his words ended, the two people were covered in a flash of formless light before vanishing from the spot where they once stood. Chapter 254 Sanctuary. In an unknown location, there was a realm filled with endless blackness. No light or sound permeated its reach, and not even a single movement disrupted the calm and somber air within it. All of a sudden, an aged sigh rang out. The sigh was filled with a weariness of countless years, and the emotions it carried seemed to resonate with the blackness of the atmosphere, making it even more somber. The winds lightly whistled by as the owner of the aged voice directed its eyes to the distance, seemingly able to pierce the veil of the blackness around it. "After so many years, has the time finally come again?" The voice rumbled forth, carrying vast power that contradicted its tired tone. To be able to see everything, but to possess no power to interfere, what is the point of living like this? The old voice mocked its own powerlessness. "My race, no, they cannot be called as such anymore. But they are still my people. I swear, if any harm comes to them, I'll tear you to shreds." The aimless voice suddenly gained direction. It spoke into the blackness with a domineering ferocity that it didn't hold even a single second ago. But the one the voice was seemingly addressing didn't seem to be in a hurry to respond. But when it did, the blackness shook. A harrowing malevolence oozed from its every word, causing streaks of crimson light to surface in the blackness. Kiki, old fool, over the countless millennia that we have spent together in this damn place, this must be the most I've ever heard you talk. You really should have learned how to keep your thoughts in check by now. What a shame. Yet another genius with boundless destiny will fall within your realm, and all while you can only sit and watch it happen. Isn't it such a great feeling? Damn thing. If you plan to mock me, at least say something that will actually do damage. By this point, you should already understand that you cannot faze me with such petty words. As for my emotions, as long as we are within this despicable blackness, they are laid bare to you. The aged voice responded. But regardless of his words, a trace of anger could faintly be heard in his tone. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since we've been stuck in this never-ending stalemate? How many worlds have we reached and subsequently left during that time? Even if you prohibit me from looking into the outside world, I'll never mistake the flavor of foreign delicacies. Hiding it or not, none of it matters. So long as you are stuck here with me, there is not much you can do. So sit patiently and watch. One day someone will arrive who can survive your nonsense and reach this point once and for all. The same way you have left your troops there, I have left my main body. Even if you can stop the many, the few that can survive will inevitably become stronger. Kikiki, an old fool like you really loves to talk big. But can't you feel it? Can't you see it? You don't have much longer, while I am constantly encroaching on your power. The aged voice sighed, not bothering to respond to the latter's provocation any longer. His reality-piercing gaze once again drifted to the sight he was previously watching. A storm is on the horizon, and I doubt whether or not my people can make it out alive. Boy, I do not know how you came in contact with that power, but since you did, it means you're someone I can put my hopes in. The old voice's mana raged for a mere instant, causing the blackness to be filled with white and green light. And after that, everything once again became still. When Damien and little Shui reappeared, the scenery they witnessed was nothing even close to the dreariness of the cave they stayed in. Whoosh! A light wind brushed past their faces. Tall grasses that covered little Shui's whole lower body brushed against their skin. In the distance, they could see a single towering mountain that made the surrounding flat plain a little less bland. The sky was clear and bright, with no clouds in sight, and even though it was lit as if there was a sun, they couldn't find one no matter how hard they looked. Little Shui's eyes shined like stars as she saw the scene in front of her. Damien smiled. Little Shui, what do you think? This is where you'll be living from now on. There are no bad monsters or people, and Big Brother can come see you whenever you want. An excited shriek left little Shui's mouth. She hurriedly jumped out of Damien's arms and began freely running through the tall grass. The bell-like and youthful giggles rang out through the surroundings once again, brightening the sky and causing the elements to sing in joy. Damien couldn't stop the bright smile that decorated his face. Seeing her like this made him feel that his decision to forge forward on this path was entirely worth it. Even disregarding the countless future benefits, this much was enough. Splash! The sound of water splashing reached Damien's ears, causing him to turn in that direction. As it turned out, little Shui had directly dove into one of the semi-shallow lakes that decorated the flat plain. Damien exclaimed as he remembered, but seeing how the little girl didn't even seem to register his words, he could only massage his forehead. What am I supposed to do? He flashed forward, reaching the banks of the lake in an instant. Well, whatever. The clothes problem is pretty easy to solve. Coating himself in mana so he didn't get wet, Damien also entered the lake and swam towards little Shui. When he got there, he immediately moved his hands to her face and began cleaning it. Little Shui exclaimed. Who told you to be so dirty? Damien chimed. It seemed she didn't even realize how dirty she was until she heard Damien's words. At that point, she stopped making a fuss and let him take care of her. Damien gently cleaned her face with the clear water of the lake before moving on to her hair, gently infusing mana into the lake water to help untangle the knots she had built up much quicker. As for the rest, Damien didn't need to do any work since she was already submerged in water. He simply infused mana into it once again to allow the caked mud and dirt on her skin to fall off much easier. Even her dress was becoming cleaner by the second. Little Shui patiently waited with her eyes closed, a light smile decorating her face. The warmth she was feeling for being taken care of like this. It was something she would do everything she could to savor. Luckily for her, the water on her face concealed the happy tears that were falling from her eyes. When Damien was finished with her hair, he moved in front of her to look at his handiwork. Shui's face was cute enough to make any random passerby want to smother her with love. Her big green eyes shone with a light of innocence that was slightly tainted by the maturity that she was forced to gain in recent times. Her black hair was long and silky, like a glistening midnight waterfall that cascaded down to her waist. Little Shui is the prettiest in the world, Damien said matter-of-factly. Shui smiled brightly at his words, her innocent giggles once again ringing through the surroundings as she went back to playing in the water. Seeing this, Damien exited the lake and fell into thought. He didn't know if he was ready to have a child enter his life, especially with the kind of jumping into danger at all times lifestyle he lived. But he also knew that this was a responsibility he had brought upon himself the second he decided to save her life. This little girl was filled with trauma. Her little mind was only stable because she had him as a pillar of support now. If he decided to leave her, he knew that she would break. He could see the attachment she had gained to him in the past month. Even the first week, she had become attached enough to starve herself when she noticed he was collapsed. If he didn't take responsibility, he'd be worse than a devil. So, he earnestly decided to be a big brother that she could rely on. He decided that he'd make sure she would live a stable and happy life without worries. This was the decision he made from the beginning. Having a little sibling like Schwerer brought a different kind of joy into his life. It was a wholesomeness that seemed to wash away his stress simply by being in her presence. Splash! Another splash of water appeared, this time landing on Damien and drenching him, who was still in thought. Looking over, he saw little Schwerer smiling at him with a mischievous look in her eyes. Putting away his thoughts, a grin appeared on his face. "Ah, you traitor!" he yelled in mock anger. "Idare! Idare!" Schwerer responded with a giggle. Damien grinned. His body flashed forward, cannonballing into the lake. The water went everywhere, causing little Schwerer to become even more soaked. "Watch how Big Brother teaches you a lesson. Didn't you know?" With a domineering declaration, Damien dove towards little Schwerer. Splashes of water and joyful laughter filled the subspace. It was like a paradise where no problems in the world could reach. Damien smiled at the thought. Yes, it was a paradise. The names subspace or inventory no longer fit this place. That's right. Chapter 255 base. Time passed quickly within the primordial undying realm, and competition became fiercer with every passing day. Slaughters were taking place everywhere. And while most of the victims were beasts, the contestants themselves weren't safe either. It was a strange thing that happened when there was an entire year for the competition to rage on. People began to gravitate towards each other, unable to fend for themselves without a safety net to catch them when they needed it. Like this, after 3 months passed in the secret realm, there were already a few factions that had been formed. The first, which wasn't much of a surprise, was the Fire Phoenix faction. It was a faction of people, mostly women, who gathered under Fang Qinger's banner. Although they didn't do much to help each other hunt most of the time, they had a strict policy that prevented infighting, which gave them comfort and security. The location of Fang Qinger's faction was actually a relatively bustling city. Unlike Damien, she had managed to reach a far enough location where the genocide hadn't spread yet. At first, the locals had been wary, rightfully so, with all the rumors that had been flying around recently. But as time passed, they had already wholly accepted the faction's presence. After all, most of these citizens were mere mortals. That was the problem that led to the genocide where Damien was located. In a regular environment, mortals would usually be able to hunt weaker beasts to gain power before moving on. But in this realm, they didn't have that option. Second-class beings were everywhere, making it hell to leave a city. As Fang Qinger strolled through the city, she quietly listened to the various conversations taking place between the locals. "Really? I know. The plague must be reaching us soon." "Right, but they aren't locals." "Trust me, I had the same doubt when they first came. But they have been very diligent in safekeeping the city. Didn't you find it odd?" "Yeah, you're right. How is that possible?" "Right? The barrier used to be our only hope." The barrier they spoke about was one of the main reasons Fang Qinger chose this city as her base. In fact, it wasn't even the only barrier she had seen. Every major city she had passed had a similar barrier, but from her observations, their strength increased as one moved further into the secret realm. It was strange. The only people here were mortals, yet their ancestors had been powerful enough to create barriers that could withstand the attacks of third-class beings. How is that possible? But Fang Qinger hadn't been able to get a proper answer about this. At most, The stories these people told about their ancestors were like those of legends. The amount of factual information within them seemed to be lacking. Feng Qing'er remembered the scene she saw 3 months ago when she first entered the secret realm. A scene of carnage where even the corpses left behind were desecrated. Every time that image popped in her mind, she clenched her fists in anger. I still have yet to find out the cause of that scene, but it must be related to the plague they were talking about. Feng Qing'er a fool Heaplaus. At first, she thought this secret realm trial would be a piece of cake, but it was turning out to be anything but. Even with all the killing she had done so far, the star on her forehead was still a shining golden color. It was better than what everyone else in the city had, but it wasn't enough for her. How would Luna deal with this situation? Lunaria Snow was the brain, while she was the brawn. That's how they had always been, and that's how they had maintained their position at the top of the ranking so easily. But now, she was alone to do both jobs herself. She also had plenty of people counting on her leadership, but at least this is good practice. Her thoughts drifted to the outside world. Unlike Damien, she wasn't aware of the time dilation. She wondered what would have changed once. Many years passed, and they finally exited this realm. Shaking off her thoughts, she entered the building where her faction headquarters were. I don't want to stay in the dark any longer. As if waiting for her thoughts to reach this point, the thundering rings of a bell sounded throughout the city. Clang! Clang! Feng Qing'er's eyes darted in that direction. The first thing she saw was the sheer panic on the faces of the locals. They were cowering, literally cowering in the middle of the streets, completely unable to move. Even when it was time for a beast tide, this specific bell was never rung. No, this bell had a special meaning. They had passed off this meaning as a mere folktale as time passed with no strange action taking place. But now that it was being rung, a deeply ingrained fear surfaced in their hearts. It's them. They're here. The devil has finally sent his armies. Feng Qing'er ignored the commotion and flew into the air, scanning the plains outside of the city to find the source of the commotion. And it didn't take her long at all. From every side of the city, a rolling black mass was approaching. There were hundreds, no, thousands of beings slowly charging towards their location. Feng Qing'er injected mana into her eyes. A flame seemed to light inside her pupils as her vision expanded far past what she could usually see. The abominations approaching the village looked humanoid, but they were anything but human. Their sizes and shapes differed, but their dull black eyes projected a bloodthirst that she could feel even from a distance. At the back of the tide were 4 massive elephantine beasts that seemed to be carrying something similar to a palanquin. The mana emanating from the beings within the closed drapes of said palanquins was obviously much greater than that of any singular being within the tide. That must be where the boss of these guys are. Feng Qing'er's attention soon left the palanquins to focus on something else. It was something familiar to her. The blackness of the tide didn't just come from their appearances. No, it was like a code of mana that wanted to bring darkness onto everything. This dark and inky mana, she had seen it once before. It was the exact same mana that was corroding and destroying the corpses of those in the very first village she had found in this realm. Chapter 256 Base 2. It had been 2 months since the secret realm opening, and to be honest, Damien wasn't very happy with his progress. But overall, he didn't mind it much. After all, most of the time during these 3 months had been spent in the sanctuary with little Schwer. He couldn't just let her sleep in the grass without any shelter. And so, he had taken it upon himself to build her a house. Well, treehouse was a more apt name. Damien couldn't necessarily call himself good at woodworking or craftsmanship, but he at least had basic knowledge. Even he as a kid had built himself a treehouse. It was only a difference in scale that he was working on now. Due to his lack of skill, the construction process took an entire month to finish. But at the end of the month, there was a truly fine treehouse built at the side of the lake little Schwer had found last time. Damien looked at his craftsmanship with pride. It was a simple design, but the size was truly big. If he wanted, he could probably fit another 10 or 20 kids in this same treehouse without a problem. And in case little Schwer got bored, he also added a small playground on the side, equipped with swings, a slide, and many other novelties that kids from Earth enjoyed. If I can get any better at this construction stuff, I'll build her a whole amusement park. Damien was still holding a slight grudge. This little girl seemed to get bolder by the day, and apparently she had made teasing him her new hobby. Whenever he failed during the past month of construction, he'd receive an earful from her. But he let it slide. Kids would be kids after all, and for her to be opening up so much, he could only be thankful that her trauma was being buried. But soon, Damien's expression hardened. A few days ago, while he was out hunting for their food, he had come across a suspicious area. It was similar to his own cave, an extremely concealed system that he wouldn't have noticed if not for his eyes. But the reason he was suspicious of it was naturally due to the inky black mana that slightly leaked from it, a mana that he was all too familiar with. I'm embarrassed that it took me so long to find it. He had started his search at the edges of the 500-kilometer radius and work his way inward. If it wasn't for this, he probably would have found the base location a month ago easily. But none of this mattered. Damien looked towards the treehouse where little Schwerer was staying and sighed. "I know you can hear me." He was met with silence. Sighing lightly, he climbed up to the treehouse and knocked on the door. "Hello." "No, nobody is here." A small voice responded from within. "Ah, but if the owner isn't here, then I can only leave and come back later." Damien knocked on the wood next to him at varying degrees of strength, making it sound like he had walked down the staircase connecting to the door. Immediately, a rush of footsteps came from inside before the door was pulled open, Schwerer said with a pout when she noticed Damien standing in front of her. But Damien only grinned. Walking into the treehouse, he picked up little Schwerer and gave her a soft hug. "Big brother has to go this time," he said softly. But Schwerer doesn't want Big Brother to get hurt." Schwerer responded, hugging him tightly. Damien sighed, as he thought this little girl was far too perceptive for her own good. Perhaps from the beginning she knew that he was trying to hunt those Nox beings. "That's right. Big Brother is going to hunt the bad ghosts. But didn't you see when we first met?" Schwerer nodded, but she didn't leave his embrace. In fact, she embraced him tighter. Big Brother has to be safe. Damien gave a soft smile in response. If Big Brother is in trouble, then of course little Schwe needs to come save the day." After spending a few more minutes coaxing the little girl, Damien finally exited the sanctuary. The process of exiting and entering was so simple that it made Damien marvel. He simply needed to think it, and he'd appear where he wanted to be. And the mana cost was so negligible that he would have been able to cover it even before he fell into the dungeon and mutated. When he appeared in the outside world, he was in the exact same place that he entered the sanctuary from, the location directly outside of where he found the base earlier. Without wasting any time, he charged in. He wasn't lying when he told little Schwerer that he'd be back soon. In fact, he had no fear or wariness at all. He already knew that this area was relatively weak. Most likely, there wouldn't even be abominations above second class here. The only reason he was going to this base instead of finding a more worthy one was so he could maybe understand more about what exactly the creatures were. Entering the cave, he found that it actually wasn't a complicated structure at all. It was simply a massive cave with thousands of those abominations littered across the floor, standing as if they were in stasis. At the end of the cave, there was a single house that seemed to be the location of their boss. Damien grinned. "Large-scale destruction is my forte, and with these weak enemies, I don't even need to try that hard." Damien proudly walked into the open, blazing his aura for all to see. Immediately, those abominations left their stasis and directed their attention at him. "Oh, come on." Countless groans filled the cave in a cacophony of sound. The abominations immediately began running towards Damien in a frenzied state, making one wonder if they were really standing so still only a moment ago. It's human aura that attracts them, huh? Seeing the massive wave of black that was charging towards him, Damien grinned. To be honest, he had been wanting to do this for a long time. It was something he had wanted to realize ever since he was in the dungeon. Specifically, when he cleared the 40th floor. Back then, his attacks and even his personality were mainly based on anime he had watched on Earth. By now, he no longer needed to use such coping mechanisms. But still, The feeling of wanting to emulate the signature move of a certain fire-breathing dragon slayer had stuck with him ever since he acquired Dragon's Breath. When he got his hands on the sun flames, this feeling only became more pronounced, but his body simply couldn't handle it. The only flames he had in his arsenal were so hot that if he tried to incorporate them into by Dragon's Breath, he'd quite literally melt his throat from the inside out and kill himself. But things were different now. The tempering he had received from the magma earlier had specifically focused mainly on his evolved areas. Now, if he really wanted to, Damien's throat expanded as flames from the sun manifested within it. These flames were then coated in spatial mana before expanding violently. Damien took a deep breath, deeper than any breath he had taken before. His lungs expanded, his cheeks puffed out, and he was finally able to execute a certain attack that he loved so much. A massive roar left his mouth, causing a flamethrower-like beam of reddish-orange to be exhaled. The sea of flames soon went to cover the entire cave, setting even the air ablaze. The massive horde of abominations was easily swallowed by this flame. Even as he continued roaring, Damien's eyes were smiling wide. Finding novelty in the situation, he continued spewing flames even after he felt that the horde was probably dead already. And even when he finally finished roaring, the flames in the atmosphere continued to blaze. There were no cries of anguish or even sounds or smell of death. It was all swallowed by the sun flames that had been incorporated into his dragon's breath. By the time the flames died down, all that was left was an empty and charred cave. Even the house at the end of the cave had been burnt to ashes. But when Damien's gaze landed on the location where that house once stood, he found something that actually ended up piquing his interest. It was the half-burned body of a man. His features were humanoid, just like the abomination, but his eyes held a myriad of emotions. Rage, confusion, panic. It was obvious that this Nox being was much different from the rest that he had seen so far. Chapter 257 Base. Looking at the man who was desperately attempting to crawl away, Damien's eyes shone with a light of curiosity. In the next instant, he had already arrived in front of him. The man screeched in terror. He had been living in leisure, taking care of his post as he had been ordered to before he was suddenly engulfed in a sea of nigh inextinguishable flames. If he hadn't hastily erected a barrier at the last second, he didn't doubt he would be dead by now. "Oh, you can actually speak cohesively, huh?" Damien commented. He had no sympathy for this man at all. The man continued trying to crawl back, but his house was already at the bad end of the cave. It didn't take long for his body to hit the wall. Shivers ran down his spine as he realized there was really no escaping the monster in front of him. Please. Wow, I didn't even have to do the torturing before you gave up," Damien said, his shoulders slightly relaxing as if he had let go of some tension. The man smiled inwardly, as he thought, a brat like the one in front of him wouldn't be experienced enough in the real world. The man's burnt arms slumped to the floor as if he had lost strength, but in reality, he was reaching towards his pocket. Even if he died here, he needed to inform the others that he had been compromised. As if not noticing the man's movements, Damien stared into his eyes and began questioning him. "So, let's start with the simple stuff. Who do you work for? What is your purpose?" The man seemed to hesitate slightly before his eyes dimmed. Answers started rolling out of his mouth. "I can't say who I work for. I really don't know. They simply tell me what to do, and I follow. My body moves on its own. Even my purpose is something I don't know. The only thing I know is that they want me to kill every human I see. As for those, they are simply monsters we have subdued and corrupted. Nothing more." The man's hand quickly reached his pocket. While he continued spouting nonsense, he retrieved a silver bell and tried to clamp his hand down on it. However, regardless of what he tried, his hand wouldn't move as he commanded it to. When he darted his eyes toward his right side, he saw a fine black line on the area connecting his shoulder to the rest of his body. Thump! His arm cleanly fell off, causing black blood to spurt out of his shoulder. The man screamed on instinct, but there was no pain. Perhaps the fact that he couldn't feel what had happened even now was even more terrifying than if he had actually felt the pain. "Ha ha ha." Damien grinned. This place was like the backwoods of the secret realm, where even the barriers that Feng Qinger had found weren't present. There was no way they'd send anyone of note to facilitate this place. But that didn't mean the man in front of him was entirely useless. Damien looked towards the man's pocket, slashing his arm and causing the man's entire leg to be severed from his body and fly into Damien's grasp. Quickly using lightning to sear the wound shut so the man didn't bleed out, Damien took a silver bell out of the pocket of the severed leg and fiddled with it curiously. This is what you were banking your hopes on? I assume it's some sort of communication device? The man shivered slightly at Damien's words. No way. There's actually a tracker? What would you guys even need a tracker for? Although Damien had been taking the whole situation lightly, it wasn't the same for the man in front of him. Not only his arm, but even his leg had been completely severed, not to mention the searing lightning that burned his wound shut. The man was doing everything he could to stop himself from convulsing from the pain. His will had already been shattered the second Damien took the plaque from him. This time, he was truly acting so that he could maybe have a chance to live. Please spare my life, Senior. I will tell you everything. There is indeed a tracking device that lets us locate each other within the plaque. The reason being that we need it when we coordinate our armies for larger excursions. As for your previous questions, I truly don't know the identities of those in charge. I only know that they want human blood to be spilled onto the lands. That is the command I received. Those creatures you killed are simply inferior versions of us. Damien nodded. Pretty much everything he said was within his expectations. The only thing he was wondering about was the command the man had received, to spill human blood onto the lands. Although I don't put the Nox above random slaughter like that, it doesn't strike me as their motive this time. If the Nox just wanted slaughter, they could just send a few of these third-class beings in every direction and easily achieve their goals. There was no reason to even create or use these inferior abominations. The third classes never moved. There was simply no need for them to. Damien looked at the silver plaque in his hand. This would most likely be his best bet at answers. As for the man in front of him, he had become entirely useless. Suddenly, Damien thought of a point. He had seen them before, artifacts that adhered to certain mana signatures. He didn't want to risk having all his enemies flee or become aware of his interference due to a simple mistake. The man's eyes widened for a second before he tried to rein in his expressions, but he had realized it was already too late. Sighing, he ended up bitterly answering Damien's question again. The plaque will alert others that I have been compromised. The only saving grace he had was that if Damien needed his mana to use the plaque, his life was guaranteed. And as long as he lived, nothing else mattered. But unlike what he thought, Damien simply nodded before slashing his arm out again. Before the man could even process what was happening, he found his view of the world flipped 180 degrees before his consciousness faded into non-existence. Chapter 258 Base 4. Damien's low-level void essence leaked from his body and surrounded that of the man in front of him. He had acted quick, as his prior experience had already told him what had happened if he failed to devour a Nox on time. Even the devil worshippers would turn into inky liquid when they died. Damien had already formulated a theory on the reason for this. It was due to the unnatural mana within their bodies. The Nox were a strange species. Although Damien had already qualified the mana they used as death mana, it wasn't pure death mana. Or rather, it was a breed of death mana that was unnatural. But the Nox were born to handle such unnatural mana. As a trade-off, their intelligence was low like beasts, and they lost the ability to use any other forms of mana. It was the same concept of balance that the whole universe functioned on. Damien guessed that this unnatural mana's incompatibility with the ambient mana of the world was the reason why Nox corpses couldn't be sustained. Though, he wasn't completely sure of this hypothesis. This was the best he could do with the information he had, but none of that mattered at the moment. Due to Damien's timely intervention, he was able to devour the corpse before the liquefaction process even began. Although he was curious about how the Nox mana would affect his body if he devoured it in the conventional sense, now wasn't the time for it. Damien had different plans for the essence that he had just acquired. Now that he had obtained a slight amount of control over the void essence, he had more maneuverability when it came to its uses. For one, he didn't necessarily have to allow the essence he devoured into his body. He could instead use it as a sort of limited fuel supply, as he was doing now. A blob of inky black substance surfaced on Damien's hand. While a part of it went into the plaque, the rest made its way into his subspace. Damien's original subspace had become his sanctuary, but he had made sure to set aside a portion of said sanctuary to act as a subspace like before. After all, he still wanted item storage capability, and he didn't want his items to simply be littered across the ground of the sanctuary. The reason he didn't just make a second subspace with just the normal capabilities of one was simple. The connection to the sanctuary, while on the surface much more complicated and ethereal, was actually a lot firmer than the connection he had with his previous subspace. The amount of delay between him sending his thoughts through the connection and receiving a response was almost negligible. The effects of this were simple. He could easily store and withdraw things without even a single second of delay. Even if he wanted to use his subspace in battle, he wouldn't need to worry about losing momentum. When the inky black essence made its way into the silver plaque in Damien's hand, it began to shudder slightly before transforming. A light blue diagram formed on its surface, depicting the area around him in the center of the plaque. Surrounding the center, there were 5 shining dots in various directions. Even an idiot would be able to tell what they signified. Well, I guess I have 5 more tries to get some valuable information. With those words, Damien immediately left the cave and flashed towards the closest location on the map. Flames raged through the surrounding atmosphere. A massive storm brewed in the skies, and furious black lightning struck down at the ground below. Within this chaotic atmosphere, 3 men stood facing each other in the air, while countless abominations stood on the ground. But none of these abominations were given the opportunity to do anything. They were unable to even move before they were either burned or fried to ash by the thundering lightning or raging flames that surrounded them. Of the 3 men in the air, 2 of them were already broken. Their arms were twisted in unnatural shapes, and their legs were bleeding profusely. Their bodies were riddled with holes in various places, leaking endless amounts of black blood. Their terrified eyes stared at the monster in front of them. They had heard of his deeds already. In fact, the reason they had teamed up was because they had heard of his deeds. And yet, even together, they couldn't cause any lasting damage to him. Just like the 2 of them, the man was riddled with injuries. There were deep gashes in his chest and back from their combined attack, and even one of his arms was dangling limply at his side. But they knew these same harrowing injuries had been much worse only minutes before. Even the man's arm was half torn to the point where it'd have to be regrown if he ever wanted to use it again. But under their incredulous eyes, he had done just that. The space around him had twisted and distorted, making it so none of their attacks could reach him. And within that distorted space, the man leisurely regrew his arm before once again engaging in battle with them. Looking at the 2 pitch-black-skinned men in front of him, the man smiled. "It's simple, really. All I asked is which direction it is to Astoria City." The men got the urge to cough blood at his words. "Humble traveler, you were the one who barged into our hideout and started raining hell." But the words were stuck in their throats. Their abominations had already been wiped out, and they were on death's door. They knew that the man didn't even need information from them. He was just toying with them before killing them. This only made their rage bubble further. Without hesitation, they once again charged at the man. The inky black mana that surrounded their bodies raged violently, being fueled by everything they had. Even their remaining life force was being transmitted into their final attack. Their goal was simple. If they were going to die anyway, they'd at least take him with them. Seeing their attempt, the man's smile deepened. Putting his hand out, the man clenched the space in front of him as if it was tangible. Then he tore it open. Space collapsed, causing heaven and earth to become one. A pitch-black essence, much more terrifying than their own, leaked out of the space and consumed them. They could feel their very existence being torn to shreds. The life force they injected into their attacks was as flimsy as paper in front of this essence. If you thought that you actually had a chance because I let you injure me, well, never mind. It didn't take long for their lives to be reaped. The raging battlefield soon regained its calm. Looking at the scene in front of him, Damien's eyes hardened. None of the sarcastic demeanor he showed to those two Nox beings was present any longer. For generals, that's not something that can be handled by a mere barrier. Muttering those incomprehensible words, his body flashed and disappeared as if it never existed in the space around him at all. Chapter 259 Base. It had taken an entire month for Damien to wipe out the 5 bases he saw on the plaque, though most of that time was spent traveling. And honestly, the ones he met were nothing worth mentioning. He only got 2 pieces of useful information. The first was that these 6 that he had killed were near the bottom rung of soldiers within the enemies. The division was relatively simple. There were the regular soldiers, which were usually the abominations that Damien had seen earlier. He found out that there were even abominations stronger than the cannon fodder he saw, but they simply weren't necessary for this region. Next came the captains, who would usually take command over the abominations. After them, there were the generals who commanded the captains, the commanders who ordered the generals, and finally, there were 4 kings that had absolute control over all the rest. The number of captains that even the 6 Damien had run into knew was in the hundreds. As for generals, there were still tens of them. There were exactly 10 commanders who directly reported to the 4 kings. It was rumored that there was an even higher rank, but none of these normal soldiers would know any tangible information about it. The only reason they even knew this much of the structure was because these Nox beings, who called themselves demons, actually had a relatively streamlined structure, as well as a main base where most of the important personnel stayed. One of the captains had worked as a runner for a general before he was given his current station, which was the only reason Damien was able to get the information he currently had. The rest were useless, and the 2 he fought at the end were unlike the others. They would rather die than give up information. It was from the same captain that Damien learned the second piece of information. This one far more crucial. For generals, 50 captains and thousands of mindless abominations were currently charging a single city. Said captain was also supposed to join the charge, but he had been unfortunate enough to meet Damien before he could actually make his way over. Damien didn't know why such a force was necessary to take over a single city filled with mortals, but he felt there had to be a good reason, and most likely, that reason was the geniuses who entered the secret realm with him. He already knew that the demons wanted blood to soak the land. Although he had originally thought it was only human blood they wanted, he realized that the blood of those who came from the outside world was probably much more valuable. The differences between the beasts from the outside world and those born within this realm, Damien hadn't figured this out yet. But he never expected to find all the answers from simple foot soldiers. No, he would naturally kill his way up the hierarchy until he knew everything that he needed to know. Demon generals are supposedly around the mid-levels of 3rd class, while the commanders are at the peak of this realm. Damien didn't know what the strength of the kings would be. The restrictions on this realm obviously made it so only 3rd class beings could enter, which was why the Beast Kings sent their geniuses in instead of going themselves. But judging from the strength differences between each level of the demon army, Damien could only assume that the kings were at 4th class. I don't have the capabilities to deal with a 4th class being yet. However, he had a trump card that might be able to overcome that boundary. The problem was that the void essence he could control wasn't at the level where it could do so. If I can tap into the same power I had while building the sanctuary, killing the kings should be possible if I use concealment. It was the first time Damien had ever considered assassination as a tactic, but it was only out of necessity. Plus, he didn't even know if his conjectures were right. But planning for the worst-case scenario is best. Damien's thoughts raced as he rushed toward the city named Astoria. He only knew its general location. But with his awareness and the fact that it would be surrounded by an army soon, he didn't think it'd be too hard to find. While considering that the people defending the city also received strengthening from that magma, I doubt they'd need too much help dealing with the army, especially if there's a good number of them. Damien grinned. The dull golden star on his forehead shone as if it was craving to see the blood of demons. A piercing cry rang through the city of Astoria, even overshadowing the ominously ringing bell that signaled the incoming danger. Immediately, 25 people shot into the sky and rushed towards the direction of the cry. It didn't take long for the group to gather. Standing in front of them was a fiery red woman looking into the distance with a hawk-like gaze. Feeling the 25 presences behind her, she slowly turned around. "Heed my command. There are thousands of enemies marching towards our city as we speak." The 25 geniuses felt their gazes become serious. Thousands of enemies, and only 25 of them. This wasn't a battle that seemed easy to win. But Feng Qing'er didn't allow them to breed fear for too long. In a battle like this one, morale was crucial. Do not worry. For the most part, their troops seem to be second-class beings. It shouldn't be too hard for us to deal with them. Although this battle seems to be one we are fated to lose, I believe otherwise. We are the peak geniuses within the entirety of the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range. How big is our mountain range? How many younger generation members live within it? Flames were slowly lit in the dim eyes of those 25 geniuses. If you cower now, how can you call yourself a genius? Plus, did you forget? We need to kill in order to pass on to the next trial. If we do not pass on, it means death. So, kill to your heart's content. A unified cry rang out from those 25. Remembering their goal in this secret realm, their morale was immediately revitalized. Feng Qing'er's words obviously had some effect, but the prospect of the primordial undying fruits had even more. In the face of such a treasure, fear became an unknown concept. After seeing to it that her subordinates were given the proper positions for the coming battle, Feng Qing'er focused her gaze into the distance once again. Those four in the palanquins seemed to be the hardest to deal with. From their auras alone, I should be able to take them. Feng Qing'er was only wary of those four, as well as the beasts they were riding. As for the rest, most of them could be wiped out with a single flick of her wrist if she so wished. Luckily for us, we don't need to divert too much focus to defending the city. Sending her awareness into the star on her forehead, Feng Qing'er smiled. After this battle, a purple star was guaranteed, and if she was lucky, she wouldn't be too far from a black star as well. She had supreme confidence in her abilities. Even if it was her against the entire army, she'd still have confidence. That was simply the type of person she was. Her pride might be great enough to pierce the heavens, but she had always had the ability to back it up. Why had she, Feng Qing'er, ever been forced to suffer a loss? When she thought this far, she suddenly remembered a certain human that she had recently met, but she quickly shook her head. That doesn't count. That bastard only knows how to flee. Oh, a playful voice rang out from behind her. Without even turning around, she responded. And why would I need to spend time thinking about a man? Looking at the girl behind her, Feng Qing'er smirked slightly. I almost feel bad for him. The girl's beautiful black eyes twinkled at her words. Who knows? Maybe I truly am interested in him. With a slight smile on her face, she turned around and left. Feng Qing'er could only watch the receding back with a helpless expression on her face. Shaking her head at her predicament, she also left the area. Now, it was time to prepare for battle. Chapter 260 Base. A day quickly passed as Feng Qing'er and her faction members prepared for the coming assault. At the moment, they were spread evenly in front of the gates of the city, creating a defense on all sides. Rumble. The ground rumbled and quaked from the impact of thousands of footsteps striking it at once. However, there was no uniformity among them. Looking at the sea of black that was approaching from all sides, the 25 geniuses who were trying to defend the city together felt a shiver run down their spines. Were they really supposed to take all of these enemies alone? Even with the consolation from Feng Qing'er that most of them were weak, the sheer number was enough to cause their morale to plummet. Seeing them like this, Feng Qing'er sighed. Even she couldn't do anything at this point. She was also feeling some apprehension looking at the incoming tide. No matter how much battle experience she had gained within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, a situation like this was naturally not a part of it. When would any normal person find themselves facing an army alone? But Feng Qing'er didn't spend too much time thinking about these things. Regardless, she was already in this situation. It was kill or be killed. If she cowered, If she showed even an ounce of fear, those under her would feel their own morale plummet even further. Steeling herself, she bravely walked ahead of the defensive line they had formed, leaving the protection of the barrier. For what reason should she allow the enemy to gain an advantage? Feng Qinger, would be the first to strike. Wings of flame burst from her back, flapping powerfully and shooting her into the air. By the time she reached her intended height, the flame projection had already become more corporeal. Her sharp gaze scanned the incoming army, and immediately her wings flapped once again. Hundreds of fiery red feathers detached themselves and shot forth like needles, charging into the crowd of abominations. Boom! A flame lit within the ranks. With every feather that shot forth, an abomination was combusted. Small explosions rang through the battlefield. But even with the death of hundreds of abominations, the numbers didn't seem to shrink at all. In fact, the hole that was left was immediately filled in by other abominations. A loud cry rang out, followed by many more. The rumbling footsteps that shook the earth became even more pronounced as the abominations began their charge. Boom! Clash! A fierce battle began. Seeing how Feng Qinger fearlessly charged forward, the other geniuses didn't want to get left behind. They rushed out into the battlefield, mana costing their bodies to enhance their speed. Massive waves of elemental attacks continuously struck the oncoming tide of abominations, fiercely dwindling their numbers. Or at least, that was what they expected. But the geniuses realized they had severely underestimated how big the difference in numbers was. They were expecting thousands. Even if it took a while, they could deal with thousands of second-class beings. But they found that even with hundreds of abominations dying every minute, their battle didn't seem to end. Seeing their plight, Feng Qinger decided she needed to make a bigger move. From the sky where she stood, rings of heat began to emanate. Burn! The sky itself burned, and from the ashes rose a flaming phoenix projection. Its massive wings flapped. A screech resounded through the air. It charged into the crowd of abominations, causing them to burst into flames with ease. By the time the phoenix projection faded, thousands of abominations had already died. The geniuses were invigorated by her display of power. Tsunami-like tides formed in the air, powerful tornadoes joining them to create a hurricane of untold proportions. In other areas, the ground itself ruptured and began to swallow hordes of abominations, pillars of magma shooting out and devouring the rest. The geniuses no longer cared about taking things slow. They felt inferior to the girl in front of them, who was fighting much harder than any of them, and so they let out everything they had. Their attacks, fueled by the frustration of the endless onslaught they had been facing for many minutes already, charged into the tides of abominations and razed everything they touched. But even with this, the true battle had yet to begin. On the outskirts of the battle, a curious scene was taking place. Light winds breezed through the charging crowd of abominations as if their furious charge was nothing special. However, everywhere these light winds passed, the heads of abominations would mysteriously be separated from their bodies. It wasn't a matter of one or two at a time, but hundreds at once. The mindless beasts didn't even have the chance to reach the main battlefield before dying. Black ink covered the ground, painting the grass black. And out of this blackness emerged a girl. These guys are no fun. Her tone didn't seem to match the surrounding atmosphere at all, but the girl didn't seem like she noticed. Suddenly, her gaze pointed towards a certain direction. There, a congregation of 10 demons who looked much more humanoid than the abominations were gathered. Tilting her head cutely, the girl once again melted into the darkness of the ground. Where a figure reappeared, she was already in front of the demon captains. A bright smile decorated the girl's face as she spoke. But to the demon captains who hadn't even been able to sense her approach, it was the smile of a devil even greater than them. Countless battles raged on outside the city of Astoria. Flashing lights of various colors, as well as elemental phenomenons, decorated the atmosphere in a myriad of colors. Concealed within the spatial layers, Damien watched it all unfold. Although the performance of those 25 geniuses could be considered spectacular, to Damien, who had already killed thousands of abominations, they were merely rookie numbers. His focus was mainly on two girls who were dominating the battlefield. In the front, there was Fang. Her flames seemed just as powerful as his sun flames, melting abominations with a mere touch. Phoenix projections flew across the sky, and feathers rained down from the heavens. She didn't even move a single step from her spot in the sky, making it evident that she wasn't even trying yet. Abruptly, 20 black streaks shot into the sky, encircling Fang. Her gaze turned on them, a flaming pride in her eyes. It was clear that even in front of such an obstruction, she remained unfazed. As for the other girl, her battle drew much less attention. Surrounded by demon captains, she had a bright smile on her face. Cuts and gashes randomly appeared on the bodies of those around her faster than they could react, and even their own shadows seemed to be fighting against them. Although it didn't look grand or incredibly destructive, how could Damien's eyes be wrong? He could clearly see the raging sea of mana she was hiding in her small body. Not bad, not bad. Above the gradually heating battlefield, thundering clouds began to form and gather. Chapter 261 Generals. Chapter 261 Generals. 1. The sudden change in weather naturally drew attention from those on the battlefield, and feeling the frightening destructive power contained within those clouds made even the strongest among them wary. But not many had the leisure to watch the clouds for too long. Those normal geniuses were far too preoccupied with the mindless horde that continued charging them without paying any heed to distractions. As for Fang and that mysterious girl, they weren't focused on the clouds either. Rather, they were trying to find the source of the weather change. The obvious scent of mana that riddled the storm made it clear that it wasn't formed naturally, and the color of the lightning even more so. They wanted to determine whether the attack was from friend or foe, but they didn't even have time to think before massive beams of black light fell to the ground. With each beam, hundreds of abominations were annihilated. With tens of them striking down at the same time, the horde of abominations was cut down to a frightening degree. The captain surrounding Fang and the mysterious girl were momentarily dazed. In that moment, bright orange flames lit up the otherwise dark atmosphere, descending upon the dazed captains. Before they even had a chance to recover their wits, those 20 captains were bathed in a sea of flames. As if that wasn't enough damage already, Fang never stopped sending out phoenix phantoms and glimmering flame blades into the midst. Even though these captains were bona fide third-class existences, how could they even show their faces in front of her? She was the Flame Queen, ranked third in the entire 3,000 Beast Mountain range. If bugs like them were qualified to even look at her feet, then she had done her reputation dirty. The mysterious black-haired girl didn't miss the opportunity either. Sensing that the time to play around had finished, she sighed in dejection. She said in an exasperated voice. Much to the confusion of the captains who surrounded her, she lowered her blades and took a relaxed posture as if she was done fighting. The captains moved as one, wanted to take their revenge on the girl who had been toying with them all this time. But as they moved, they felt a strange sense of incongruity with their bodies. They had moved forward, yet they didn't feel the impact of their feet hitting the ground. Looking down, they saw an odd yet terrifying sight. Their bodies had indeed moved forward as they intended. It was just that their legs were still remaining where they once stood. Thump! A series of thumps soon followed as the upload bodies of those captains hit the ground. Only then did they finally realize they had been cut in half. But it was far too late to notice. Just like that, 30 of the 50 captains present on the battlefield had been ruthlessly slain, and with the continuous effort of those geniuses, as well as the support of the storm clouds above, the number of abominations had become negligible. The once crowded battlefield had become surprisingly empty, and the atmosphere descended into silence. The citizens of Astoria could barely even fathom what was happening in front of their eyes. All of a sudden, the trumpeting of elephants blasted away the silent atmosphere, causing everyone's attention to be drawn to the 4 palanquins that had remained silent even while their forces were being slaughtered. They were in formation, with one in the forefront and 3 others behind it. From the foremost palanquin, a soft white hand brushed past the curtains, moving them to the side and revealing the scene within. And truly, it was breathtaking, a beautiful woman of seemingly Asian descent, her black hair flowing down her waist and her green eyes shining lightly. Her sitting position was relaxed and lazy, giving her a seductive air. Her half-closed eyes brushed past the geniuses in front of her, stopping briefly on Fang and that mysterious girl before once again returning to surveilling the surroundings. Yet, after a minute past, her face showed a disappointed expression. Hey, such a beautiful woman is earnestly seeking you, yet you remain hidden. Her voice was smooth and ethereal, causing some of those with weaker minds to fall into a daze. Fang noticed this and made no move to hide the disgust evident on her face as she looked at them. Ha! A sudden bout of laughter rang out from the void. But despite his words, the man in question stepped out of the void and revealed himself to the world. His glistening black hair, those silver streaks within it, his shapely face and mystical eyes. His presence wasn't the slightest bit less stunning than the woman he was responding to. But his eyes weren't looking at the woman as a person. No, any observant individual could see the sharp glint that was flashing through then. Oh my, I never expected you to be so handsome. Uncaring of his demeanor, the woman continued flirtatiously. The man smiled in response. Indeed, spending a night with you sounds like a great idea. The woman's eyes suddenly lost a bit of their playfulness as he continued speaking. Well, I ran into some bugs on the way here and learned a few interesting facts. But as you know, bugs will be bugs. It might not be by much, but you're at least somewhat better than a bug, right? A cold, killing intent unfitting of the personality the woman had previously been showing leaked from her body. HM, did I speak any lies? Bugs will be bugs regardless. And aren't you one of them? What is the use of putting up such pretenses anyway? A fierce grin crept up Damien's face. He had felt the urge to entertain this woman simply because of how different she was from any other Nox being he had met before. They were all grotesque, and even though the captains were relatively humanoid, their features were still somewhat morphed. This woman, however, was truly a beauty, and he could tell very easily that it wasn't just some illusion. But he didn't care about her beauty at all. Even when he met Ryue for the first time, he hadn't been enthralled by her stunning beauty. Hell, he hadn't even noticed it until he consciously checked her out later. And besides the aspect of beauty, there was no way Damien would be attracted to someone who had sold their soul to the Nox. The raging inky black mana around her was enough for him to confirm that. And to him, a Nox was a Nox regardless of the form it took. From the start, he never saw a woman in front of him. The only thing he saw was a target that he wanted to interrogate properly before killing. Chapter 262 Generals. Chapter 262 Generals 2. Perhaps it was the words he spoke, or perhaps the woman had seen the look in his eyes, but her facade immediately crumpled. The barely concealed killing intent from before suddenly bloomed to the point where even the elephantine mount she was riding was shivering in fear. Fierce winds rushed from within the other 3 palanquins as their riders felt the woman's killing intent. 3 equally handsome men with the exact same facial features were suddenly standing around her in a triangular formation. The woman's eerie voice rang out. The killing intent around her had multiplied even further with the addition of the other 3 generals, causing an intimidating air to permeate further into the atmosphere. Feeling the pressure coming from the 4 generals, the 25 geniuses who had been diligently fighting back the remains of the abomination army suddenly froze in fear. Their bodies shuddered to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. Any fighting spirit they had broke. If it wasn't for that mysterious girl's timely help, there was no doubt they would have been killed off without worry. Even the elephantine beasts collapsed to the ground helplessly, signs of foam coming from their mouths. Damien replied with a cocky grin. An enraged shout came from the woman. She no longer maintained her sitting posture, standing at her full height, which was almost as tall as Damien, and glaring at him heavily. The thundering clouds above seemed to rage. Swirling winds and thick black lightning danced through the air. It was clear that a fight was on the cusp of breaking out. Feng Qinger watched the whole interaction from start to finish without even properly having the chance to speak. Whether it was the man who had just arrived or the ones within the palanquins, they all ignored the presence of all others. But regardless of how much she paid attention to the conversation, she was still confused about its contents. She really couldn't figure out what was going on, but she understood that it was something greater than what she originally thought. She couldn't be blamed, though. Knowledge of the Nox wasn't a common thing in the first place, with only the stronger experts in the world knowing about it. Even at Damien's level, he wouldn't have been qualified to know this information if he was born and raised in the Cloud Plane. But through a series of coincidences and fortuitous encounters, he had become deeply entrenched in the Nox conflict far before he had the qualifications to even utter their names. Even then, he basically knew nothing. He knew of their existence. He had seen some of the activities of their followers, but he had only come into contact with the race itself one time. And even that one time was in a controlled environment where the Nox was severely weakened. Even disregarding the taboo-ish nature of the subject, with the 3,000 Beast Mountain range being a sealed area without contact with the outside world, how could they have any information at all? The only ones Damien suspected had this kind of knowledge were the elves who resided under the World Tree, and perhaps the White Dragon King who was once a traveler from the outside world. But evidently, they had followed the same procedures in not sharing this information with those too weak to know it. Feng Qinger, who was clueless to all of this, probably wouldn't have cared either way. Her pride flared at the way she was being treated. "Hey!" she yelled in fury. Her flaming gaze landed on Damien, who she still hadn't settled her score with. A soft giggle rang out as another figure flashed into the air, appearing next to her. Now, looking at the two women, one known and the other a mystery, Damien smiled lightly. Well, the short version is that they are scum. The unexpected answer took them by surprise. Feng Qinger's gaze became strange when she looked towards the woman and three men standing on the enemy side. But she didn't let any thoughts linger for too long. I'll accept it for now, but when this is over, you have to tell me everything. The mysterious girl simply giggled once more, but from the way her aura flared, her position was obvious. 3 on one side and 4 on the other. Seeing how no more talk was necessary, Damien cracked his neck. I'll take on that woman. Fang Qingye Fumet. Damien smiled, but his eyes were still as cold as ever. Looking at the woman once more, he spoke one final time. Giving himself a hearty laugh, he shot forward with intense speed, immediately crossing the distance between him and the demon generals. Without hesitation, he shot his fist forward at the female demon general's face. Boom! The demon general raised her arm to block, but the force of the punch still managed to push her back. Still, she remained uninjured. You actually attacked me," she muttered in disbelief. Suddenly, her arm shot up once again as another punch shot toward her face, but it was soon followed by a low uppercut to her stomach. Bang! The woman shot into the air, still dazed by the fact that she was being attacked. When was the last time she had been disrespected like this? When was the last time she had been hit? Despite the fact that she was only a demon general at the moment, even the commanders didn't dare disrespect her too much. Her position within their ranks was already guaranteed as long as she had the chance to grow. But now, some random guy wanted to abuse her like this? She suddenly broke out into a fit of laughter. It was a maniacal laughter that truly didn't fit her fairy-like appearance. Good. Raging black mana exploded forth from her body and transformed into thick tendrils of what looked like black flame. Her body flashed forward like a black comet towards Damien's location. Her empty hand was now holding an inky black sickle made of the same mana that emanated from her body. Damien raised his fist, that crackling with black lightning and slightly distorting the surrounding space, and punched out, meeting the sickle head-on. A ring-like shockwave rippled through the air and caused the winds to rip around. Their clash seemed to signal the start of a massive battle of even greater proportion than when thousands had charged forth. Feng Qinger and the mysterious girl arrived before their targets as well. And even though they had been largely ignored so far, The other geniuses also acted. Their combat power might not have been enough to participate in the battle in the sky, but there were still 20-odd demon captains on the ground with them, not wanting to be dead weight, and wishing to make up for their humiliating cowering from before. They fervently attacked those captains. The sky, which had already started to dim with the setting sun, was once again lit up by a series of explosions and colorful mana. Chapter 263 Generals. Chapter 263 Generals 3. Fang Qinger arrived before her targets immediately, flames dancing at the soles of her feet and on the wings that sprouted from her back. Listen here. With a brilliant smile that looked especially dangerous in the current situation, she shot forward. A long sword had entered her hand at some point, making a smooth arc in the air as it chased the neck of one of the generals. As for the other, a similar sword made entirely of flames was flying at him, as if it had a mind of its own. Swish! With the sound of air getting cut, the sword made impact. But Fang Qinger wasn't able to feel the satisfying feeling of flesh being torn. Instead, a clash of metal was heard. A black rapier blocked her sword easily, sliding down its blade and parrying it before thrusting towards her throat. With a flap of her wings, she shifted her body to the side and narrowly dodged. A spirited shout left her mouth as she swung her sword once more. Every time she struck, her blows were infused with unbridled power that seemed to want to crush a mountain. But without suspense, her blows were parried. The rapier in the demon general's hand moved with elegance and speed, eventually forcing Fang Qinger to go on the defensive. The cold and stoic face of the demon general flashed imperceptibly before his speed increased. By the time Fang Qinger adapted to the change of pace, a sense of danger enveloped her. Her wings flapped, and a burst of flames came from her soles. Her body shot up into the air, causing the massive axe that was trying to sever her from behind to impact nothing but air. The two demon generals shot up in pursuit. The rapier and axe in their hands followed her movements precisely, making sure not to leave her any room to breathe. Fang Qinger swung her sword diligently. Her powerful strikes made it seem more like she was using a hammer than a sword. She moved in spontaneous bursts, not allowing the two enemies to encircle her. With her flames supporting her on the side, she kept both targets in front of her, allowing her to maneuver the 2v1 situation with more ease. But as time went on, Fang Qinger realized her disadvantage. While her skill may have been slightly above theirs, they had more raw physical power than her. But it couldn't be helped. Even if she followed the path of brute strength, her Phoenix clan wasn't known for its powerful body, but its mana instead. For this reason, the primordial undying fruits that could grant her the physics body she desired were all the more valuable. Spreading her awareness, she glanced at the other two battles and frowned. Flames sprouted once again and propelled her backwards. How could the two of you team up against a poor lady like me? Despite her words, there was a mocking expression on her face. The stoic faces of the demon generals contorted for the first time as they sensed a foreboding feeling from below. The earth cracked open and two pillars of blistering flames rushed into the air. But her opponents weren't idiots either. In the split second it took for the flames to reach them, they had already erected inky black barriers around their bodies. Scree! The cry of a phoenix resounded through the atmosphere. A phantom incomparable to the one she had thrown at the abomination horde materialized in the air. Its wings flapped gently, as if painting a picture of elegance. But every time they completed the motion, a hail of feathers fell from the sky. Boom! 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 The barriers of the demon generals were barraged incessantly by the flaming feathers. Each one seemed to carry the force of cannonball. Explosions continuously rang out, causing the barriers to quake. Light cracks began to form on their surfaces as the attack continued. It was at that time when a murky aura covered the area the barriers had surrounded. Out of nowhere, the attacking force of the feathers seemed to have drastically dwindled. Fang Qinger realized. Even her awareness was corroded when she tried to send it into the area. The corrosion force spread through the air, becoming inky black tendrils that shot forward and wrapped around the Phoenix Phantom. Scree! A pained cry left its beak as it fiercely resisted, but in the end, it wasn't a living entity. It had no intelligence and could only be helplessly corroded by the chains surrounding it. As Feng Qinger's attacks were being dissolved, the barriers also retraced, revealing the unharmed forms of the demon generals. Feng Qing'e found it. This wasn't how she expected things to go. Truthfully, she had thought they would have been defeated with the Phoenix Phantom's barrage. She realized that it was naive to think they would be simple, mid-level third-class beings if they were given the power to act as generals over such an army. Even if Damien had called them insignificant, she knew that their power couldn't be considered as such. But still, she wasn't the third ranked on the 3,000 beast record for nothing. If she couldn't take care of two people at her same level, how could she have earned her reputation? Thinking this far, she decided to take the battle a bit more seriously. Her hands came together and formed a mysterious seal. In response to her motion, the air around her began to vibrate. I hate using this skill. With an incomprehensible shout, her hand seal changed. The vibrating air burst into flames, dyeing the atmosphere red. Space seemed to distort at that moment as a massive head reared itself from within. The demon generals' faces hardened. Raging mana erupted from their bodies, and the tendrils of corrosion force joined together behind their figures. A phantom shaped like a massive kraken with an infinite amount of tentacles formed. Not waiting for Feng Qinger to finish what she was doing, the tentacles descended on her body like an ocean. They flailed wildly and dripped with an aura emanating wrath. Boom! A horrifying collision resounded. From an outside perspective, it seemed like Feng Qinger had been directly crushed by the fierce attack. But contrary to that belief, an indomitable wall seemed to have formed in front of her. It was made of pure darkness, almost indistinguishable from the color of the kraken. Feng Qinger cracked a grin. Damn! Hundreds of tentacles shot towards her from all directions. But that wall of darkness seemed impenetrable. With the time it bought her, she was able to properly form the image that was coalescing behind her. It was like a second sun lit up the cool night that had enveloped the trial world. The residents of Astoria could only describe it as such. The light it was giving off was so blinding that they couldn't make out its figure, and the heat waves it was radiating raised the temperature to almost unbearable degrees, even within the barrier around the city. Suddenly, the eyes of the image opened. Two reptilian slits gazed down upon the world. It opened its gaping maw wide, and it roared. Chapter 264 Generals. Chapter 264 Generals. Fear. Boom. Damien's fist impacted the sickle covered in black flames yet again. Their exchange had been going on like this from the start of the battle. From what he could see, this demon woman was far too prideful to use any other kinds of attacks against him, even after seeing the power he used to decimate the legion she commanded, but he didn't really care. In fact, it worked out better for him this way. After all, his plan was to thoroughly break her, so he didn't have to trouble himself too much when it came time for interrogation. The blade of the woman's sickle was far more thin and sharp than an ordinary weapon could achieve, but for what he could tell, it still landed within the realm of SSS rank. And it would take a peak SSS rank that was better classified as a half-step chaos rank artifact to pierce through his bodily defenses. If she continued like this, he knew she wouldn't be able to scratch him at all. But that black flame was another matter altogether. It contained a malice unlike anything he had felt from an element before. Whenever they made contact, it tried to crawl up his body as if it was sentient. But yet again, it met its match. If his void physique that had now properly gained a connection with void essence couldn't expel this tiny amount of flame, it truly wouldn't live up to the domineering attitude it had shown before. Damien smirked. It seemed he had met someone he could easily counter. Actually, this didn't seem to be a strange sight when he encountered the Nox. From what he could tell, corruption and corrosion were their strong points, and those were the things he feared the least. Still, he didn't let it get to his head. Knowing full well the taste of defeat after being beat senseless by the incarnate Snow Beast King and being forced to flee by the members of the Eclipsing Shadow Sect, he was well aware that he wasn't someone considered unrivaled. His idle thought didn't continue for long, as the black flames dancing along the woman's sickle became fiercer and fiercer with every exchange. They seemed hell-bent on burning through his defenses, as if its pride had been damaged by his resistance. The demon general also had an annoyed expression on her face. She poured a greater amount of mana into the flame, with an unwilling look while unrelentingly attacking. Damien suddenly flashed away from his position, appearing 1 meter behind her and throwing an electricity-coated punch. Even though they weren't close enough for his fist to hit her, the wind pressure from his attack did so on its own. And hidden within that wind pressure, a distortion of space. Before she knew it, the woman was sent flying back, a portion of the cloth on her chest burned to shreds. Even her flawless skin had been slightly charred. She didn't understand how it happened, but that only made her rage boil even further. The fact that the first one injured in this fight was her, it was unacceptable. Boom! It seemed she could no longer handle the humiliation. The black flames burst from her body and covered her entirely. Her piercing eyes became dyed red. She shouted in anger. A beam of black light shot from her hands and arrived in front of Damien at insane speeds. But Damien simply smirked in derision. When the beam reached a point 1 meter away from him, it suddenly switched course and made a sharp turn to the right. But the woman was too frenzied to notice. She continued shooting beam after beam of concentrated black flames, her scarlet eyes burning with madness. Damien watched the scene curiously behind the protection of his vector shield. Why is she so pent up over a single injury? He doubted she had ever tasted the flavor of defeat before. In a realm like this one, where demons were the supreme race, there was no situation for her to. And with her inherently haughty and arrogant attitude, this kind of always winning would inevitably lead her to become complacent. But Damien didn't feel like this was all there was to it. Her response to provocation could be explained with this much, but the amount of wrath she was showcasing wasn't at a level that he could simply call the result of arrogance. No, she seemed to be influenced by outside forces. Damien wanted to get his hands on that flame to see what was going on, but he figured he could do so after the battle ended. Boom! Leisurely watching the other battles taking place, Damien had a fun idea. Doing some slight calculations, he shifted the trajectory and magnitude forces of his vector field in slightly different directions. The incessantly pouring black beams that were randomly striking the surrounding environment seemed to have gained a purpose. They moved in a targeted fashion, heading towards an unsuspecting demon general that was entirely tied up by the mysterious girl from before. In all honesty, her battle was both the most and least interesting at the same time. The blackness that came from her shadow dominated the one the demon general tried to use, forcing him to fight with physical strength alone. But the girl's movements were fleeting and nimble. She dodged his attacks like a loach. Every time he thought she was in a situation where she could no longer escape, she would somehow twist her body unnaturally and do exactly that. He was frustrated. The stoic expression he held at the beginning couldn't maintain itself. He could feel it. Just like the captains from before, he was being toyed with. Every once in a while, cuts and gashes would randomly appear on his skin, but even as he watched the girl with utmost focus, he couldn't tell when she moved. A primal fear was taking root in his heart. He felt like prey that was standing in front of its natural predator. His eyes soon became dyed scarlet. The girl's eyes also changed, showing a hint of interest. But before anything could happen, tens of black beams suddenly shot in their direction and hit the demon general squarely in the back. His body shivered. He knew immediately what had hit him. In fact, he had been whipped by the same flames countless times before. Such had been his fate for so many years that he no longer felt any shame from it. But now, those same flames had hit him in a much more visceral fashion. With every new beam that impacted his body, the burning hole in his back grew wider and more pronounced. By the time the demon woman finally stopped firing after realizing something was wrong, he already had a massive hole in his chest. The demon general's expression was aggrieved, to say the least. Why did he have to die like this? Even if he died, why couldn't it be in a more justified way? And just as his life force was about to fade away, The mysterious girl dropped what was apparently the final nail in the coffin. Those were the final words he heard before he dropped dead. Hearing the girl's words, Damien broke into a fit of laughter unbefitting of the situation. "All right, I see your point. Annoying," the girl responded, feigning innocence. Damien smirked in response. "Oh." While the girl spoke, she glanced at Feng Qing'er and suddenly waved her hands. A massive black barrier surrounded her, causing the endless stream of tentacles assaulting her to be held back. Once her task was finished, the girl focused her attention back on Damien. He asked with a smile. She quipped back. Fine, Damien responded. "I guess I'll just have to show you then." Damien refocused his gaze on the demon general, who was still fuming and covered in black flames. Her scarlet eyes hadn't reverted to their original black color yet, and she still seemed to be attacking madly. Although his vector shield couldn't block physical attacks, she didn't seem to have realized it yet, as she was still throwing out a barrage of mana-based attacks. Sigh, how am I going to interrogate her if she's in this state? Damien breathed in, his throat expanded to its limit. Sun flames coalesced within, as well as destructive black lightning. The two forces immediately tried to fight each other, but a strand of void essence entered the mix and quelled them. It only took a second for all of this to happen, and when it finished, Damien opened his mouth wide. A fearsome roar left his mouth, accompanied by a massive beam of black and red light. And at the same time, another dragon roar rang out from a separate part of the battlefield. Chapter 265 Generals. The two simultaneous dragon roars filled the world with color incomparable to anything before. A wave of red and black light covered the battlefield and coalesced, swallowing the demon generals that could only helplessly watch its progression. The Kraken Phantom they had erected melted away due to the extreme mana and heat, and even the barriers they tried to erect were burned away without problem. It was especially troubling for the female demon general, who managed to regain a semblance of reason in the face of a fatal threat. But it was all too late. Boom! The raging torrent of mana didn't stop its movements for many minutes, causing even the normal geniuses on the ground below to retreat in apprehension. The demon captains they had been facing were directly incinerated without even knowing how they died. After many minutes of such pandemonium, the brilliant light finally faded, giving way to the now scorched land outside of Astoria City. An enthusiastic yelp was the first sound that was made after the passing of the storm. That mysterious black-haired girl was staring at the aftermath with shining eyes, scanning for traces of the demon generals. Damien grinned lightly at her response before spreading his awareness to do the same. And it didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Hundreds of meters away, the charred body of the female demon general was slumped on the ground. Although he could sense life force from her, it was obvious that she had been knocked unconscious. Teleporting a few times to reach her body, Damien did a deeper scan. Despite saying something so obvious, Damien had a surprised expression on his face. His dragon's breath was blisteringly hot, sure, but the heat didn't compare to the penetrative power and sheer destruction that was provided by the black lightning. But he had to acquiesce. The sun flames seemed to be exhibiting more and more power as he learned how to use them. And perhaps one day, when he had enough mana to sustain them, they'd become an integral part of his arsenal. Snapping out of his thoughts, he grabbed the body of the female demon general and slung it over his shoulder. He debated whether or not to put it in the sanctuary, but there was no way he'd do so with little Schwer happily exploring it. A wry smile decorated his face as he realized how troubling it was to keep a little kid around him, but he quickly shook it off. He was the one who made the decision, so he'd see it through to the end. His gaze soon traveled to the rest of the battlefield. The corpses of the two other demon generals weren't too far away, but it was evident that they hadn't been as lucky as the female. Their bodies didn't even resemble humans anymore, being more similar to lumps of charred meat. So, how is it? Still. Fine. You helped. The mysterious girl and Feng Qing'er happily bickered, acting as though the battle from before hadn't happened in the first place. And on further observation, Damien could see that this was basically the case. The mana in their bodies was as rigorous as ever, and he couldn't see any signs of exhaustion on their faces. Even if they had to fight another 10 generals, these two would probably still have the stamina to continue fighting. Silently admiring the physical body of beasts, Damien did a light stretch. And then, while everyone was busy, he quietly teleported away. Or at least he tried to. Oi! A loud yell came his way. Turning his head slightly, he saw Fang and that mysterious girl approaching him. With a wry smile, he responded, "Jo, rank 3. Why do you insist on calling me rank 3, huh?" It's too long, and I'm too lazy." When it looked like Fang was ready to pounce on him again, another voice chimed into their conversation. My. Damien looked over to see that mysterious girl, smiling slyly. With a cordial curtsy mimicking princess, even though the girl was wearing combat clothes, she continued, "Oh, so that's you." Damien nodded his head matter-of-factly. "Umpa? You jest." What sounded like growling interrupted them. "You bastards dare to keep ignoring me?" Fang tjodit at King 10, smacking her forward continuously. Intan screamed. If Damien wasn't standing right next to them, he would have thought she was being severely beaten from how painful she made her screams sound. Damien chuckled. These two seem awfully close. Or is it just this Ching Tan's personality? While the two girls played around, Damien glanced at the body that was slung across his shoulder. Thinking so, he cleared his throat. Fang found it. When did I ever run away? Damien Void. Is that your real name? Did you think a stupid last name like that would fool us? Hey, Damien swiftly ignored the last question she asked. Please, as if any normal person would carry the family name Void. Damien wanted to refute, but truthfully, even he had cringed at his last name multiple times in the past. Now that he thought about it, Damien Void, Void physique, Void essence, he cringed once more at the repetitiveness of Void in his body. Damn that old man. Considering his conjectures about his father, the reasoning behind his random thoughts didn't actually seem that illogical. Thinking that he found one more reason to beat his dad up, Damien refocused on the main issue. Okay, enough jokes. With that, he flashed away, teleporting until he reached a secluded area where even beasts weren't present. Thump! Damien threw the woman's body on the ground without any semblance of decency. Then, grabbing one of the chairs he made with Schwer out of the sanctuary, he sat down in front of her. Chapter 266 Generals. Cough. Bright light shone on Elytra's eyes, forcing her consciousness to come back from its shut-down state. The first thing she did was let out a series of dry coughs. Her memory was a mess, something she was used to by now. So, she immediately went to work, trying to remember what happened before she fainted. A sudden wave of pain shook her body. Her skin felt like it was on fire, and even her insides seemed to have been shaken out of place. It was never like this before. The flames had taken over before, and she'd definitely found herself similarly unconscious, but her body had never been damaged in the process. Her eyelids fluttered as she tried her best to open them. She wanted to quickly take in her surroundings and make sure she was safe. But at that moment, the unfamiliar voice of a man entered her ears. Oi, don't think about pretending to be unconscious. Although she was unwilling, she still ended up cooperating. With her head in a mess, there wasn't much else she could do. The first thing she saw was a mystical pair of eyes staring back at her. Seeing them, she felt a jolt in her mind. It all began to flow back. The invasion on Astoria and the fight she had with this man. Or, at least, until he had injured her. After that, everything was just flaming darkness. Hello. The man waved his hand in front of her face with an annoyed expression. Elytra glared at him. This man was obviously an enemy, and from the way he looked perfectly fine sitting on a poorly made wooden chair in front of her, she had clearly lost the battle. It was only then that she realized her own position. She was tied to a tree, her arms spread in a T like she was crucified. Immediately, she raised her mana to tear away the ropes that were binding her. But the man's hand landed on her shoulder faster. Just like he had done back in the White Dragon Grotto, he seized control of the personal vectors within her body and sealed her mana. Ah, don't be hasty. Elytra's gaze hardened. It didn't take an idiot to know what kind of questions he was going to ask. Huh, she spat. Oh, he smirked. She grumbled. Suddenly, she began to chuckle. It was such a sudden change that even Damien was caught off guard. He asked with furrowed brows. Very funny. Oh, important? As if merely important is enough to describe me. Damien frowned. The fact that she had confidence in this situation made her words more believable. For her status to be high enough that she's so assured. Daughter of a commander. Do you think I'm an idiot? Damien sighed. You know, I'm asking nicely right now, but you don't know how long that'll last. Threatening me with pain, huh? To be honest, that's the worst move you could make. She sneered. Damien was startled by her words. Damien didn't need information on rankings or anything like that, so he had been avoiding questions about the demons. Still, he was able to find that she had a certain level of status as well as something about the black flames so easily. But Damien wasn't shaken by her resolution. Worse than being burned alive, huh? Nodding his head, he looked at her one more time. Huh? What do you dash? Her words were quickly cut off by Damien's hand covering her mouth. When it came to torture techniques, he obviously didn't have many since he had no use for them. But ever since he awakened on that fateful day, almost 11 years ago on Earth, he had been wondering about something. It was a curiosity he could never satiate since he wasn't daring enough to try it on his own body. But thinking about it, using that experiment as a torture technique would be great for testing. Damien concentrated on the spatial layers around him. He had never tried to teleport someone by themselves before, but he didn't think it was too hard, especially when he wasn't trying to do it right in the first place. Soon enough, he roused his mana and initiated a teleportation. In the next instant, an ear-piercing shriek came from the woman in front of him. Her crucified body was now positioned a few feet lower than it was before. The only problem was the area from her knees down wasn't visible. Damien watched the woman in front of him scream and plead. It was much worse than he originally thought, to the point where he almost felt bad for her. What had happened to her was simple. He had teleported her into an area that intersected. Just like theory stated, two sets of molecules couldn't exist in the same space and superimpose. It was against the laws of physics. And what happened to the two sets of molecules in such a case? Well, in a normal situation, both superimposed objects would explode. The rejection of natural laws would force it to happen. But Damien had directly interfered with the spatial layers to carry out such an action. Rather than simply superimposing, the molecules of the two structures had been forcefully fused into one. The pain that came with such a process and the aftermath was what Elytra was being forced to feel right now. Damien looked away. This was his first time ever torturing someone, and even if he didn't have to truly get his hands dirty, he didn't like the feeling at all. His earthling mentality that barely held a shred of identity in his heart had bore its head. After all, even when he killed, he never did something so gruesome. This is enough. Thinking so, he grabbed her shoulder and teleported her once again, moving her back to her original position. But even he didn't have the power to unfuse those molecules that had already become one. When Elytra was disconnected from the ground, she no longer had legs below her knees. And the most disturbing part of it was the fact that even though she suffered such a severe wound, there were no signs that it was artificial. The stumps in her legs looked as if they were like that since birth. The pain immediately subsided when Elytra was disconnected from the ground. All that was left was the sound of her silent sobbing in the otherwise quiet atmosphere. Damien sighed. He felt like a sinner. But remembering her identity, he steeled his heart. Right? There was never any good or bad in this world. There was only strength. He had said it to the tribe leader of the turbulent blizzard leopards back then, and he had once again come into contact with it today. He didn't like it at all, but in the end, everything was for benefits. And today's actions, they were for the sake of the universe. In order to get rid of a race that threatened all others with extinction, he could no longer view the Nox or anyone affiliated with them as people. His eyes turned cold. Finally settling his gaze back on Elytra, he decided to get this over with as soon as possible. Within Damien's body, In a location that even he couldn't feel yet, there were two formless and colorless essences swirling about. The first was strong and made its presence known, while the second seemed to still be in its infancy. Next to these two essences, there was something that looked like a small black marble. The marble occasionally flickered with dancing black lighting. And at that moment, a small flicker of red and black light came to life. The marble shined black and red, causing even the dancing lightning to shrink back in fear. And in the next instant, the light vanished, causing peace to return to that space. Chapter 267 Demons. Let's start with the simple stuff. Damien said expressionlessly. The woman couldn't answer him right away, though. Her entire body was shaking in fear, and the silent tears never stopped flowing from her eyes. What he had just forced her to experience was beyond her capacity of understanding. Even now, she couldn't comprehend what had happened, and that feeling of disorientation only worsened the mental damage she had. It wasn't as if her legs had simply been dug into the earth. No, they had fused with the earth itself. Essentially, her legs became the ground. The forceful changing of her molecular structure, as well as the suddenness at which it happened, brought unimaginable pain. When compared to being burned alive every day, it was still leagues worse. Damien understood this, and he knew that if he pressed her before she could regain her wits, he would only get incoherent drivel from her mouth. And so he quietly waited, until an entire 30 minutes later. It was curt, or rather, dull, but perhaps because she was still in shock. Damien simply nodded his head and continued. You said you were a relatively important person, right? Another brief reply, but one with much worse connotations. Damien's face contorted when he realized the implications of what he just heard. Demon King Lucius? Damien noted down their names in his mind. He also sighed a breath of relief. Even if he was going against a Demon King with his actions, he was glad it wasn't the strongest of them. But he didn't let his guard down because of this. He knew very well that anyone who could gain the title of Demon King would by no means be weak. What is the strength level of the Demon Kings? Elytra's dull voice once again rang out. Demon Kings are fourth-class existences. Father sent me on a mission to gain experience. Damien was worried about this demon god character, but he focused on the second part of her answer first. Nihility Flame? The black flames that made you go crazy during our fight? Nihility Flame, ranked 23rd on the Heavenly Flame Index. It's a flame with the ability to devour to grow stronger, but it is semi-sentient and unwilling to submit, so it will do everything it can to devour its master. It is the flame that originally belonged to the demon god, but after he was sealed, he passed it on to the demon kings. Damien nodded his head in understanding. The flame was too powerful for her body to bear, and it didn't accept her as its master. Due to this, she was being burned alive every day as it attempted to consume her. And when she lost her cool during battle, it took the opportunity to hasten its consumption. It wasn't that Elytra went insane, per se. It was that she was fighting the Nihility Flame while it randomly controlled her body. Although the target was set to Damien, there was no conscious mind delineating the body's actions, leading to her constant use of beam attacks and long-range mana bursts. Thinking back to the way it tried to get into his body and corrupt him, it all made sense now. Rather than corruption, it was devouring. Unfortunately for the flame, Damien's body had a far stronger devouring force within it. Damien also had to remember that the flame in her possession wasn't a fully formed Nihility Flame. It was growing alongside her, as it had been birthed with her, otherwise she would have long been consumed by it. Not only that, but there was also the so-called Heavenly Flame Index. For a flame so unique and powerful as the Nihility Flame to only be ranked 23rd, what kind of monstrous flames were above it? In any case, the reason she was sent out to head the mission made some sense to him now. For her Nihility Flame to grow and accept her, she had to feed it. And what better way to do so than to slaughter those humans living within the realm? Since they also needed to kill the humans for their other goals, it was a perfect opportunity. But Damien suddenly had a thought. Did the Demon King know that people from the outside world would be here? Father naturally knew of the outsiders. Thinking about it now, it was true. Damien had an ultimate anti-devouring trump card body, but others didn't. Facing the invasion of the Nihility flame, he didn't know how they would last. Damien felt a cold sweat running down his back. Thank God I decided to use her for information gathering. If I had thought to kill her, it wasn't like he had no thoughts of going against the Demon Kings. In fact, he was exactly planning to do that. But only after proper preparations had been made. He was in no condition to face one now. Damien cast a strange look at LitRPG, whose gaze hadn't left the ground since she started talking. I can't kill her now, but I can't simply leave her here. Her spirit is crushed at the moment. So she isn't a danger, but I can't speak about the future. He obviously had a way out of this situation, but he was hesitant to use it. There was no way he'd let this demon woman anywhere near Little Schwer. But thinking about how he could section off portions of the sanctuary like he did when he separated space for his inventory, he figured that it was the best choice. Perhaps he would be able to lure a demon king away from the rest of the demon's forces. If he could do that, a certain plan he had been cooking up could be set into motion. All 4 demon kings have a nihility flame in their body. If I can just devour them, another goal sprouted in his mind. Others might have been wary of a flame that would try to consume them. Others might have been wary about the fact that it would corrupt their mind. But for him, none of these problems mattered. The flames would become docile the second they came in contact with the void essence that always helped him out. As for the mental corrosion, didn't he have a mind prison to entrap any unwanted thoughts? The Void Heartsword Law was something that should have been used to turn him into an emotionless killing machine, but Damien had now decided to repurpose it. He would use it as a convenient method to entrap and extinguish all of the negative thoughts transmitted by the flame. Of course, all of this was simply counting his eggs before they hatched. For any of his plans to work, he first needed to kill a demon king. Taking a deep breath, Damien moved on to his next line of questioning. Chapter 268 Demons. Lord Demon God is the reason that we demons are allowed to exist. All of a sudden, Elytra's tone became respectful, but nothing else about her changed. It was a disconcerting incongruence that Damien didn't understand. According to my father, Lord Demon God is the true body that the 4 demon kings were birthed from. He separated portions of himself and gave them life. When they gained consciousness, they became the demon kings. Whenever Lord Demon God gives an order, the entire demon race will follow without hesitation. Damien looked up and noticed a hint of a sour expression on Elytra's face. She looked as if even she didn't agree with the words she was saying. Damien asked, originally, he wasn't planning to do it all, but something inside of him was telling him to do so. I, of course, am extremely grateful for Lord Demon God, as he is the progenitor and the sole reason for my existence. The look on her face became sourer, and the words she said were basically the words she said prior, just rephrased. It was then that Damien realized where the incongruity came from. It wasn't as if someone was consciously forcing her to speak certain words. Rather, it was more like a command was being carried out by a robot. It was as if, when speaking about the demon god, Elytra had no control over what she said or did. There was a set amount of things she was allowed to say. Seeing her sending slight glances at him, Damien realized that she had used the same words again to cue him in on this. He didn't understand. She had been dull and seemingly broken until this point, but after his questioning, she seemed to have changed her stance. What other reason could there be for her trying to help him gain information? She was a demon too, wasn't she? And wasn't she bragging about her father earlier? It didn't seem like she wanted to defect. Damien decided to replay their conversation so far in his head, from start to finish, and even before when they first met, she had shown a variety of different personalities. Seductive and carefree, spiteful and foul-mouthed, dull and dispirited, and now despondent and reigned. It seemed like a natural progression after being captured and tortured, but the way things happened made it seem different. Damien couldn't figure it out. He wanted to know more about the demon god, but that line of questioning wouldn't get him anywhere. And so, he decided to put aside his confusion and figure out something more practical. Where is you demon's base? Base, I cannot speak of the location, as I will immediately die if I try. As for the movements, there will be a few more city attacks like this one, mainly on the larger cities such as Dark North and Ekatra. The way she gave out information so willingly was suspicious, but Damien had been concentrating his awareness on the surroundings the entire time they had been here, and he didn't notice any oddities. His main concern, though, was the Demon Kings. He knew that he wouldn't be able to feel their presence if they decided to snoop, but he also assumed that they weren't close enough to the location to do so. After all, if they were, there was no way they'd sit still and allow him to do what he had done to Elytra. He wasn't stupid. She wasn't just the Demon King Lucius's daughter. She was also the sole inheritor of the Nihility Flame. Her value to the demons inevitably would be high. Damien sighed. He had a rough idea of how he wanted to move in the future, but he couldn't count for unknown variables. At the end of the day, he was genuinely stepping into something he didn't have the strength to step into yet. After getting the information on the coming raid locations from Elytra, he took an hour to section off a part of the sanctuary for him to leave her. And then he disappeared from his spot. There was plenty more he needed to ask her, but now wasn't the time. He had more pressing matters to take care of. It was only a minute or so later when Damien reappeared again, but this time he was alone. Elytra had already been transferred to the sanctuary. Glancing around the area once more, he flashed back in the direction he had left Feng Qing'er and Qingtan. The thought raced through Damien's head. He doubted whether a demon king could manifest considering the difference between the sanctuary and the real plane. He also knew that finding the location of the sanctuary would be impossible for a mere fourth class. But he still hesitated. It wasn't due to some danger or even the threat of demon kings. No, it was something even Damien himself never expected to happen. The all-seeing eyes. The ability he stole from the spiderback in the first dungeon. It could see through any illusion. He could read the mana surrounding people. It had a sort of danger sensibility, and most recently, he had been able to see the hazy outline of other people's status windows. But there was another ability that he had long forgotten. It was an ability that had shown itself countless times during his time in the dungeon, but rarely manifested after he left. It was the ability that allowed him to sense opportunity. The same ability that allowed him to meet Zara, who had been a loyal companion ever since that day. And now, that ability was ringing bells in his head again. It didn't happen initially, but the second he truly considered killing Elytra, the intuition-like ability urged him not to. He couldn't figure it out. Hadn't he just resolved to never see the Nox or anyone related as people anymore? What would be the problem with killing Elytra after her father had died? He didn't understand it all. His entire being screamed for him to kill her, but the ability directly contradicted it. Damien was stuck in an awkward place, but he didn't have to think too much before making a decision. That ability had saved him from dying multiple times. It had led him to meet a trustworthy beast companion that he would willingly risk his life for. If that ability was telling him that keeping Elytra alive within the sanctuary would give birth to an opportunity, he wasn't going to turn it down. With a faint anticipation about what was to come, Damien's figure breezed through the trial world before coming to an abrupt halt. In front of him, there were two kingdom-toppling beauties who were still bickering as if nothing happened. Damien grinned. Joe. Chapter 269 Demons. Hearing Damien's voice, Feng Qing'er's face immediately showed her annoyance. Oh, you actually care to come back? Damien coughed lightly and averted his eyes. But he didn't say those words out loud. Only God knew what kind of beating he'd receive if he did so. So? Did you get the information you wanted? Where's that demon girl? Qingtan didn't even wait for him to answer, firing off several questions in a row. Damien smiled wryly. It seemed he would have to tell them at least the general information. He'd thought about it on the way back, but he realized that he couldn't really go and tell them everything he knew about the Nox and the outside world, as it wasn't something that could be revealed carelessly. Not only that, but he also felt that it wasn't in their capacity to know, just like it technically shouldn't be in his. N0L. Although he didn't know the reason they were like this, he couldn't simply ignore it. Sure, when it came to the general public, their reasoning could be to not incite mass hysteria, but it was different when even their personal disciples were in the dark. If even those closest to them weren't qualified to receive information from them, then he, as an outsider in a third-class existence, didn't have the right. He'd have to ask the White Dragon King or Tian Yang before speaking rashly. Kuhum, listen carefully. While we may be in this trial world for the sake of the primordial undying tree and its tests, the residents here view it as their homeworld. Essentially, the thousands of years when this realm isn't open aren't simply spent in stasis, Fang Qinger asked. She wasn't in the mood for a random history lesson she didn't need. Don't be impatient. Anyway, as I was saying, there are things going on within this realm that are far greater than merely a trial for us outsiders. Damien went on to introduce the demons and their hierarchy as he had known it so far. He also told them about the elusive plans they had for spilling blood on the land in order for some goal they wanted to achieve. He decided to leave out matters concerning the Nihility Flame and his own plans, since the Soul Inheritor was in his possession and the rest of the possessors were demon kings. But other than that, and the matters pertaining to their relationship with the Nox, he didn't leave out anything. Even the so-called demon god was mentioned. By the end of his story, both girls had solemn looks on their faces. Damien didn't know enough about their schemes, since even Elytra wasn't told anything of relevance. But even with the basic information he had told them, they knew that something big was going on. That's great and all, but do we really need to get involved? Qing Tan suddenly spoke up. Damien shook his head. I guess we don't necessarily need to get involved, but it's for the best that we do. Seeing that she wasn't convinced, Damien added a cherry on top. Besides, if you look at the proportion of beings in this world, the demons are undoubtedly the most prevalent race. Qing Tan's eyes lit up at the mention of benefits. Damien inwardly clicked his tongue at this, but he didn't say much. After all, even he was somewhat similar. If it wasn't for his knowledge of the overall situation, he'd probably be the same. Feng Qinger, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. A fiery aura had coated her body before anyone noticed. Those damn bastards, they dare to harm innocent mortals? Furious mutters left her mouth. Her mind kept remembering the scenes of the destroyed villages she had seen on her way to Astoria, the cold corpses that littered the ground. Even infants hadn't been spared from the slaughter. The whole thing made her furious, but she hadn't had anywhere to vent her fury. That is until now. Demons, demons, demons. Her head suddenly shot up, her phoenix eyes glaring at Damien. Tell me where they are. Damien watched her in amusement, trying his best to suppress the chuckle that threatened to leak out of his mouth. Relax, you'll get your chance to kill. However, rushing into their base isn't something any of us can do carelessly. Actually, even if we thoroughly plan, it still isn't something we should do. There are 4 fourth-class existences staying there. Even in the case that we can evade their radars, even the smallest mistake will mean death. For now, we should focus on the cities that Demon Woman told me about. The best thing we can do is stop the assault and slaughter more demon generals. When the time comes, we can move on to commanders. Unlike the generals, who number in the hundreds, there are only 10 commanders. As Damien spoke, Feng Qinger seemed to calm down slightly, though the air around her was still burning. Qing Tan, on the other hand, seemed much more practical. That's a good plan, but is there any assurance that the commanders will actually come out? Right, that's how it usually would be, and we definitely need to keep an eye out for such a situation. But the Demon Kings severely underestimate us. No, it's not right to say they underestimate us. Rather, their estimations are based on those ordinary geniuses. We could be considered outliers that they haven't planned for. If my guess is right, they'll send a few commanders out without much thought when they first hear about us. Qing Tin nodded in agreement. A bright smile emerged on her face as she spoke. It looks like things are starting to get a lot more fun. Damien smiled wryly. Where did this girl get all her energy? Did she really have to be so peppy all the time? But it wasn't so bad. She reminded him of an older and more scary version of Little Shui. Shaking off his thoughts, Damien returned to the main point. Chapter 270 Demons. Dark North, Ekatra, Scheherazade, and Relia. Even if we split up, we won't be able to cover them all. And all 4 will have the same lineup as we face today. That shouldn't be a problem, though. It's not like we had difficulties dealing with the ones from earlier. Hey, I could have finished them off easily if I was actually trying. Plus, I fought two while you each only fought one. The trio began discussing their plans forward, and in the end, they decided to split up. Damien would go to Scheherazade, Fang Qing to Ekatra, and Qingtan to Relia. Luckily enough, Dark North seemed to have been occupied by another faction of geniuses who came to the secret realm. Feng Qinger had assured him that it'd be fine, but frankly, he didn't trust those normal geniuses. Although Qing Tan's presence surprised him, he knew for certain that there weren't any other outliers like the three of them present. And against demon generals, those normal geniuses would have to give their all. To do so while protecting a city? N0L. Not to mention, they most likely wouldn't care enough to stick around and protect the city. Once things started looking bad, their desire to live would overcome their greed for contributions, and they would flee immediately. As such, Damien chose to go to Scheherazade, since the distance between it and Dark North could be covered in a few hours if he abused teleportation and moved at full speed. Just because you're closer to Dark North, don't think you'll be able to hog all those points to yourself. Feng Qingya Hahumpft. Qing Tin giggled at her provocation. Damien watched their quarrel with a light smile before turning to look in another direction. There, far in the distance past where his eyes could see, was Scheherazade. Bidding farewell to the bickering girls, Damien parted ways, immediately rushing in that direction. There should still be plenty of time before the armies reach Scheherazade, but I don't want to risk it. Damien had a wry look on his face. Thinking of the massive wave of enemies he'd have to face, he began to miss Zara. After all, even if it was a horde of second-class beings, they'd still waste his mana. If Zara was with him, they'd be able to sweep a situation like this much faster and without problems. Sending his awareness into a shadow, he was once again met with her sleeping figure. Even after so many months, she hadn't moved in the slightest. But he definitely noticed the changes in her body. Her coat had become much silkier and full. Her wings had become more expansive, and even her tail seemed to possess a sort of whipping power it didn't have before. The most striking change was probably the silver fur that began to grow on her forehead like a marking. It gave her a mystical feeling she didn't possess before. The aura she gave off had gone through so many changes that he almost doubted it, but he decided not to dwell on it. Whatever she was when she returned to his side, she would still be his Zara. That wasn't something that had changed regardless. Damien spread his awareness to the far reaches of his limits, observing carefully to find traces of the demon army that was approaching. And as he got closer and closer to Scheherazade, the traces of activity and slight hints of mana in the surroundings only got more prevalent. I'm getting closer, but from Elitra's information, Scheherazade should still be a few days away. It was much more beneficial to him if he could do so, spreading his attacks to cover the radius of the entire city and beyond wasn't difficult per se. But as always, being able to concentrate his strength in one direction would yield much better results. Swoosh! The whistling winds became fiercer as Damien suddenly increased his speed. Even the sky began to crackle with signs of a storm. The trial world in the primordial undying realm looked massive if one stood at ground level, but if they managed to make it to the peak of the tallest mountain, they'd realize that the size was somewhat of an illusion. While the size of the realm was indeed large, it wasn't to the point that it'd warrant marvel. After all, in its totality, it was only the size of a portion of the country of America. Compared to the grandiosity of other locations Damien had visited in the past, it wasn't much. But it could only be considered normal. In the end, this trial world was only one of many. There were 8 more trial worlds of similar size that operated semi-independently, where the rest of the hundreds of geniuses were undergoing their own trials. That was why, although the location of the Demon City stayed hidden to Damien and his companions, it wasn't actually far beyond their reach. Located on a mountain a few hundred kilometers away from the city of Astoria, a sprawling city stood tall. It was comparable to the cities Damien saw in the outside world, taking up almost the entire slope of the mountain. And in comparison to the cities below, It was a true behemoth. Thousands of seemingly human creatures lived within this city. The only thing differentiating them was the occasional non-human traits they carried, such as horns and tails. The city's architectural style couldn't be considered as anything special, but the ambience was indeed somewhat odd. Despite the jovial and calm atmosphere surrounding the people who lived within it, the aura the city gave off was dark and gloomy. And near the peak of the mountain where the city was located, there were 4 towering castles carrying a similar black theme to them. Perhaps when one saw these castles, they'd immediately be led to believe that they were the most important part of the city, the thing that the people in the city would worship most. But that assumption would be proved wrong the second one gazed upon the peak. At that peak, there was a massive pantheon that outstripped the castles in grandiosity by leagues. The dark aura congregated in this pantheon was far greater than anything the city or even the castles could produce, but the scenes beyond its walls were something that normal citizens wouldn't be able to witness even if they offered their very lives in exchange. Chapter 271 Demons. We don't know for certain. Just lost contact? Didn't the inheritor go with them? Indeed, she has a tendency to be willful. That's true. Even if they were sacrificed in this mission, it doesn't affect the grand plan at all. Within the pantheon, hushed voices rang out, discussing matters that seemed to contain an importance that normal people couldn't fathom. None. Yes, if it's the Lord's plan, we do not need to question anything. A new question was brought up, attracting the attention of those present. The outsiders? Aren't they just kids that were sent in? They may be kids, but that doesn't mean they don't pose a threat. Other than Astoria, the outsiders found in other cities have been subpar. Even against mere generals, they were forced to struggle. I don't understand why the Lord would place any importance on them. Enough. We don't question the Lord's decisions. We only follow them. There's no need for you to mention it. The beings within the pantheon nodded their heads. They only had one purpose for existence, and that was to serve the Lord. Power? Fame? Pleasure? None of it mattered to them as much as a single word from him. In any case, we have nothing to do besides follow what he says. None. Do not become complacent. Those 4 are different from the rest of us, and they are much more powerful. A solemn atmosphere covered the group. We must be certain that they don't prioritize their own goals. They gnashed their teeth. If it wasn't for the restriction placed by the cursed deity, they'd have surpassed the demon kings in strength long ago. But they couldn't do anything about it. They were forced to stay within the levels of 3rd class, and they couldn't even deepen their comprehension any further than they already had. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Make sure to keep a good watch on our forces and prepare for the Lord's orders at any time. Until then, we can only wait. A series of affirmations followed the statement. An eerie silence once again filled the pantheon. Within one of the 4 large castles located not far from the pantheon, a man sat in his study with a gloomy aura surrounding him. His gaze was focused on the papers in front of him, his long blonde hair brushing against the desk. From the crease on his forehead and the beads of sweat that trickled down his brow, it was evident that he was under a great deal of stress. Crack! The pen in his hand snapped in half. The man's hand had clenched hard enough to turn the remains of the pen into dust. Get rid of her? You think you can get rid of her? The man gnashed his teeth as he muttered. His frightening red eyes looked especially bloodshot. His fist shattered the desk in front of him. He crazily began destroying everything around him. Lamps were thrown, bookshelves were toppled. He looked as if he had gone crazy. If she had died, I'd know by now. There isn't a single person in this world who can overcome my soul technique. So why? He wanted to roar. He wanted to vent his frustration. He wanted to kill. But he knew that most of the servants attending to him within his castles were planted there. Any signs of agitation he showed would only be used against him. The man took a deep breath to calm himself down. His bloodshot eyes slowly became as tranquil as an undisturbed lake. Any emotion on his face was wiped clean. In this state, he slowly walked to the window that overlooked the mountainside. His gaze briefly landed on the demons in the city below him, but soon went past it. With his level of existence, he could even faintly see Astoria in the distance. But the city was calm. There was no army invading it, and there wasn't even a trace of destruction anymore due to the workings of the trial world. However, he had seen it previously. He had felt that foreboding sense and watched carefully at the location where the battle had been. Seas of flames, flickering shadows. With just this much, there wouldn't have been enough danger. What he was truly wary of were the thunderclouds that appeared later. After those thunderclouds appeared, the battle soon halted, and he lost the connection he once had. What the hell happened? Was there a mishap? Rather than the individuals who had wiped out the army of insects that had been sent out, he was more worried about the flame. If that flame took over, it would end everything. What would he have worked so hard for at that point? The other three should have been watching as well. What were they up to? His barely concealed fury almost erupted again, but he managed to calm himself down. If the flames had taken over, I should have at least felt something. And even if they took over, the connection should still be maintained. In the end, the man could only sigh in desperation and move away from his spot at the window. This study was his only safe place. It was the only place he could drop his facade and be himself. The eyes within his palace couldn't penetrate it, since he had put years of effort into making it what it was. And because of this, he had no reason to stop the single tear that fell from his eye. My daughter, I hope you are still alive. Even if you are in pain, I hope you can endure. You are all I have left in this world. Chapter 272 Demons. 10,000 years. Was that a period of time that could be grasped by a human? Was that a period of time that any normal existence would be able to look at and understand? It wasn't. It wasn't something he would have been able to grasp if he hadn't experienced it himself. It had been 10,322 years since his race first arrived in this realm. He knew because he had counted every day of it. The primordial undying tree. The rumors about the heavenly treasure superseded it. He had heard of it long before its realm opened to the world. Back then, there were no restrictions like the one he was subjected to now. There was nothing limiting the strength of those who entered. He remembered that day as if it had happened only yesterday. Their race that once boasted millions was reduced to only 10,000. Oh, that day, every single one of them decided to take the risk. After all, there were benefits within the realm, and there was only extinction outside of it. But never in their wildest imagination did they think that their only path was extinction. Was it fate? He asked himself countless times. No, it wasn't fate. It was simply the whims of a being far more powerful than they could have fathomed. Their race, which had been reduced to 10,000, has been further reduced to only a few thousand. Even of those few thousand, only 4 remained who had power. But even the 4 of them ended up corrupted. Those who remembered the true purpose and origin of their race had already died. The rest had been brainwashed since birth. Now, even his own race was nothing more than enemies like the rest. Even the other 3 who remembered were nothing more than enemies. In this world, he alone bore the grudge and resentment of 10,000. He alone had the courage and grit to act upon that grudge. He had once met a woman similar to him. A woman that questioned the reason why their race was in such a situation where they were nothing more than glorified slaves. What interested him most about her, though, was that she was born so long after the original calamity that the circumstances should only be normal for. Was she blessed to have a brain like hers? Or was she cursed? At first, he thought it was the former. He was happy to have met her. The time he spent with her made him realize that his efforts weren't totally in vain. He even had a child with her after some time passed. But that woman, perhaps she was fated to live a short life. Or perhaps the gods above wanted his thirst for vengeance to rear its ugly head again. They didn't even try to make her death seem like an accident. They boasted about it, parading her corpse around his castle as if it was some kind of trophy. And he couldn't do anything about it no matter how much he wanted to. Such were the effects of the corruption he had been forced to undergo. The only things he had left in this world were his vengeance and his daughter. But now, even she had disappeared. You have to stay alive. Please, stay alive. He transmitted his earnest desires into his mana. He knew there were 2 gods in this realm, and only one of them had the capacity to help him. He knew that God at least had some amount of conscience. He knew that God was opposing the vile being he resented with all his heart. If it wasn't for that, then the restriction that prevented his enemies from getting stronger wouldn't be in place as it was now. And so he pleaded. He pleaded with everything he had to that god in hopes that it would hear him and grant him miracle. And time passed. It was only a few tens of minutes, but it felt like eons to him, until a notification that he had seen only once before showed itself in front of him again. Furious clouds of thunder and lightning raged through the air. With every strike that lightning bore down, tens and hundreds of abominations were turned to ash. Even the demon captains, who saw themselves far above the abominations, were met with the same fate. They looked into the sky at the terrifying being that was causing such a calamity to befall them. Even though they were the demons, they felt that the moniker suited him far better. Boom! Another roar of thunder sounded out, and another peal of lightning struck the ground. The remaining demon captains were torn asunder as if they were rag dolls. As for the man who commanded the lightning, he stood in the sky with a broad grin on his face. Is this enough? Or would you like some more? There were no demon captains left to listen to his words, or they might have coughed blood and died on the spot. This was an appetizer? What about the pandemonium he was causing looked like an appetizer to him? But the man's gaze was focused on the 4 palanquins that stood proud at the back of the army, at a point where the destruction didn't reach. Man, what's with you generals and your love of this gaudy setup? Provoking words continuously left his mouth as lighting wantonly raged around him. Enough time had passed already that the army that used to stand before him had been reduced to dust. The star on his forehead suddenly shone with a bright purple light. Already? But this is only army number 2. He really had to wonder. Well, he already knew that this realm wasn't necessarily designed for someone like him to commit mass slaughter of abominations and demon captains. No normal genius would even think about taking on this kind of army by themselves. I wonder how those 2 are doing. Well, I guess I'll have to clean up soon and sweep Dark North as well. He thought. Such a thought made his grin turn ferocious. He no longer waited for those demon generals to respond to his provocation. His body bent like a bow, using space itself as a foothold to shoot himself forward. Boom! The air exploded as he passed by, and in an instant, he had arrived before the 4 palanquins. Reddish-orange combined with pitch-black lightning and coated his arms in a dreary color. Without pausing his steps, he crashed into the first palanquin at full speed, his fist shooting forth to impact the being within. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as the elephantine beast exploded into chunks of meat due to the force of the collision. A black streak flew from within the explosion, stabilizing itself a few hundred meters away. The demon general had a massive scythe in his hand, but its blade seemed to have a small crack on it. A trail of blood left his lips as he glared at the man standing in the middle of the explosion, and Damien flashed a bright smile back at him. Chapter 273 Demons. Swoosh! The winds were whipped into a frenzy as 3 figures shot backwards at the same time, leaving their palanquins and making distance from Damien. They only stopped their retreat after regrouping with their comrade, who had been blown away during the previous impact. Oh ho! The 4 of you are acting together. Damien mocked with a grin. Oomph. If you think such vulgar provocation can incite us, then you must not have a brain. One of the demon generals scoffed. Hey, don't call them ants. But all he got in response was more mocking words. Faint signs of a vein popping from his forehead emerged on his face. Enough. Jeria, Trom, Dorte, the 3 of you go around and surround him. I'll take the lead. The 3 demon generals nodded before spreading out. Damien simply watched them and let them do as they pleased. Since the dust cloud from his explosive entrance had finally cleared up, he was able to take a good look at the demon generals that he was facing this time. All 4 were male, and just like those from before, they were generally handsome. They shared the same black hair and eyes, but their other features were all varied. Their main differences were the locations of their non-human body parts. The leading demon general, who hadn't announced his name yet, had a pair of twisting goat horns protruding from his forehead. The one named Jeria had a demonic tail, Trom was covered in scales from head to toe, and Dorte had a pair of bat wings spanning from his shoulder blades. See, these guys look more like demons. What's up with Elytra and her human appearance? Perhaps a transformation? Damien imagined Elytra with demonic features for a second before shaking his head. Wasn't he supposed to be in battle right now? He really needed to learn how to control his stray thoughts. While Damien was relaxedly thinking about random things, the demon generals finally got in formation. They warily watched the man standing in the center of them, waiting for him to make a move. But since when was Damien someone who would meet his enemy's expectations? He simply stood there with a finger in his ear, as if the current situation had nothing to do with him. The leading demon general shouted, and the three others charged at once. From Damien's back, a twisting tail shot forward, aiming to pierce him. From his two sides, the other two demon generals rushed forward with fists outstretched. The three attacks that seemed to want to crush Damien, where he stood, soon reached their target with a boom. But Damien was no longer there. His body flashed at the moment of impact, appearing behind Jeria and clenching his tail in his hands. Using it like a chain, Damien swung Jeria's body into the area where he was standing a second before. Boom! Two punches landed on the body of their comrade, causing him to cough up blood as he tried to retreat, but Damien didn't let go of his firm hold on his tail. "Be careful," the leading demon general shouted. "Oh, thanks for the heads up, Captain Obvious. Now they know that I can teleport." Damien yanked the tail in his hand, causing Jeria to swing in his direction. Jeria's eyes widened due to the pain, but in that split second, he steeled himself. Using the momentum of Damien's tug, he shot towards his opponent. Boom! He threw a punch forward the second he reached Damien, not wanting to give his opponent an opportunity to teleport. At the same time, Dorte flapped his wings roughly and appeared behind Damien. For the second time, two punches shot towards his body. The only difference was, this time there was black mana coating the two fists. Damien grinned. His right hand was outstretched backwards, positioned to catch the fist behind him, while his left shot toward Jeria to meet him head-on. Blazing flames shot forth from his fist, meeting the black mana and causing a small tug of war to begin between the two monas. Sun flames raged towards the inky death aura, while the Nox mana tried to corrode it. Boom! At that time, a second impact rang out as Damien's hand caught Dorte's fist. But Dorte couldn't be happy with his success. An odd current of mana encircled his body, causing his movements to gradually slow down to the point where his fist didn't carry any force by the time it hit. And even when he tried to move or use his mana to block the force, he was unable to do anything to it. So, how's the combo attack going? Actually, there's only two of you attacking right now. What happened to the other two? Scared? Damien casually chatted while holding off the two assaults coming towards him. Feeling enraged by his casualness, Jeria threw his other fist forward, trying to throw a hook into Damien's stomach. Bang! A swift kick landed on his chest before his arm could reach Damien at all. Now, stay obedient and don't try to be an overachiever. Damien spoke lightly while twisting his body to the right. Swoosh! A black beam shot past his head as he did so. Oh, so the leader is a ranged combatant. Damien's fist, which was still connected to Jeria's as their manas clashed, swiftly changed positions to grab his wrist. His mana gushed into his hands, causing space to distort around the two fists in his grip. Two pained shouts rang out along with the sound of bones cracking. Damien then let go of their hands and flashed away again. The frenzied attack of the final combatant, Trom, reached his position at the same time. You should have sat patiently and watched. Damien's voice was like the devil's whisper, ringing into Trom's ear as if he was right behind him. Trom quickly twisted his body and threw a heavy kick backwards, but he only impacted air. I can teleport, remember? Even your leader already told you about it. Damien wondered. He was genuinely surprised by how stupid they were. Elytra's case could be excused, since she was fighting an internal battle rather than fighting him. And although the three that were with her were strong, they weren't anything special besides the fact that they had combat prowess above their level. Damien thought as he saw the demon generals flailing around at his provocations. He was just teleporting around while throwing out random statements to rile them up, but they hadn't been able to follow his teleportation at all. This was the effect of Tian Yang's teachings to mask the spatial ripples, but even that could only be useful against opponents below his level and perhaps those around the same level as him. That's when he realized it. Was it that they were too weak, or that he was too strong? Even when he went all out in the past, he always had more moves that he decided not to use or didn't have a need to use. It could be said that the versatility of his destructive power basically made him into a bag of trump cards. But this fact made Damien slightly disappointed. He liked being strong, and he liked the fact that opponents like these couldn't cause him trouble, but he didn't want to get conceited, but he couldn't help it. His defeats were always either in the face of a large group of opponents more powerful than him, or an opponent that vastly outstripped his power level to the point where the fact that he was even fighting became a joke. Well, I'll find him someday. Damien's body reappeared several meters away from the group of demon generals. He was no longer in the mood to play around. Chapter 274 Demons. The city of Ekatra was usually a relatively calm place, especially considering that beasts usually didn't roam around this area. The citizens led their daily lives in peace. However, today, the area outside of the city was wreathed in flames. The ground and even air were scorched to the point where no life could prosper within. But the citizens didn't mind it. After all, those flames were the only reason they weren't being barraged by an army of abominations at the moment. That army which brought despair to their hearts for a brief instant was burned to cinders by the fairy that arrived in front of them. Feng looked at her handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. Since she couldn't teleport like Damien, she wasn't able to intercept the army before it reached the city, but she was at least able to arrive before the attack had actually begun. And she immediately went to work. She didn't try to use any fancy techniques or coordination. Since she didn't have to bring the morale of other people up, she simply went wave after wave of phoenix flames into the massive crowd of abominations until their numbers had dwindled to zero. Now, the only thing left in front of her were those 4 demon generals who had hid within their palanquins until they were the only ones left. Feng growled as she gazed upon their location. Tufts of flame shot from the ground after her words, impacting the elephantine creatures and burning holes into their bodies. A light sigh could be heard from within the main palanquin. Slowly, the veil blocking it from the outside world was lifted and a man stepped out. Feng almost doubted her mind for classifying the being in front of her as a man. After all, he could be considered beautiful more than he was handsome. Long flowing hair and a feminine face that would cause even the straightest of men to swoon. The incongruity between his features made Feng feel an unknown disgust. After him, 3 other demon generals stepped out of their palanquins. Feng didn't know whether or not to be surprised by the fact that they were all women. Beauty, what's the point of needlessly fighting like this? Feng eyes widened. What was this guy even talking about? And why would I do that? She scoffed. Don't be like that. One night, huh? Is that an entire night I get to spend burning you to a crisp? Ha! A feisty one, I see. The man waved his hand, causing an invisible mana to emanate forth. The mana carried a scent that seemed to beckon Feng towards him. Feng eyes dulled slightly as she smelled that scent. Her body began to feel hot and moved on its own to reach his location. That's right. The man opened his arms wide to accept the woman who was slowly flying into his grasp. To be honest, he had been attracted to her since the moment he laid eyes on her. A body that was curvaceous in all the right places and a fiery temperament that was begging to be tamed under him. He almost couldn't stop the lustful expression from surfacing on his face. Feng body floated forward until she was right in front of him. Her dull eyes seemed to be looking straight at him, but at the same time were focused in the distance. The man leaned forward, his face getting closer to hers. Feng foot went forward. Seeing this, the 3 women behind the man smirked. She views herself so high above them just because she eliminated an army of ants? Now, she would become one of them, and they could truly teach her how to behave. In that instant, with all four demon generals focused on Feng Qing'er's face, a crackle of red flashed in her hand. Swoosh! Her hand shot forward faster than anyone could react. The distance between her and the demon general had already been closed to the point where it was impossible to dodge without teleportation. Boom! A bolt of fire zapped between her fingers as she laid her hand on the man's chest. And in the next instant, they entered his body and exploded. A pitiful shriek left his mouth. His body shot backwards like a bullet due to the impact force. If one looked carefully, they'd be able to see a fist-sized hole in his stomach. The three women behind him were still dazed at the sudden turn of events. A pair of blistering hot flame wings emerged from Feng Qing'er's back and flapped powerfully, sending her to the man who was still flying backwards in an instant. "You dare try to seduce me?" Feng Qing'er let out an enraged shout. Her hand grabbed the man's face, causing him to suddenly halt. His previous momentum gathered into the area he was being held from and caused the bones in his neck to shatter. But due to the demon's frightening tenacity, he survived. Unfortunately for him, the small crackle of flames within Feng Qing'er's hand grew until it covered her palm. From there, it transferred into the man's 7 orifices and began to burn. He tried to scream, but due to the miniature explosions that continuously shook his throat, his scream was turned into incomprehensible blabber. It wasn't just his throat, though. His eyes were melting. His eardrums had been popped with extreme force. The bones of his nose and skull were cracked into pieces. It was a horrifying torture. Although she didn't feel satisfied, she knew that she couldn't do much else, since the 3 women who came with the man were charging at her furiously. But seeing them, she smiled beautifully. He was right. Feng Qing'er put on a pondering look. She tossed the corpse of the man to the side. His face was no longer beautiful. It could barely even be registered as a face anymore. His hollowed eyes, nose, and mouth were still filled with the various liquids that had been produced due to Feng Qing'er's treatment. His body was still convulsing even though he didn't have any life force left, and that only served to enrage the 3 demon generals even further. But without care for their feelings, Feng Qing'er expanded her wings to their full span and flapped them viciously. Tens, if not hundreds, of burning feathers coated in crackling flames shot forth, dyeing the heavens red. And in the next instant, it felt like the world exploded. Chapter 275 Demons. Chapter 275 Demons 9. How sad. The words that seemed playful out of context were like the whispers of the devil to the demons who heard them. What to do? What to do? I could tear you apart with my own hands, but I don't want to get my clothes dirty. What if you all kill each other? Oh, that sounds fun. The demons shook. Their bodies wouldn't move no matter how much they tried to will them to. And you don't want to? But I was getting really excited. Okay, how about I let whoever can stay alive until the end live? Fuck this. A demon general couldn't bear the psychological torture anymore. He dropped everything he had on him and ran blindly. He wanted to know which direction he was moving in, but it was impossible. The world was filled with an endless darkness that even the mana within his body feared. So he ran. He ran without thinking of anything else. Perhaps due to the fact that he couldn't see in the first place, he didn't notice when his sight was taken from him. So he continued to run. Perhaps due to the silence that had enveloped them ever since that demonic woman showed up, he didn't realize when his hearing was taken from him. His smell left next. It was at this point when he noticed the stench of blood that had been plaguing him until now. Where did it go? It was what he thought he said, but he couldn't hear his own voice, so he wasn't sure. No, it wasn't even that. He couldn't even feel his mouth moving. He knew he still had his body, otherwise there was no way he'd be able to think. But where was it? Why couldn't he feel it? Where was the ground beneath his feet? No, where were his feet in the first place? Humans, or rather, any creature that didn't live in the sky wouldn't realize the safety they felt on the land until it was taken from them. It wasn't until they were in the sky that they'd realize the security they had taken for granted. The demon general, whose senses were slowly returned to him, belatedly realized the situation. He-2304 could even see the rest of the demon's forces only a few meters away from him. The demon general watched the demon captains ramble off any excuse they could come up with. But he could see it. Their eyes were filled with only the single-minded greed to live. In that moment, he couldn't do anything besides laugh. Laugh at his own powerlessness that got him into such a situation. Ha ha, I see. Good. So this is the true nature of our race that loves to act above all. Ha ha ha. She's right. She was always right. The demon general's eyes were laced with madness as he spoke. And since it's like that, why should it only be me? Why am I the one who has to die here? Ha ha. With no regard for his body, the demon general shot forward at full power, rousing all the mana he had left in his body. No, it wasn't just his mana. Even his life force was burning to grant him more power. In an instant, he arrived in front of the group of demon captains. With the power difference between the two, how could they even predict his actions? Before the demon captains realized what was happening, the demon general's body began to swell. It continued to swell until it looked like his vessel could no longer hold all the energy he had gathered within. Boom! An explosion so massive it caused cracks in the surrounding darkness blasted forth, consuming the demon captains within. Mana raged in the environment for many minutes afterwards before the scene finally calmed down. The demon general felt like he was in an endless abyss. There was nothing in existence besides his mind. And time passed. For the demon general, it was eons. Thousands upon thousands of years spent in darkness. His mind had been corroded past the point where anything close to sanity even existed anymore. The first thing he had heard in ages was the mad shriek coming from his own mouth. But he no longer had the capacity to care. After all, even without his conscious urging, his hands had already pierced his chest and ripped out his own heart. The demon general, whose senses were slowly returned to him, belatedly realized the situation. He could even see the rest of the demon's forces only a few meters away from him. Perhaps he should have felt despair. Maybe that was what was intended to happen. But he couldn't force himself to do so. Those around him could clearly see the bright, relieved smile on his face as his body crumpled to the floor. That was fun. Actually, I changed my mind. The demon captains, the remaining 3 demon generals, and even the mindless abominations that the woman hadn't bothered to kill off earlier were shaking in fear. Unlike the demon general who died, they had all witnessed it. The demon general ran in circles like a madman. He clawed his own face until it was hardly recognizable. His arms broke due to the force with which he was hitting the ground. In the end, he banged his head on the ground while shrieking madly. It was only then that he clawed his heart out with his own hands. 5 minutes. That was all the time it took for everything to happen from start to finish. It only took 5 minutes for her to drive a demon general insane enough to kill himself for the sake of peace. And the instant they realized that this devil woman wanted them to experience the same thing, pandemonium broke loose. The mindless abominations acted on instinct, ripping off pieces of each other's flesh with their teeth and claws. The demon captains turned to each other and began a reckless brawl. As for the demon generals, they fought the hardest. They had no intention of dying here. Inky black mana filled the space of darkness, unseen but still extremely powerful. Massive explosions rocked the air and caused hordes of abominations to crumble. The mayhem lasted for an hour before finally coming to a close. To the woman's surprise, the final contenders were a single demon general and 10 demon captains. The demon general was oozing black blood from several gashes along his skin. His body was fraught with so many injuries that he looked like he would die with a single push. And against him, 10 demon captains who didn't actually fight each other at all. The demon general screamed in rage. That's right. The woman, no. Qingtian looked down at the scene she had caused with a bewitching smile on her face. She waved her hand, causing the massive dome of darkness that had enveloped the 50-kilometer radius around her to retract and enter her body. Her body, which was floating in the air, slowly lowered to the ground. Her footsteps were light and without worries. Her gaze turned north, to the location of the place where she would meet up with her other 2 companions. I wonder if they finished yet? Did that interesting guy show up before me? and she skipped into the distance like a little girl who was just given her favorite treat. Chapter 276 Demons. A single round of Sunflame Dragon's Breath was enough for all 4 demon generals to meet their end. Damien didn't even get the time to collect the efforts of all his provocation after he became disillusioned by their weakness. Of course, they weren't idiots who would simply stand still and allow him to hit them. But using vector control and spatial manipulation to increase gravity around them and lower their mobility was more than enough to solve this problem. Thinking about it, though, this was the first time Damien actually moved his head when he used Dragon's Breath, causing the beam to cover a wider area. It was a good find that he didn't have to be stationary while using the attack, but it wasn't anything he hadn't figured out already. After finishing, Damien started moving northwest in the direction of Dark North. The entire time, he never even set foot near Scheherazade, which he was supposed to be protecting. It's not like he needed the gratitude of those natives, and he didn't need to take a break before moving on either, so it was pointless to go there. Damien's figure flashed in and out of existence as he made his way over to Dark North. Although the 1-meter limit on teleportation got annoying when he needed to travel fast like this, it at least allowed him to train his fine control more than he had in the past. Also, since he was using lightning to boost his speed as well, it allowed him to practice the elemental fusion he had been trying to achieve recently. Like this, Damien traveled to Dark North, arriving at the city 5 hours of constant teleporting. He muttered to himself as he looked at the small city in front of him. It truly did possess a somewhat dark aura around it, which was probably its namesake. Those guys haven't arrived here yet. He couldn't sense the demons even when he spread his awareness to its far reaches, but he didn't think it'd take them too long to arrive. The only reason he made it so early was because the entire confrontation between him and the demon generals didn't last more than 5 minutes. It was a logical deduction. Thinking that he had to go back to Astoria and look for the demon city later, Damien sat down where he stood. Not like I'm in a hurry. He still had around half his mana pool left, but he decided to fill it up to the brim while he waited for Fang, and Tan. With his future plans, he'd have no problems reaching the White Star, let alone a black star that was needed to pass. His star was already bright purple and on the verge of spilling over, so the contribution points didn't interest him. Since Fang and Tan were farther away, it'd take them longer to arrive. As for the demon army, he didn't care if they got here first. He'd just stall them or use them to practice spatial lock until the other two arrived. Thinking thus far, Damien began meditating, revolving the void essence in his body to hasten his absorption speed tenfold. And time passed like this. A playful voice woke him from his meditation. When he opened his eyes, he saw Tan standing in front of him with a smile on her face. He replied blandly, causing her to slightly frown. "What's with the attitude?" She joked. She wasn't expecting such a straight answer from him. She didn't even know how to respond. That is, until he spoke again. "Sai, I just realized how weak the demon generals are. I want a good fight, but I don't know if I'll get one." Tan's eyes widened. That's what was bothering him? A short giggle left her mouth, which she quickly suppressed, but in the end, she couldn't control it. Tan was almost rolling on the floor with laughter at such an answer. She thought inwardly. A thrill-seeker, someone who acted because they wanted to have fun. This kind of person was the most interesting. While the two were chatting, Fang also reached their location. "Damn it," she muttered with a frown. Isn't it a distance thing? You were the farthest away from Dark North." Hearing such a logical answer, Fang couldn't find anything to fault. In the end, she could only turn her head to the side and pout. Naturally, this caused Tan to burst into another fit of laughter. But Damien couldn't bring himself to laugh with her, despite the fact that he also found Fang's behavior amusing. By all intents and purposes, the demon army headed for Dark North should have arrived already. Not even recently, but long ago. Damien frowned. Even without his danger sense, it was clear that something was wrong with the current situation. He spread his awareness to its limit once again, and what he saw made his expression turn ugly. Shit, the demon army had come. There was no doubt about it. The problem was there were no abominations within that army. What he saw on the horizon was an amalgamation of inky black aura that clouded the heaven and earth. Thousands of captains, tens of generals, and 3 beings that radiated a stronger aura than all of the previous forces combined. Intan Materth. It seemed her awareness had also been spread. So what if they're commanders? But Damien shook his head at her statement. Sure, if it was only commanders, it'd be an easy fight. Qing Tian asked. Fang King scoffed. You saw how useless they were during the battle at Astoria. But these aren't the same low-rate geniuses that were in Astoria. Well, it's not like we have a choice either way. From the way they have their auras blazing before they even got here, and also the fact that they sent exactly 3 commanders, it's obvious that we're their targets. We'll do what we can. That's all I can say. There's a famous scholar by the name of 21 Savage who said these beautiful words. I'd rather be broke in jail than be dead and rich. That scholar's words are wise. We have a similar saying, it's better to be a living dog than a dead lion. In any case, let's grab the geniuses within the city. Damien gazed at the horizon with a gleam in his eyes. He had a feeling that the fight he was craving was on that horizon, beckoning him. Damien's pupils flashed in a blood-red light. His fangs and claws elongated. His battle lust had come out full force in anticipation. Chapter 277 Racing. It didn't take long for the forces within Dark North to congregate at the gates with Damien, Feng Qing, and Qing Tan. Of course, they vehemently opposed at first when they were told about the forces they were up against and their number, but it didn't take long to change their mind. Dark North was in an odd geographical position, situated in a zone where beasts rarely, if ever, roamed, so the surroundings were naturally desolate of contribution points. The geniuses were even completely unaware of the existence of demons until they were informed of the incoming force. So these geniuses still had stars that shone bright silver or with a dull yellow hue that indicated they had just recently reached the golden star level. For them, it would take tons of extraneous effort for them to find even a single beast, let alone enough for them to level up their stars. So something like a war, it was a perfect opportunity for them. None of them wanted to be ejected from the primordial, undying realm so early. They would lose out on any sort of treasure at all if they were. As such, their minds were changed in that instant. Damien didn't know whether to be disgusted at their ability to easily change their faces in the presence of benefits or admiring of the fact that they had the courage to participate in such a large-scale battle at all. Like this, their original 3 ballooned until they had a little over 50 geniuses gathered together to face the incoming army. That was around half of the geniuses that had entered the trial world together. Combined with those that stayed in Astoria, Damien had met 3/4 THS of the total number. As for the remaining January 4th TH, they were most likely dead or living in the wilderness while hunting for beasts. Either way, he didn't really care. Even as his gaze scanned the crowd of geniuses, his face remained passive and indifferent. He could clearly sense and see the mana emitting from their bodies. And frankly, he wasn't impressed at all. He couldn't understand. They were totally average in his eyes, and that was a compliment. But they couldn't be faulted for appearing like this, especially since they were being compared with figures like Long Chun, Ruyue, Feng Qing, and Qing Tan. Perhaps it was Damien's mistake due to the type of people he usually associated with, but that didn't change his outlook on the situation. In his mind, he was only being realistic. With their levels, they at least shouldn't have a problem with a horde of demon captains holding them back. This was the entirety of Damien's expectations for the geniuses in front of him. Sighing lightly, he briefly looked at Feng Qing, who was strongly commanding the geniuses and giving them orders, and Qing Tan, who was happily watching from the side. When she sensed his gaze, she smiled at him and waved. He shook his head wryly. His gaze soon left his own camp and looked towards the demon army that was speedily approaching. There was only an hour until their clash would begin. About half a day ago, when Damien, Feng Qing, and Qing Tan had just finished defeating their respective demon armies, a second convening took place within the Pantheon at the Demon City. It was truly a good idea to put the record crystals on those generals before they moved. You call that interesting? Worthy? They aren't even worthy enough to lick our Lord's feet. Even we are not worthy of such an action, but our Lord has still allowed us the opportunity. Anyway, enough of that. Indeed, a hindrance. The man at the head of the meeting watched his comrades arguing with a passive look on his face. In the end, he decided to speak. "Sigh, you lot still have a habit of looking down on everything and everyone. It isn't complacency, and you know it. We are beings at the peak of third class. Even if we wanted to, there is no more area for us to improve without undergoing universe baptism. Indeed, their power cannot compare to us in the slightest. Enough. Will you take responsibility if they end up becoming a hindrance to our Lord's plan? Will you dare to speak the same words at that time? We'll take care of them now." Huh. Since when did you get to make that decision? They're just brats. You are talking in circles due to your arrogance. If you don't want to go, then simply don't. The beings at the table glanced at each other, hesitant to raise their voices. None of them wanted to take on a task that they deigned beneath them. But in the end, 3 still volunteered. The man at the head of the table nodded his head. "Good. Croa, Winthrop, and Polius will take on the task this time. Gather forces and head out immediately." Emergency? Do you truly think anything like that will happen this time? Right. Didn't I say it before? We need to prepare for anything. If you all are forgetting, the Lord told us that there was another entity of equal strength to him in this realm. Indeed, when they were reminded of the fact, their arrogance faltered. If their Lord could lend them his power, who was to say that that entity wouldn't do the same to their enemies? Other than the fact that it set barriers around the human cities to prevent an easy slaughter, that entity had been silent this whole time. But if they thought about it, it could be due to the fact that the only beings it could support within this realm were mortals without cultivation. Now that powerful individuals had entered, what reason did that entity have to remain passive? Although they didn't want to admit it, they were no match for such an entity. The 3 beings begrudgingly took the record crystals they were given and left the Great Hall. In another hour, they had already gathered thousands to follow them. And with such a force, they immediately set out towards Dark North. Considering that there were only 4 human cities in this entire region, and 3 had already been attacked, it was too easy to know where their enemy would be. "Lord! Lord!" A panicked voice rang through the study as a maid barged through the door. Judging from her disheveled look, it was clear she rushed in a hurry. "Oh, something interesting?" Although he maintained his indifference, a trace of interest could be seen from within his eyes. Of the hundreds of servants that occupied his castle along with him, Tricia was one that he knew he could trust. He had raised her from birth, after all. Even though she wasn't his daughter by blood, his love for her was only slightly below what he had for his own daughter. But he was a man who learned from his mistakes. Outwardly, he didn't show a hint of emotion towards her, whether it be love or hate. "Lord, the apostles have made a move. 3 of them are currently gathering a large number of captains and generals for unknown purposes." Chapter 278 Racing. What could possibly cause the apostles to move for war? The humane within the realm couldn't cultivate, so they didn't have an opponent that wasn't the demon kings themselves. But it still didn't entirely make sense to him. The apostles were special existences. They could control him due to the corruption that had been forced upon him by their bastard lord, but their power couldn't match a true 4th-class existence in a real fight. But against a 3rd class? They were nigh invincible. They had reached a level where normal 3rd-class existences had not a single chance against them. So why were they moving? What caused them to do so? Demon King Lucius's mind suddenly moved towards the scene he had witnessed a few days prior, a storm that had eclipsed the entire demon army it faced. But even then, there should only be a single apostle acting. 4-3 to move was begging overkill even for someone as powerful as that Stormbringer. If it was like that, then things started to make more sense. Still, 3 apostles. This seemed like a chance unlike any he had gotten in many thousands of years. "My daughter," worry coated his face once more as he thought of her. Although he still wasn't able to re-establish the mark he had placed on her, he knew she was alive. His intuition was telling him so. And the intuition of a fourth-class existence wasn't something that could be thrown away as a mere feeling or speculation. It was the only logical conclusion. The Stormbringer was the most powerful of the outsiders that had been present at the battle his daughter had taken part in, so her being in his possession wasn't a far-reaching thought. If it was him in that situation, he would have taken the most powerful of the enemy forces and tortured them for information. Was there any other course of action more fitting? The thought of his daughter being tortured brought him endless pain, but he knew he couldn't direct his anger at the Stormbringer. As he was in the same situation at one point in time, he couldn't fault the other party's actions. If it was him, he'd have long since killed the enemy after they lost their use. And the Stormbringer seemed to be someone who could become a valuable ally to him. Since his daughter was alive, he could at least be grateful for this much and put down his personal grudge for the sake of long-term benefits. He could only hope that she wasn't too distraught or damaged. "Forgive me, my daughter." Demon King Lucius organized his thoughts before turning his attention back to Tricia. "Gather our personal forces and send a group of generals to aid the Apostles' expedition. Pass my orders down." Tricia bowed to the Demon King once again and hurriedly left his office. Not even 10 minutes, she returned to report the completion of her task. Demon King Lucius watched the army that was leaving the demon city from the window in his study. His expression remained unreadable even then. There was only half an hour until the enhanced demon army was projected to reach their location, but Damien had suddenly vanished from sight. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already told Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan that he was leaving to prepare something, panic would have spread through their camp. After all, he was expected to deal with one of the three most powerful arriving beings along with the two women, so his presence was incredibly important to their coming battle. As the demon army continued to get closer to them, Damien began to feel a sense of foreboding that wasn't present before. He felt that something out of his control would happen, and this feeling quickly quelled the reckless battle lust that was threatening to consume him. Due to this foreboding feeling, Damien decided to grab a final card that he wasn't planning to take yet. He wanted to complete the process at a later date. But now he was back in his sanctuary, looking at the haggard figure of a woman on the ground. She hadn't been fed anything for the past day that she had been confined here, so it was only natural for her condition to deteriorate. And although Damien knew it was cruel, this was the best treatment he could offer to an enemy. At least he hadn't killed her. Elytra's eyes were still dull, as if she had already ended her life, but Damien could still feel the life force within her body. It was only natural considering her condition. The flame was probably much closer to winning and consuming her than it ever had been before. But that wouldn't last much longer. The final card Damien wanted was this flame itself, ranked 23rd on the Heavenly Flame Index. In his hands, he knew this flame could become an extremely powerful tool. He wanted to steal it from the Demon Kings, since their Nihility flames were bound to be more powerful, but for now, he'd settle for hers. He could always consume more in the future. Without talking to Elytra at all, or even acknowledging her, Damien put his hand on her shoulder and inserted his low-level void essence into her body. Quickly circulating it, he found the Nihility flames raging throughout, as if it was a wolf and untamable bull. Feeling some pity for her, he used his void essence to wrap around the rampaging flames and congeal them at a single point. Although they tried to resist, what was the point? Even the most powerful of Monus were nothing in front of the void. The raging flame quickly became docile and formed a ball at Elytra's chest before shooting up her throat and out of her mouth. A fit of coughs left her mouth as the clump of black flames exited. Soon after, they obediently entered Damien's body. The Nihility flame spread through his body the same way it did with Elytra, the only difference being its attitude. The flame fused with his muscles and bones, empowering them. It mingled with his black lighting as if they were close friends. Even under the fear of void essence, it was acting cozier than he expected. But he didn't have time to question it. Sensing the disappearance of the constant pain that had been racking her body for as long as she could remember, some light entered Elytra's eyes again. Her weary gaze landed on Damien, who was curiously playing with the obedient nihility flame between his fingers. The light in Elytra's eyes brightened once more at the sight. Something in her mind seemed to click. Her voice was hoarse, but she still managed to force it out. Damien looked at her in shock. She said it with much more confidence the second time. "You who has tamed the nihility flame. The one who saved me from endless torment." As she spoke, her eyes seemed to shine. The restriction that stopped her from speaking certain words had been entirely lifted in the mysterious space she was now in. It only made her want to worship Damien as her lord even more. The fact that he was only a third class like her, yet was able to accomplish something that even her father couldn't do. It made her body feel a tingling sensation she had never felt before. "You're aware that I tortured you like a day ago, right?" Damien was baffled. He couldn't understand her at all. He even thought she was trying to make a ploy for revenge. But her eyes were so clear and her emotions so thick that he couldn't immediately say she was fooling him. Elytra didn't seem to register his words at all, though. She lowered her body until she was in a kowtow position and placed her head on the ground. "If my lord wishes to punish me, this lowly servant doesn't dare to resist." Damien wanted to understand what was happening, but he once again realized how limited his time was. "Sigh, I'll deal with you later." Bothered by her enthusiasm, Damien ended up leaving a pile of food and water in the confinement area, so her condition would slightly improve. Her mana was still sealed, and she no longer had legs, so he didn't have any reason to deem her a threat anyway. "Do you truly expect us to wait for another ant to show up?" When Damien reappeared in the trial world, he was greeted by the scene of the demon army already in confrontation with the assembled geniuses. The commander at the forefront of the force stood in the air with a high and mighty look on her face, mocking the geniuses. "Ah, special treatment? As if you deserved to say something like that." And Fang was standing in front of her with a similarly proud look on her face. The atmosphere was already heated on the verge of exploding. Damien smiled wryly at the scene. Chapter 279 Racing. The chosen location of the battle was actually relatively far from Dark North. With the clash of so many forces with a much greater average power level than the ones from previous battles, it was obvious that the collateral damage would be far greater. Fang didn't want to take any risks. Even though she was aware of the barrier that protected Dark North and the rest of the cities, she didn't want to put her trust into something she couldn't control. That's why she had the geniuses travel away from the city to meet the incoming army halfway. Of course, Damien had already left for the sanctuary by the time the procession began, but for some reason, he had landed in the midst of the crowd of geniuses when he arrived back in the primordial, undying realm. He was confused by the fact, sure, but judging by the current situation, he didn't have any time to dwell on it. Battle was already on the verge of erupting. At this close proximity, the difference in scale between the two sides became even more obvious. In front of the 1,000-strong army, the coalition of geniuses looked like nothing more than an ant in front of an elephant. But the clash of auras was entirely different. Although the geniuses were still on the losing side, the difference wasn't as drastic as the sheer numbers difference made it seem. If Damien released his full aura in addition to the tide of aura that was already being supported by Feng and Xing Tan's massive presences, he didn't think they'd be losing out by much. This scene made Damien a bit more hopeful for the soon-to-start battle. "Wasn't there supposed to be 3 of you at the head? That handsome man I saw on the record crystal, where did he go? What do you know? Why would anyone run away from this army of ants?" Damien raised his brow at her words. This Feng who always tried her best to pick a fight with him, was actually making him seem so lofty in front of the enemy. He thought he might have to change his opinion of her. Judging that it'd be a fun time to pour fuel on the fire, Damien began to push his way through the crowd. "Ah, excuse me, coming through. Hey, which one of you assholes is touching my ass?" A small commotion erupted as he roughly made his way towards the front of the crowd. He intentionally roughed his hair up a bit to make himself look sleazier than he usually did. When he reached the front, he ignored the stares of the demon army and the commanders and made his way into the air next to Feng "Joe." Feng smirked when she realized what he was doing. "No, nothing much. Just an ugly bitch and her entourage trying to act high and mighty." I just woke up from a nap. The accommodations in Dark North are actually really nice. Damien spoke while yawning and stretching his body. Oh ho, I'll have to go check it out after we clean up here. Swoosh. Both of them suddenly moved their bodies to the side, slightly, as a black bullet shot past them. The female demon commander growled with annoyance plastered on her face. Didn't I tell you just now? Damien fondled his chin with the face of a wise sage as he scanned the demon commander from head to toe. Face 3. Body a solid 5. Her personality seems to be a 1, though. Even the geniuses behind him almost failed to hold back their laughter. She wasn't that bad, was she? Even though she's an enemy, did you really have to stomp her dignity like that? The demon commander was truly on the average side when compared to beauties like Fang and Qing Tan. But if she was put in the middle of a crowd of normal women, she still had looks that were bound to stand out. The female demon commander's face quickly became cold when she heard his words. Truth be told, her appearance had always been a sore spot for her. Due to the continuous infusion of mana, as they leveled up, cultivators would become more and more beautiful. Natural-born beauties like Ryue would become heaven-toppling with time, to the point where even gods would fawn over them. But Croa, the demon commander, wasn't blessed with natural beauty. Even after becoming so powerful and leveling up to such a point, she was only slightly above average. Seeing beautiful women like Elytra always made her feel inferior, regardless of her status among demons. Enough talk. Croa didn't continue with her arrogant show. Funnily enough, instead of targeting Damien, who had touched her sore spot, her attention was focused on Feng Qinger herself. Intense envy and murderous intent filled her gaze. Suddenly, 2 new figures appeared at her side. Sigh. This is why it's a bad thing to provoke Croa. And how were they supposed to know that? The 2 men casually chatted as they sized up Damien and Qing Tan respectively. Does that matter? The man who headed left was the one named Winthrop, his gaze lecherously scanning Qing Tan's body. As for the man named Polius, he casually stood before Damien. Throughout the whole interaction, the geniuses behind them kept silent. Even while laughing at Damien's jokes, they were already aware of the gravity of the situation. Some of them even thought to turn back and flee at that moment, but it was already too late. If they fled now, their deaths would only be hastened. Even Damien, Feng Qinger, and Qing Tan were aware that they were fighting an uphill battle. But this fact only served to heighten their fighting intent. After all, they had all already experienced the might of the generals. It had given them a certain amount of confidence when facing the commanders. The 3 leaders of each side stood in the air facing each other, and the lower forces were doing the same on the ground. In such a situation, one would expect a certain trigger to be the start of the fierce battle. Perhaps it'd be one side falling to provocation, or some other situation that slowly caused things to escalate. But none of that was present. The second the booming sound of rapid movement filled the sky, the troops on the ground moved as well. The atmosphere soon became filled with the sound of clashing blades. Chapter 280 Racing. Boom! Damien's figure became a blur as he shot through the air and arrived in front of Polius. His fist carried the speed of a bullet and the force of a cannon as it drove towards the latter. Polius shifted his body, causing the punch to brush past his face as his palm shot forward to impact Damien's left hand, which had already begun his follow-up. Swoosh! A fierce kick sliced through the air towards Damien's ribs, forcing him to twist his body to dodge. Instead of trying to attack again from his awkward position, Damien used the twist to build momentum, doing a full 360 and launching his own kick forward. Boom! 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 The sounds of impacts layered over each other as both Damien and Polius dodged and counterattacked each other's blows. Within a single second, tens, if not hundreds, of exchanges had already taken place. Not bad. Polius casually commented while offsetting the force of another mana-infused punch. But Damien wasn't bothered by his demeanor. After all, the 2 of them hadn't really started fighting yet. He knew very well that they were just probing strength at the moment. And Damien had already realized by now how wrong he had been in his previous assumptions. With the level of the demon generals, Even the brief, probing exchange that had already taken place would have been enough to injure them. But Polius was just as casual as Damien. In fact, he might have been even more casual considering how he hadn't even tried to take the initiative yet. "All right, I've tasted enough of your punches." Polius's aura became aggressive in that moment. His eyes turned sharp as they hadn't been before. Boom! He kicked forward, his foot impacting the arms Damien had raised to block. But he didn't pull away. He put more force in his foot, infusing it with mana and blowing Damien back. Damien's body shot back like a comet. Even though he hadn't taken damage, he still had to mitigate the momentum of the kick. Damien's mana immediately spread into the atmosphere, harnessing the surrounding vectors to abruptly stop his body without taking much damage. And he was just in time to see a fist in front of his face. Boom! Damien wasn't able to block the punch, but since he was already controlling the surrounding vectors, he was able to slow its movement slightly. With that gain time, he slightly turned his head so the punch hit his cheek instead of his nose. His neck snapped to the side. Alarm bells rang in his head. In that instant, he decided to stop playing around. His figure flashed, appearing a meter away right as a heavy axe kick loaded with inky black mana passed through his previous position. It looked like Polius also wasn't messing around anymore. Their first round was close combat without the use of skills or equipment, and Damien had come out with a loss. He could blame it on the fact that he had spent most of his time on sword training instead of hand-to-hand combat, but he had no interest in excuses. Since he had decided to abandon the sword, it was his fault and his fault alone that his skills weren't enough to match up to Polius. Damien's arm flickered out of existence, becoming ethereal for a second as he used a move he had neglected for a while. Void Sword Art First Form. Bladeless for the first time, Polius felt a slight alarm bell in his head. He poured mana into his legs and hurriedly kicked to the side, narrowly avoiding a massive spatial fissure that appeared out of nowhere. When he looked at Damien, he realized that the young man had a sword in his hand that wasn't there prior. His legs were bent, and his arm was pulled back as if he was holding a bow. Void Sword Art's Second Form. Horizon Break Boom. A hole was punctured in the space that Polius occupied, trying to force its way past the boundaries of distance and pierce his heart. Not even waiting to see whether his attack had bore results, Damien's figure flashed and became ethereal. Dozens of phantom clones of himself appeared in the air and shimmered as if they were made of dewdrops. Void Sword Art Third Form. Dance of the Void. The myriad phantoms of Damien's figure surrounded Polius and let out a string of attacks, fluidly switching between bladeless, horizon break, and normal sword intent infused slashes that colored the atmosphere. The air was filled with space cracks and punctures, as if it was a sheet of paper that had been bullied by a small child. And within that space was Polius. He moved swiftly, his mana acting like a living entity and pulling him out of the way of every attack Damien threw. His eyes darted around, looking for an opening to counter, but Damien had no intention of giving him one, since this opponent was someone he couldn't defeat by simply abusing the power difference. He was going to abuse his mana capacity and speed instead. Boom! Boom! Two phantom Damiens slashed their swords at the same time, causing two massive fissures for Bladeless to cut off Polius's escape routes to his sides. At the same time, two more phantoms appeared in front and behind him, stabbing their swords like rapiers and unleashing Horizon Break to puncture their opponent's heart. In that instant, the true Damien took the opportunity he had been looking for. He infused a greater portion of mana into his sword than he did previously and used the vectors in the atmosphere to increase the gravity surrounding him. With all the built-up momentum, he heavily smashed his sword down, causing a massive boom to ring out in the surroundings. Void Sword Art Fourth Form. Spatial Collapse Crack. The encirclement of spatial fissures and punctures suddenly burst as the space they encompassed cracked like glass. The scenes of shards of space itself falling to the ground like flower petals caused an odd sense of incongruity that served to confuse people who couldn't fathom the phenomenon, but it wasn't even worthy of being an appetizer for what was to come. As space continued to crack, heaven and earth twisted madly as if they were being toyed with by God. The sky and ground became one entity with no separation, and all creation within began to fuse and rupture simultaneously. The dichotomy of phenomena in the atmosphere around him put immense pressure on Polius's body, threatening to rupture and fuse him into its being. Void Sword Art 5th form. It was at that moment when Polius began to madly push his mana to resist the pressuring of the atmosphere that Damien decided to use something he hadn't even tested practically before. The sword in his hand started to vibrate at extreme speeds, causing the air around it to screech. Even though the weapon had devoured an ancient sword from a Pyron and reached the peak of SSS rank, cracks began to emerge on its surface. Crackle. Ferocious black lightning shot out of Damien's arm and infused into the blade, putting further strain on the weapon. Without any care for its state, bright golden sun flames also shot out and wreathed the blade's surface. Space began to distort around the weapon and compress, causing the wildly dancing flames and lightning to be compacted into the blade, as if they were mere coatings of paint. Damien's will extended into the environment and forcefully took control of the surrounding vectors. This time, he was using their abilities for amplification. Coupled with the innate amplification effect of the sword itself, a truly frightening aura of death began to emit from it. And as if to put the cherry on top, Damien poured a sliver of low-level void essence into the mixture. That was it. The sword could no longer bear the weight of everything Damien stacked on top of it. As the foundation of the weapon began to crumble, Damien swung it for the final time. It was a clean arc, beautiful to the point where everything froze, as if the universe was holding its breath as it watched Damien's movements. It must have been the most beautiful sword move he had ever performed to date. The skillful execution that allowed the blade to stay intact even as it had already started to crumble. This single slash was the epitome of what Damien had achieved during those years that he unceasingly trained his sword. And as that vertical slash finished its path, as the sword in Damien's had scattered into ash, a thin black line cut the entire world in half. The surrounding light was sucked into the slash, making it seem like everything else was unimportant under its luster. And before even an instant could pass, it reached its destination. Dimensional Severance. Chapter 281 Racing. There was no massive explosion, no remarkable sign that his slash had even caused damage. There was only the darkness left behind once all light was consumed by that thin black line. The world was silent. When light once again flooded the area, Damien was finally able to see the effects of his new art. The ground had been cleaved in two, even though the slash didn't extend that far. Although the girth of the new chasm wasn't anything major, the depth and length were indeterminable. Other than that single far-reaching line, nothing else remained in front of him. The distant sounds of battle finally returned as everything went back to normal. It was only then that Damien realized how far he and Polius had moved from the original battlefield. Each of their blows carried the power to wipe out tens of captains at once, so it was only natural that they wouldn't be confined to a small area while making their exchange. As Damien caught his breath, his mind became focused on the sword slash he had just released. To him, it was more than just a mere skill. He had obtained a surprising amount of insight while he performed it. Dimensional Severance. It was something he had been cooking up for a long time, but he never found the proper catalyst to turn it into reality. A sword that could cut through even the dimension itself. This was a move that would be possible to use purely with his dimensional magic, but he hadn't reached a high enough level of understanding to do so. As such, he needed something to fill in the gaps. Now that he had unlocked his low-level void essence, he had finally found that something. As for the black lightning, golden sun flames, and other additions he made before he cast, they weren't necessary unless he wanted to increase the power output. As for why he did it, it was more instinctual than anything. In that moment, when he finally grasped Dimensional Severance for the first time, he simply allowed his mind and body to harmonize without trying to force his will into the process too much. And the results spoke for themselves. Damien had been able to eliminate the commander without much problem. Boom! A sudden explosive sound filled Damien's ears, which promptly began ringing as if he had just survived a nuke. His thoughts immediately scattered, his vision becoming blurry due to the abrupt impact. Damien's body had flown away before he even realized what happened, but after being in life-or-death situations so many times, he was relatively quick to regain his bearings. When he focused his attention on where he was previously standing, he saw the body of a man wreathed in an inky black substance. "Ha ha! That attack of yours sure was something." The man talked in a casual tone, but his words were laced with an unseen rage. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Who else could the man be besides Polius? Impossible! Damien couldn't help but mutter the word. It was truly impossible. With the restriction and pressure of spatial collapse blocking his retreat, it should have been impossible for him to dodge the incoming dimensional severance. Damien was well aware of the power of the attack he had released. Even if it was him in Polius's place, as long as he didn't have the spatial element, he was guaranteed death. I can see that you're curious about why I'm still standing in front of you. Since you've proved yourself as someone worthy for me to use the power bestowed upon me, so allow me to explain. Well, the best way to learn is by doing, isn't it? Polius's figure disappeared, arriving in front of Damien before he could react. A massive hammer made entirely of inky black substance crashed down towards Damien's head. Bang! Damien raised his arms in an attempt to block, pouring his mana into them to heighten his defense. But for some reason, it didn't seem to have much effect. Crack! The sound of his bones breaking seemed especially loud in that moment. But Polius didn't seem to hear it. His foot whipped forth like a scorpion's tail and hit Damien. Square in the chest. Damien shot back like a bullet once again, but the only black hammer followed his path. The hammer in the air morphed its shape and became a towering sword that stabbed towards Damien's chest once more. Damien's body flashed backwards to dodge the slash, but in that moment, Polius grabbed the hilt of the sword and unleashed a wave of black sword intent that followed Damien's movements. In the next instant, hundreds of similar waves joined it in its pursuit. Damien's face hardened at the sight. His body became wreathed in lightning as spatial essence coated him. Due to the restrictions of the trial world, he could only teleport a single meter away from his position, but the sword waves were blotting out the sky, making 1 meter an even tinier distance than it already was. With no other option, Damien was forced to block instead of dodge. He was so sure of his last attack that he put everything into it, and now he didn't even have a weapon to fight back with. His body twisted at unnatural angles, narrowly dodging each sword wave as they congregated on his position. But no matter how dexterous he was, he'd only be able to properly dodge if there was an opening to capitalize on. In the end, tens of sword waves still managed to impact his body, riddling him with cuts and gashes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was able to divert the majority of the force using vector control, he'd have been cleanly sliced in half. By the time the sword waves ended, Polius had already arrived in front of Damien once again. The inky black substance on his body split into 3, creating 2 clones of Polius to his left and right. Boom! 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 3 consecutive impacts rang out as the 3 Polyuses punched Damien at the same time. What followed was a bloody beatdown with no mercy. Damien was thrown around like a rag doll and continuously chased by the main body or the clones. Each time they attacked him, their fists made sure to land on a spot where he had already been gouged by the sword waves. Damien had expended a great deal of mana and mental strength to execute the dimensional severance earlier, so he didn't have much of a choice besides enduring the beating. His regeneration had already kicked in a while back, but with the rate at which he was being injured, it simply couldn't keep up. Polius flashed in front of Damien once again. The inky substance coating his body reached forward and attached to him, forcefully tugging him to the ground. Bang! Cracks spread through the earth from the force of impact. Damien felt something in his chest shatter, causing copious amounts of blood to flow from his mouth. Without giving him time to rest, the inky black substance crawled up his body like a slime that was attempting to consume him. Damien instinctually let out a wisp of void essence when he felt the devouring force, causing the substance to reel back in fear. Although his vision had become slightly cloudy from all the impact force he had to endure, Damien's mind was still working clearly. From this distance, he could observe Polius more clearly. It was then that he realized where the sense of incongruity he had been feeling came from. Rather than Polius controlling the black substance, it seemed like it was the other way around instead. The substance was simply using Polius as a medium to execute its will. It reminded Damien of a certain symbiote with the way it acted. It had been so long that the memory didn't surface until now. Perhaps it was because he didn't truly regard the Dark Imps seriously at that time that he had forgotten. The followers of the Nox had a trump card. For those Dark Imps, they exchanged life force in exchange for power. But this Polius clearly had more status than those cannon fodder that were sent to Earth. His life force didn't seem to be depleting as he used this power at all. It seems you realize something. Are you curious about how I'm able to access strength above my level like this? The answer is obvious. Cook, that bastard lord of yours really seems to love the color black. Damien's broken body shuddered, as if he was disgusted by the thought. You still have a nerve to be arrogant at this time? Polius gazed at Damien, who was still plastered to the ground, in disdain. Say, I'll give you a final out. How about you join us? It seems my lord has taken interest in the power you used at that final moment. You've already seen it, the boundless power that can even dwarf the power you used at that time. If you gain this power, can you imagine how powerful you'd be? Chapter 282 Racing. Damien immediately scoffed. Isn't it a bit too shameless to ask me that after you beat me to a pulp? Ha ha ha. Conscience, huh? Yeah. The same old villain speech I've heard 100 times over. With a lull in their fight, Damien's regeneration was finally able to show its worth. The injuries in his body were closing at a rapid rate, but since he was covered in blood, Polius didn't seem to notice. Damien stood up, making sure that he emphasized his difficulty in doing it, so he could keep Polius's guard lowered. But even with this, his fighting intent was still raging. You still want to continue in your condition? Polius truly couldn't understand Damien. What was the point in standing up again? What was the point of this fight at all? Honestly, Polius never once regarded it as a critical fight, even when he felt the threat of death. After all, with his lord's protection, he didn't see any chance of losing. Say, why are you so committed to your lord? You should be smart enough to know that you're nothing but a slave, right? What's the point in living like that? Besides, weren't you born in this realm? Damien was truly curious about it. To him, it all seemed illogical. Luckily for him, Polius seemed to be in a talkative mood. Is there a need for any reason? The Lord is the one who raised me from birth. The Lord is the one who provided me with the life and the status I have now. The Lord is the one who will free us from this realm one day. At that time, who will be able to stand in front of us? Damien quietly listened to his rant. In his opinion, no matter how strong this demon commander was, he was too naive. The demon commanders grew up within the primordial undying realm. And with the atmosphere of this realm, it was honestly impossible to cultivate to the level they had reached. It was obviously by design. Why were humans unable to cultivate? Why were the beasts within the realm so weak? Even the trial, which required the geniuses to constantly kill, was relatively easy if one just slaughtered all the weak beasts around for an entire year. The strongest non-demonic beings in this realm were at the peak of second class. If one wanted to truly excel in the trial, or if they wanted to gain actual benefits within the trial world besides the right to gain entry to the next trial, they would be forced to face the demons. Everything was clicking into place in Damien's head as he continued to think about it. The demon god, the Lord Polius was trying to convince him to serve, was obviously a Nox. And judging from all the presented facts, he was a Nox so powerful that Damien couldn't even fathom it. If the primordial undying realm wasn't actually built as a secret realm, but it contained that Nox, wouldn't everything else make sense? The environment stunted growth, so the Nox's lackeys wouldn't be able to grow. Their only option was to feed on the Nox's power for strength, and that would in turn keep the Nox in check without allowing him too much freedom to interfere with the proceedings in the realm. The demons would also be weaker than those at the same level since their power and even their comprehension were borrowed from the Nox. With the restriction that limited people to third class, it would be entirely possible for the demons to be defeated. So, when geniuses entered the realm, the primordial undying tree would be able to borrow their strength to strike a critical blow to the demons, which would then cause the Nox to lose a portion of its power. The only thing that didn't fit Damien's calculations was the demon's overall strength. Although Damien was able to fight somewhat evenly against Polius, he didn't think others would be the same. He was even worried for Feng, Qing'er, and Qingtan, as he had no assurance that they'd survive if they were assaulted in the same way he just was. The chances of heaven-defying geniuses like the three of them appearing in the realm didn't seem that high, especially when the realm only opened every 10,000 years. He could only chalk it up to the primordial undying tree making a mistake. Still, realizing that the demons used outside power to reach their current heights took a weight off Damien's shoulders. If it was like that, then even if it took some work, he was confident he had a chance at winning this fight. Small black wisps continued to radiate from Damien's body as he thought through everything. Due to the fact that the inky black substance around Polius still had some lingering fear of the essence, he was able to stand uninterrupted during the process. But of course, the void essence wasn't just there for show. It had only been around a minute since Polius's rant, but Damien could already feel that he had replenished around half his mana capacity. If that's all he had, it was still fine. It just meant that he had to end this fight fast. Looking back up at Polius, he slowly wiped the blood off his eyelids. Now then, he grinned. Damien and Polius had already moved many kilometers away from the main battlefield, but those fighting on it had hardly noticed. Those 50 geniuses were constantly letting out waves upon waves of massive elemental attacks that impacted the demon army, while the demon captains counterattacked with their own skills. As for the demon generals, a few squads had been put together to keep them occupied until the three aces of their group became free to help them. As Damien had expected, the most these geniuses could do was hold back the demon generals. But for some reason, they didn't seem to be facing as much strain as they should have expected. There was definitely something odd happening on the battlefield, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single person who had the time to even realize it. Scree! A piercing cry rang through the air a few kilometers away from the main battlefield. A shimmering reddish-orange phoenix flapped its wings domineeringly as it continuously shot out waves of feathers and phoenix phantoms towards its opponent. But the inky black substance covering her opponent seemed to ward her flames away with ease. In fact, the phoenix herself was already riddled with wounds. She wasn't even able to maintain her human transformation anymore, using her true form to fight instead. That's right, this phoenix was none other than Feng Qing. As Damien had expected, she was having a far more difficult time with her opponent than she originally expected. Scree! Another fierce cry rang out as the clouds in the sky were dyed red. Hundreds of flaming balls and swords fell from the clouds like comets, heading straight for Croa. Boom! 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 The inky substance moved with its own will, extending and contracting to dodge and parry any flames that got close to it. But she already knew this would happen. Feng Qing'er flapped her wings powerfully and shot forward, body slamming into Croa. Boom! The impact force sent her flying backwards. Feng Qing'er chased after her with zeal, countless flaming feathers heading her charge and blotting out the sky above. Croa was no longer able to distinguish between the flaming feathers and the phoenix hiding within them. Crack! The ground cracked as dozens of flaming pillars shot up and encased Croa's body within. These pillars didn't seem to have any goal besides restricting her movements. Bang! Feng Qing'er's body shot through the flame curtain and impacted Croa once again, but this time she was prepared. The black substance latched onto Feng Qing'er's body and swung her around. Using her as a shield, it charged through the flames and escaped the imprisonment of the flame columns. Boom! Feng Qing'er's body was slammed into the ground. The flames burning around her had dimmed considerably. "How's that, you damn bird bitch?" Croa laughed madly as the black substance began spreading over Feng Qing'er's injured body. Just like it tried to do with Damien, It was attempting to devour her alive. But unlike Damien, Feng Qing'er didn't have void essence to ward it off. Chapter 283 Racing. The inky black substance crawled up Feng Qing'er's body, adhering to her skin and refusing to be defeated no matter how hard Feng Qing'er pushed her flames. That inky black substance was, after all, something that was given to the commanders, or rather, the apostles, by the Nox itself. There was no way something mediocre would be able to compete with it. The void essence, even when it was as low level as Damien's, was something inviolable, especially when it came to devouring. It was impossible for the inky substance to compete with it. But Feng Qing'er's flames didn't carry the same danger. Perhaps if she had reached her mother's level and blossomed into a true fire phoenix, it'd be a different case, but she was still in what could be considered her adolescence phase. Feng Qing'er still fiercely resisted, even while knowing this. She could feel that the inky black substance wanted to consume her, but she had no plans of allowing it to do so. She had even tuned out Croa's obnoxious voice, as all her effort was focused on the task in front of her. Rains of flame descended from the sky and impacted her position, forcing Croa to jump away and hastily dodge. Since the inky substance had already started to consume Feng Qing'er, it wasn't paying any attention to Croa's situation anymore. It only needed her alive so it could manifest. It didn't care what her condition was. And, as Damien had learned only a few moments prior, the apostles weren't actually that hard to deal with as long as they didn't have the protection of Nox. A harrowing shriek rang out as Croa was hit with Feng Qing'er's flames for the first time. Even that single impact had melted her flesh and caused blisters to rapidly form on her body. She didn't even realize how much she had been underestimating her opponent until that point. The reason Feng Qing'er couldn't win was due to the inky black substance alone. Unlike Polius, Croa didn't actually have the technique necessary to properly utilize the strength she was granted. She was extremely useless without the substance. Hearing her shriek revitalized Feng Qing'er a bit. She smirked even while on the verge of death, pouring more and more mana into the never-ending rain of hellfire that fell upon Croa's position. But she still needed to divert a majority of her focus towards the substance that was on her body. Feng Qing'er rapidly revolved her mana, strengthening her feathers and making them razor-sharp. She hoped that with the addition of superheated flames onto the innate sharpness of her feathers, she'd have a chance to break through. But the substance coating her body wasn't simple at all. Even when she managed to make a tear in its surface, the surrounding substance would expand and immediately fill up the gap. The slime-like ability that made it nigh invincible was probably the most troublesome part of the entire ordeal. Feng Qing'er was utterly out of ideas already. As the substance expanded and took up more space on her body, her mana was given less and less freedom to move. Now that her whole upper body was almost encased in it, she could no longer affect the ambient air. The flaming rain died down due to this. And even though Croa had been severely burned to the point where her face was hardly recognizable, she was still alive. Her life force was still more than enough to support the substance until it had fully consumed Feng Qing'er. Feng Qing'er could only imbue mana into her own body to counterattack the substance, but she had already seen from her previous tries that this method wouldn't bear any fruit. The substance rapidly expanded, reaching all the way to her tail and wrapping around itself, encasing Feng Qing'er inside of a black cocoon that she was unable to escape from. Her mana had less and less control as time went on, to the point where even the previous minor amount of imbuement she could do became limited. Immediately after the cocoon was completed, the speed of devouring increased by a large margin. Feng Qing'er's wings were the first to deteriorate, becoming specks of every that fed into the cocoon and strengthened it. The light in her eyes had dimmed considerably as she began to lose hope. But even then, she was of the will to go down fighting. There was no way she'd allow this thing to have an easy time consuming her. But as if fate was toying with her, the second she forged the resolve to die with flair, her mind blanked. When Feng Qing'er opened her eyes, she was no longer trapped within the black cocoon. She was actually standing in the middle of an entirely different battlefield, surrounded by many people and races she'd never seen before. A plethora of skills blasted forth chaotically. There was barely even a method to differentiate between enemy and ally. From the skies to the ground, and even the seas to the side, battles were raging between multiple forces. Suddenly, a fierce wave of flames descended from the sky and immediately incinerated thousands that were fighting on the ground. When Feng directed her gaze at the source, she was astonished to see a massive phoenix unlike any she had ever seen before. It was a phoenix so regal and domineering that even her mother couldn't match up to it. She thought that the demeanor of the phoenix she was watching fit a dragon more. But for some reason, the phoenix didn't seem out of place at all. The phoenix's body twirled as it shot into the air. An array of flaming feathers shot into the surroundings like light reflected off of a spinning chandelier. But as a phoenix herself, Feng easily noticed the difference between these feathers and her own. They were imbued with something she had never seen before. It was a strange energy that influenced mana and relied on mana, but wasn't quite mana itself. Even though she had no clue what she was watching, the term flashed into her mind as if she had known it since birth. Runic Flame Embodiment. The flaming runes that took the shape of feathers crashed into the ground and soared through the sky. Unlike the small explosions Feng could produce, each rune exploded with the force of a nuke. Feng felt like she was watching the end of the world when the runes exploded, but when the flames brushed past her skin, she noticed yet another difference. These flames weren't simply destructive. They were imbued with the properties of reincarnation that a fire phoenix embodied, as well as the effects of the unique elemental path that this specific phoenix followed. Feng bloodline began to rage and tumble. It rapidly moved as if a charging bull, tearing apart everything in its way. Fire phoenixes and fire dragons were often compared due to the long-standing rivalry between the two species and the similarities between their constitutions. Dragons were well known for their tyranny and domineering behavior, while phoenixes were said to be more gentle and elegant. Although both could bring damage, their methods and the things they embodied differed greatly. But who was to say that a phoenix couldn't be domineering? Who decided that they had to be gentle and accepting? Feng for one, was never the type to adhere to this stereotype. She was as domineering and hot-tempered as a dragon. Reincarnation flames were the crowning ability of fire phoenixes, something they wouldn't unlock until they received their first universe baptism and became true fourth-class existences. And the concept of reincarnation was most often regarded as closer to life than death. It was regarded as the life after death. But for reincarnation to exist, one must experience death first. Perhaps that's the reason why most fire phoenixes never awaken their flames until after the universe baptism. Even in the most life-threatening of situations, the reincarnation flames would simply regard death as the beginning of a new life. But Feng current situation was different. As she watched the insane war of proportions she could never fathom, she was surrounded by death on all sides. And in the outdid world, she was wrapped in a cocoon made of an unprecedented pure death mana. A phoenix could be domineering too. They had no reason to be gentle or stick to stereotypes when they were in battle. It was just that the domineering of a phoenix was far different than that of a dragon. It wasn't direct and tyrannical to the point where those around them forced to acknowledge it. No, for a phoenix, what it meant to be domineering was something else. They were kind. They were gentle. They embodied life, death, and the cycle of reincarnation. But the second they decided to show their true colors, the second they decided to be domineering, the foundation of the universe would shake from their wrath. Chapter 284 Racing. In the outside world, Feng body had begun burning up intensely. The heat of the flames was incomparable to what she was outputting before, and she wasn't even doing it consciously. Feng body had decayed to the point where she no longer had extremities. Her tail and wings had become nothing, and even her torso had begun to decay as well. But the second those flames burst from her body, The inky substance was forced to retreat. It was incinerated the second it even touched the flames. The flames were wild and uncontrolled. They didn't even seem to listen to Fang. Rather, she seemed to be their target. The flames enveloped her even faster than the cocoon did, and immediately went to work. The corrupted areas on Fang's body were burned first. A sacred white light shone from the flames and purified the corruption before burning away the areas entirely. From her torso to her heart and her head, all of it was burned until not even ashes of Fang's body existed anymore. Sensing the situation, the black substance unwillingly retreated back onto the burnt body of the Apostle Croa. After all, if there was no body for it to consume and corrupt, there was no point in continuing what it was doing. When the substance gathered around Croa's body and began retreating from where Fang once was, a wisp of sacred orange flames flashed into being. It was minuscule at first, being no more than the size of a coin. But it rapidly expanded. As it grew in size, it seemed to take shape as well. It was no longer untamable and wild as it was when the cocoon was encasing it. A massive pair of flame wings were formed, and a majestic tail and the head of a bird followed after. A phoenix made entirely of flames that was tens of meters long soon encompassed the empty space. But as if that wasn't enough, new changes sprouted forth after the initial construct was formed. Bones, blood vessels and nerves, muscles, organs, skin, and feathers. The makeup of a true phoenix started to form. Life was being born from fire. Thump! A flaming heart solidified its position in the newly created phoenix's body. It thumped with so much vigor that the sound attracted the attention of the receding apostle. Croa was feeling both fulfilled and unfulfilled at the same time as she was forced to leave the area. While she was extremely happy that Fang had died, she was also aghast when she realized her own condition. Her face was scarred and ugly. She had tried to heal it already, but the scars refused to leave. From now on, her already below-average features were even more tainted. She was horrified, but by the time she registered the situation, Fang had already been consumed by her dark material. Thump! It was then that she heard a noise that sounded like the beating of a heart. Thump! The noise sounded again, causing her to turn and face the direction she had just left from. And unexpectedly, she was able to witness the final layer of feathers covering Fang's exposed skin. In the place where nothing but empty land stood a second ago, there was a majestic phoenix with its eyes closed peacefully. Its reddish-orange feathers were pristine and beautiful, giving off a regal aura, as if the phoenix was the queen of everything. The wingspan of the phoenix was truly massive, and it seemed to want to blot out the sun. Compared to Fang's true body, this phoenix was obviously a level higher. Thump! Thump! The beating sounds became louder and louder. It seemed like every beat of the heart caused the ground to quake and the sky to tremble. And then it stopped. Everything turned silent. Even Croa held her breath as she fixedly stared at the beautiful phoenix in front of her. Its eyes slowly opened. Although they were hazy at first, they quickly regained focus. The first thing those eyes saw was Croa staring back at them. Boom! A raging torrent of flames burst from the phoenix's body. The shockwave that followed caused Croa to be pushed back hundreds of meters, even with the support of her dark material. When Croa raised her head, her mind blanked. The sky was carpeted in runic scripture that she couldn't understand. Those flaming runes danced through the air like little sprites, gleeful that they were finally acknowledged. It was then that the phoenix finally spoke. With its full attention on Croa, its mouth curved into a gloating smile. It's only been a few minutes since I was trapped in that shitty cocoon, and you actually managed to get even uglier. Congratulations. Croa's blank expression was immediately twisted in rage. That bitch. How the hell was she still alive? You bitch. Bang. The dark material twisted through the air and flashed in forth of Fang's new phoenix form, capitalizing on Croa's rage to fuel itself even further. It wrapped around Croa's fist and maximized the power output of the wild punch she threw to its peak. It was to the point where Croa's arm was destined to tear out of its socket due to excess force. But due to her furious state, Croa could care less. As long as she could kill Feng Qing'er, nothing else mattered. Seeing the incoming attack, Feng Qing'er's smirk only widened. Seriously? She inwardly sneered in derision. Her wings flapped lightly, pushing her back a few inches. But she had never meant to use the maneuver to dodge. Instead, it was a signal to the runes that were dancing through the air. Tens, if not hundreds, of runes fell from the sky like shooting stars. Their forms twisted and morphed into the shape of feathers and swords before lining themselves up in a formation and charging at Croa like a group of torpedoes. The air screeched as the concentrated power of the runes passed through it. If it wasn't for the speed at which the runes traveled exceeding the speed the air broke, the runes would have easily torn through space in an instant. Before long, Croa was surrounded by runes that seemed to have a mind of their own. They circled around her and attacked her blind spots, and whenever she was able to catch them, they exploded in her face. Croa screamed to vent her frustration. Her body kept flying from one side of the circle to the next. The runes were tossing her around like they were playing monkey in the middle, and she was the ball. But she was powerless to stop it. The dark material that was once able to easily ignore Feng Qing'er's flames now had to put a large majority of its attention on blocking the flames and making sure it wasn't injured. As a result, Croa was forced to personally head all the impact force that passed through the dark material and landed on her body. Her ribs shattered multiple times over and blood constantly poured out her mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" Croa madly clawed at the dark material, as if blaming it for her inadequacy. But perhaps the stupidest move she could make was to anger the being that had been hard carrying her throughout the entire fight. Annoyed by her insolence, the dark material slightly let up on its defense, allowing a portion of the flame's heat to pass through and hit Croa's body. "Ah, I'm sorry. Croa's tone shifted immediately. She begged the dark material for mercy with every fiber of her being. But the voice that came out was nothing more than a croak. She was probably the most clueless about the situation out of the three that were present. If Feng Qing'er had barraged her with fire rain with the flames she currently possessed, Croa would have died merely because she was in the vicinity of the heat wave. Even being directly impacted by the flames was too much for her. A minor portion of the heat had caused her body to blacken and char. Her eyeballs almost melted due to the insane temperature of the heat wave. Slowly but surely, pieces of the dark material were incinerated. Even as it hurriedly patched itself up as it did before, it was continuously incinerated. The battle soon became a matter of speed. Feng Qing'er's smile blossomed. "Now, that little thing, which do you think will happen first? Will you be able to patch yourself up, or will my flames burn you to ashes?" It was Feng Qing'er's first taste of reincarnation flames, and frankly, she was loving every second of it. Chapter 285 Racing. The sky was filled in a black and gold hue that blotted out even the artificial sun that lit the trial world. Underneath such a sky, a fierce battle was still raging. Damien's fists were coated in a mixture of golden flames and black lightning, constantly barraging Polius, whose dark material was forming the shape of a plethora of weapons to counter. A massive greatsword sprung forth from the earth, threatening to impale Damien, but it was a step too slow. He had already teleported a meter to the left and evaded it. Damien's flame-lightning fist struck again, taking the moment between when the dark material could form a different weapon to collide with Polius's face with extreme power. The ground below the two cracked into pieces as they shot into the distance. Polius had been thrown by the force of the punch, while Damien was chasing him like a homing missile. Crackle. The black-gold sky was trembling with hidden power, following the duo's movements and casting a formless pressure onto Polius's shoulders. The two had already been fighting for a good amount of time, so the demon commander was well aware of the frightening power that was brewing above him. It was because he was aware that he made sure to constantly move, never staying in one place long enough for that frightening mass to lock onto him. Bang! A pillar of flames rose from the ground below Polius's feet just as he managed to stabilize himself. Although the dark material had protected him, his balance was still disrupted. As if waiting for the opportunity, a crackle of black lightning, laced with shimmering golden flames, struck down from the heavens, blasting Polius to the ground. To say he was frustrated was an understatement. Ever since Damien had begun his counterattack, he'd been at a disadvantage. Regardless of how skilled he was, it didn't matter if he wasn't given the opportunity to showcase his skill. His dark material was granting him a powerful defense that had yet to be penetrated, but that was it. Its attacking capabilities were dwindling by the second, as it was forced to bear the full brunt of Damien's assault. It was the first time he realized the flaw in his own power. No, it wasn't his own power, and that's where the flaw came from. He had refined his technique to its limit and become an extremely skilled fighter, but the mana he had in his body was granted to him by an external force. Due to this, he was never able to unleash the full potential of his martial arts. But over the course of this battle, he could feel the dark material slowly giving him a bit of control over it. He wasn't like Croa, who had gone mad at the slightest of provocation. He was a calm man who could analyze the situation rationally. So he bid his time and took the beating. The second the flame lightning strike fell from the heavens, he knew it was his opportunity. Polius gathered his dark material around his body and circulated his mana in a strange pattern. The dark material began to swirl, its consciousness realizing the intentions of its host. The dark material soon began to follow the same path as the mana Polius was circulating. It split into two halves and rotated, forming something akin to a yin-yang symbol in front of Polius's chest. When the symbol fully formed, it further split and moved to its user's arms and fists. The whole process happened in an instant before the flame lightning even struck the ground. Boom! The bolt finally struck true, ripping the earth asunder and forming a crater the size of a large lake. Damien warily watched the crater for any signs of life, when suddenly, his danger sense started ringing crazily. A soft mutter rang out from behind him. Damien's body immediately twisted to avoid the trajectory of the unknown attack. When his eyes glanced back, he saw twin dragons, one white and one black, coiling around each other and shooting towards him. Even though he had twisted his body to avoid their paths, it didn't seem like they would miss. Rather, it seemed like no matter how Damien dodged, they'd strike true on their target. Realizing this, Damien could only choose to block. His vector field immediately formed in the space around him, taking control over the surroundings and trying to dilute the attacks. But Damien soon realized that even this was impossible. An attack that wouldn't be altered by vectors didn't seem possible to him. Anything that traveled through space would be affected by it. So how is it possible for them to ignore it? Damien's question went unanswered, though, as the twin dragons soon crashed into his body after ignoring his defense. A pained cry was released from his mouth. Even he was surprised by the fact. The black dragons struck his stomach, tearing through his flesh and leaving a gaping hole in his body. However, that amount of pain wasn't something Damien couldn't bear. The white dragon had completely ignored his physical body, entering inside of him while the black dragon ravaged his body. At first, Damien didn't pay it much attention. Anything that entered his body was bound to be devoured by his void essence. But surprisingly enough, the white dragon vanished when it entered his body. When Damien felt its presence again, he could only feel the immense sense of danger it brought with it. The white dragon was somewhere within him. That much he was sure of. But the area it had intruded upon was something he had never touched before. The white dragon exploded. That explosion was what caused Damien to undergo a pain he had never felt before. It was like his soul was being torn to shreds. No, that might have actually been the case. His void physique was, after all, a physique. It didn't handle soul protection. Rather, the concept of a soul wasn't something Damien had encountered at all in his travels so far. While he never doubted its existence, he also didn't think it was as important as people usually made it out to be, since nobody he met had attacks related to the soul. But as he felt the unbearable pain of his soul being damaged, he realized how naive he had been. It wasn't because it didn't exist, It was just that the worlds he had been to so far were too low-level to have anything of the sort. He hadn't had many conflicts in the cloud plane since he arrived. If he had stumbled upon someone who could use soul attacks before, he might have suffered an even worse fate. Luckily, his opponent was a pseudo-cultivator using borrowed power. Damien's vision was hazy and his mind was in shambles, but he could somewhat make out his surroundings still. Polius didn't seem to be any better than he was. His face was pale and blood was constantly leaking from his 7 orifices. It was clear that Polius had made a hefty sacrifice to injure Damien's soul. Damien cursed inwardly. He was surprised that he could even think straight while enduring the pain, but that didn't matter much right now. If he could think straight, then he could attack as well. And the moment when Polius had his guard down after a massive attack was the perfect timing. Damien urged his feet to move. He stumbled forward like a staggering drunk, walking slowly towards Polius. And Polius could only watch it happen. But he wasn't worried. Suffering from a soul injury was far worse than any physical injury could be. Even if Damien could recover, it wasn't something he could do anytime soon. As Damien stumbled forward, his fist began to glow. A soft light akin to moonlight gently enveloped it and grew ever brighter. By the time Damien reached Polius, it had grown so bright that it easily hid the light of the 7 orbs that encircled it. Damien raised his arm and pulled it back as if he was drawing a bow. His opponent couldn't move, but the dark material was still incredibly strong. He had to go all out if he wanted to puncture its defense. The vectors around his arm responded to his mana, doubling the momentum and acceleration of the fist. Space warped as well, helping the fist reach its target faster. The fist that originally moved slow enough that even a child could track it sped up to the point where it didn't even look like it was moving anymore. And that was when Damien's voice let out a mutter. Chapter 286 Racing. 3 pitch-black stars that were crackling with deathly lightning. 3 shining golden stars that were ablaze with sun flames. A single star in between them that fused the properties of both elements as if they were yin and yang. And those 7 stars encircled a moon that fluctuated with the light of spatial mana, being so densely packed that even the usually colorless mana gained a hazy glow. Damien's fist looked like the revolving orbit of planetary masses around a sun. It was a truly mesmerizing sight. But to Polius, it was hell. He couldn't see the beauty in the attack. He could only feel the palpable waves of destruction that spread from its surface. His dark material sprung into action, becoming a densely packed shield in front of him that bore the impact of Damien's fist. But this attack wasn't simple enough to be blocked by a mere shield. A soul injury like what Damien had just sustained would leave most people incapacitated for unknown periods of time. Even if they were able to function, it was impossible for them to fight with their full power. That was what both Polius and the dark material thought as they saw the attack flying towards them. By the time they sensed the destructive waves, it was already too late. A massive explosion incomparable to any of those before shook the world. The 7 stars were already unstable due to the volatile elements that formed them, especially the 7th star that fused both elements. The only thing that was keeping them in check was the silvery spatial moon that encompassed Damien's fist. But when the moon imploded, the stars around it began to collide with each other. With each collision, the explosive force that rocked the atmosphere grew exponentially stronger. The ground rolled like it was made of liquid, forming tsunamis of earth that bore down on the surrounding few kilometers. Space cracked into pieces and tried its best to repair itself. But every time a new star collided with the rest, the cracks were only blown open wider. Polius was forced to stand in the middle of the scene of calamity. He still couldn't move his body. Truth be told, he had injured his own soul to strike Damien's. Otherwise, there was no way he could create a force that could surpass the physical plane and impact the soul. That was the naked truth. It was also part of the reason Damien never encountered soul-based techniques before. A mortal was never meant to sense or make use of their soul. Their soul was still in its growth phase, unable to fully blossom without the feedback from a universe baptism. Since Polius abused the fact that the dark material was formed from a portion of a higher being to cast a soul attack, he naturally had to make a sacrifice. And that sacrifice was a piece of his soul. Unfortunately, he was more normal in comparison to Damien. He was still bearing the brunt of the soul-rending pain. He knew that even if he escaped this battle alive, he'd have to recuperate for many weeks before he could function normally again. And so, he could only rely on the dark material to bear the destruction he was being forced into. Wave after wave of destructive force impacted his body, bypassing even the dark material's protection. Combined with the pain from his soul, he was enduring the cruelest torture imaginable. But if it wasn't for the dark material, his body would have already become ashes. Finally, the colliding stars met with the seventh star, and the implosion of the spatial moon completed. Wow! It was an awkward sound, to say the least. The deafening sounds of explosions were more domineering, but this unusual sound seemed to trump them even though it was much softer. Polius was already disoriented, but his mind became blank when that sound entered his ears. In the next second, a suction force erupted in front of him and threatened to drag him in. A small black that had formed at the point of collision, and it was that emitted the suction force. Even Damien felt like he was being pulled into it. He hastily revolved his mana and constantly teleported, until he was a safe distance away. He was lucky he reacted in time, because not even a second later the suction force seemed to multiply 100-fold. The rolling tides of Earth were pulled back to their original position before vanishing into the black dot. Even though it was kilometers worth of rock and debris, the dot swallowed it like it was nothing. The space that was almost repaired no longer had the chance to do so, as even space itself was being consumed by that black dot. From the effects on the environment, one could infer how abysmal Polius' situation was. The dark material clawed at the ground as it tried to gain footing, but it was no use. The ground that it latched onto was easily consumed by the dot. It desperately moved back and tried to retreat, but it had missed the opportunity Damien had taken. Retreat was no longer an option, so it decided to fight. The dark material billowed out to a scale it had never reached before. The blackness in it was much, much darker. Polius' body couldn't contain a dark material with this much power. It was no longer restricting itself to the strength of its host. The only thing the dark material cared for at the moment was survival. The raging dark material covered the black with its blackness, attempting to stop its suction with sheer force. Crack! A small crack appeared on the black dot as the dark material continued to pressure it. Boom! 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 Massive impacts rang out. The dark material had been reinvigorated by the crack on the black dot and became even more volatile in its attacks. The cracks on the dot began to spread, and the suction force began to weaken with time. As things stood, it looked like the dark material would win out. However, there was one factor that forced that outcome to change. The dark material was a parasitic entity. Without a host, it couldn't survive. And what would happen if the dark material overexerted itself while ignoring its host's limits? The force the dark material had used to combat the black dot suction had already entered the realm of fourth class. Although it could have used third-class force to achieve the same thing, it didn't have the time to do so if it didn't want to be consumed. That was the consequence of being in such close proximity to what was essentially a miniature black hole. While the difference between the two was only a single class, there was a vast difference between someone who had undergone universe baptism and someone who hadn't. When Damien's gaze landed on Polius' body, he was shocked to say the least. The man was incredibly robust before. As someone who had practiced martial arts diligently for a long period of time, it was only natural. Polius had a body that most professional bodybuilders would commit genocide to have. But now, he was nothing more than a husk. His body had become as thin as a sheet of paper, where even a slight gust of wind would have him flying through the air. His tanned skin had become an odd grayish-black color akin to a wilted corpse, and his eyes had sunken to the point where they looked hollow. If it wasn't for the slight hint of life force Damien sensed, he would think the other man was already dead. Well, he wasn't far away from it. Polius was only seconds away from death due to the overexertion of the dark material. The dark material, no matter how strong its original power was, needed to use Polius's power to exhibit its strength. And so, it had leached his life force to save itself from being consumed by the miniature black hole. The dark material began to wither as it lost its source of energy, but the miniature black hole also began to disappear. In the end, it had barely managed to survive. Or at least, that's what it thought. As Polius's withered body collapsed to the floor, the dark material detached itself and began moving in a separate direction. It was being summoned back to the being it originated from. But before it could answer that summon, it found its path blocked by another body. The body of the man who had put it in such a pitiful state. And before it could react, Damien reached his hand out and grabbed it. Chapter 2, 87 Betrayal. Damien didn't even have the energy to stand up straight as his void essence wrapped around the dark material and turned it into essence for him to digest. The second he finished casting the Devour skill, his body collapsed to the floor. He didn't even bother to check what kind of benefits he received from the dark material. He didn't even think of the consequences that had come with the fact that he devoured a portion of a higher existence. He had been holding on due to his sheer willpower and some unknown force that allowed him to keep his rationality after the soul attack. But he was still human. There was no way he'd be free from the side effects. As the adrenaline rush wore off, a blood-curdling pain began to wreck his body. It was a level of pain he'd never experienced before. And when Damien was the person in question, it could be inferred how severe the pain was. When pain came from his physical body, it was easy to endure. He knew that at some point, it'd end under the comfort of his regeneration skill. However, this new pain wasn't something regeneration could heal. His head felt like it was being split in half by a cleaver. Vertigo began to set in, causing the world around him to spin as if it was a Beyblade. Along with this disorienting and nauseating feeling, there was a searing pain that spread throughout every part of his body, even though his body itself was relatively uninjured. There had been a hole in his stomach at one point due to the black dragon that attacked along with the white dragon, but it had already healed. Damien had the urge to shut his eyes and call it a day, but he was well aware that his battle was just one of many. He couldn't allow himself to stay incapacitated for long, but in the end, he couldn't defeat that urge. Soul injuries were truly much more frightening than physical injuries. Luckily, he still had his wits about him. Damien vanished from his position and appeared within a hidden corner of the sanctuary before he succumbed to his fatigue. There was no way he'd allow himself to be vulnerable as unsafe as a chaotic battlefield, even if he was many kilometers away from it. Just 5 minutes wouldn't hurt anyone. Even as his body shut down and his mind hit zero, Damien could clearly feel it. His heart was racing. The main battlefield was just as chaotic as it had always been. Elemental spells flew through the air and blades constantly clashed against each other, filling the area with a cacophony of sound. I'll cover it. The shouts of the geniuses of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range were drowned out by the sheer amount of noise, but they somehow still managed to communicate. Outperforming everyone's expectations, 40 of the original 50 geniuses had managed to stay alive until this point. As for the demon army, many of the captains had died either at the hands of geniuses or by stray attacks that wandered the battlefield. But the loss of a few captains in no way affected the overall strength of the demons. After all, their generals were all still living, and the number of generals alone was 50, rivaling the original number of geniuses. Dozens of pitch-black swords formed in the sky before charging into the crowd. As expected of a demonic judgment, there was no distinction between allies and enemies. The swords cut through the crowded battlefield and slayed anything that stood in their path. A plethora of defensive skills and barriers were layered on top of each other, managing to narrowly block the charging swords. In response, the geniuses turned their gaze to the demon general who released the swords. He didn't even try to hide his presence, looking down upon the humans as if they were ants. But his arrogance wasn't unjustified. Even if he alone would perish to their numbers, they didn't lose out in that department at all. A group of 5 geniuses split apart from the main group and rushed the demon general, surrounding him and caging him into one location. A rain of light spears appeared in the sky and fell onto the demon general. The general deftly moved his body as if he was dancing, dodging every spear that fell. A dense mist formed around the group before coagulating into many droplets of water. The water joined together into a wave rins of feet tall, crashing towards the agile demon general. The demon general's eyes moved towards the attack, his hands following soon after. Inky black mana coated his hands before pulsing outwards like a shockwave. Although the attack didn't seem special, when the shockwave collided with the wave, it easily blasted it apart before it ever reached the general's position. The demon general turned to the man who released the spear rain and charged, his mana enhancing his agility and allowing him to reach his target in an instant. The general's nails elongated into claws and swept towards the man's throat. The man, however, had put too much focus into controlling his spear rain, leaving him unable to dodge. The ground below the demon general's feet burst apart as vines with the thickness of human arms emerged and twisted around the demon general's feet. Although the demon general was easily able to deal with the vines, they had successfully confined him for a second, which gave the spear rain genius a chance to escape. The genius touched his neck slightly, noticing the small trail of blood was leaking from it. If his comrades were even a bit later, but he didn't have time to think about it for too long before a soft light covered him. His wounds began healing at a rapid pace. He cast a grateful look at the woman who had healed him before turning his attention back to the battle at hand. Seeing this scene, Demon General clicked his tongue. Individually, he far outclassed every single one of his opponents. But the synergy they showed in battle had allowed them to tie him down even with their disadvantages. There were 5 of them and 1 of him, and with them being spread out so far, it was impossible for him to target them all at once. He was a combatant mainly focused on speed and assassination. Although he had moves like the demonic judgment, it would take him time to conjure them, and he didn't have time at all. With the spear rain genius escaping the general's grasp, the group was able to once again start their assault. They had one strategy and one strategy only: to wear down their opponent until he was a pig on the chopping block. Another rain of spears soon fell onto the battlefield. The surroundings were filled with multiple scenes similar to this one. Groups of 3 to 5 geniuses broke apart from the main group periodically to barrage the demon generals, while the main group focused on raising the captains to the ground so there wouldn't be any distractions later in the battle. It wasn't a bad strategy, but they were far outnumbered. If any of the unoccupied demon generals decided to step forth, their momentum would easily be disrupted. After all, there were only 40 of them. With the small groups continuously splitting off, only about 10 of the demon generals were being held at bay. The other 40 were simply watching the battle in amusement. They had no reason to interfere. It would just waste their energy for nothing. They would at most send the occasional skill into the crowd to kill a few geniuses, but that was it. The battle was grim. The geniuses were well aware of that, but they didn't back away. They weren't courageous, and they weren't righteous. The reason they stayed was simple. Their stars, which had originally been stuck at the lowest silver level for many months, had already broken through to the gold level and were on their way to turning purple. Was there any other motivation needed for them to continue? The fates of those who died were none of their concern. All that they needed to be concerned with was their own safety. With this kind of mentality, the morale of the geniuses didn't lower no matter how many they lost. The battle was able to continue raging at full force for many minutes. However, their mana reserves were far from limitless. In fact, many of the geniuses in the main group were already reaching their limits. Chapter 288: Betrayal. The geniuses and even the demons were so focused on the ongoing fight that they weren't able to notice the changes to the overall environment around them. The battle had started in the middle of the day, so the sun was still high in the sky, casting plenty of light upon the ground. But at some point, the light of the sun had begun to dim. A blackness overtook it, causing dust to descend upon the brightly lit battlefield. Shadows quietly spread through the earth below them, and before long, the entire area was encompassed. In a mere instant, it became night. For the first time since the chaotic battle began, the demon generals lousing around in the back had grim looks on their faces. A crisp voice flowed through the air like a melody. The small scuffles and major waves taking place on the battlefield came to a half, as if everyone present was mesmerized by the voice. The swamp of darkness had already spread its reach, but it wasn't an offensive ability. Rather, it was just setting the stage for what was to come. When a single word was spoken, the darkness began to move in strange patterns as if it was alive. From within it, tens of figures began to rise as if they were waking up from a prolonged slumber. Both the geniuses and the demon generals were stumped when they saw the beings that rose from the darkness. For the geniuses, they were merely surprised at the power that they had never seen before and wary about which side it belonged to. As for the demon generals, they felt a much more visceral fear. After all, the figures rising from the depths were demon generals just like them. However, these demon generals barely bore any resemblance to their own race anymore. They had become one with the darkness they emerged from, becoming slaves to its will. The melodious yet sinister voice rang out again. On its command, the shadow generals flashed into the crowd and began to wantonly slaughter the demon captains within. But that wasn't the terrifying part. Each time a demon captain fell, their bodies would sink into the swamp of darkness. And seconds later, a shadowy counterpart would emerge and join the ongoing slaughter. With the shadow captains joining their ranks, the shadow generals no longer focused on the small fries. They turned into fleeting shadows and arrived in front of the demon generals on the backlands, immediately engaging in combat. Blades of darkness and constructs made of the same mana flew through the air, slicing at the demon generals. They, who had been unprepared for the sudden change of events, failed to react in time. Heads flew into the air. Just like that, 5 demon generals had died. How is this? There's no way. The geniuses were shocked beyond belief. Those demon generals that they had to form groups to fight, the ones that they desperately resisted. They had been slaughtered like they were mere abominations. It was only when those generals reappeared as shadows that the geniuses regained their wits. Someone shouted. This shout set off a chain reaction. When everyone realized that they didn't need to fear the shadows or the domain they'd been encased in, they began to fight again with renewed vigor. The darkness was once again filled with the light of elemental mana. The forces of the demon army slowly began to dwindle. Somewhere within the domain of darkness, 10 demon generals stood together and watched the proceedings. These 10 had never participated in the fight since the beginning. In fact, the geniuses didn't even know that there were actually 60 demon generals instead of 50. One of them pointed out. Astonishment was clear in his tone. Right. When the king gave us our orders, I was sure this was a suicide mission. Those shadows seem to be unforgiving, though. Our location has most likely already been exposed since we are within the caster's domain. There's no other choice. You don't mean... A series of gasps rang out as the others realized what the demon general was. Implying, we can't, but we'll only be punished if someone finds out about it. That's true, but still, if we do it, there's no going back. The stench of traitors is something that can't be washed away. Was returning ever an option? Returning would only implicate the king. And are we so ungrateful that we would cause trouble for him? No, sigh. I never thought things would turn out this way. But it has always been our fate. The king took us in because we share his ideologies. None of us want to continue being slaves for a being that isn't even one of us. You talk as if we're actually rebelling. But that had never been what we are doing. Anyway, enough of this. But this one isn't the Stormbringer. She must be one of his associates. Right. There's no need for any more talk. The group of demon generals turned into flashes of light before appearing on the battlefield. It had already become a mess while they were discussing, with the demons dying left and right. The Shadow Army now had over 20 demon generals within it, but nobody doubted the fact that there could have been more if the shadows decided to be aggressive. It was clear that the owner of the domain was allowing the normal geniuses to grab their contribution points. "You guys, what are you doing standing still?" An enraged shout entered the ears of the group. When they turned their attention, they saw a group of 5 demon generals fiercely resisting shadows that used to be their comrades. The demon generals looked at each other and nodded. In the next second, they arrived next to the group that was being attacked. "Good that you're here. Now, let's work together," and the demon general's eyes widened while he was speaking. His words cut off as blood rushed up his throat. When he looked down, he saw a black dagger pierce through his heart. He couldn't say anything else before he collapsed to the ground. His expression was twisted with a sense of betrayal, even after death. Soon, more thudding sounds rang out as the rest of the demon generals were slain. Each of the generals from the defecting group had a slightly uncomfortable expression on their face, but they had already hardened their hearts. Seeing that the shadow generals in the vicinity weren't attacking them, the defecting generals nodded at each other and set their sights on another group. Even if they weren't necessary for this battle to end, they would still do their best. After all, they had no way of knowing if the domain owner would kill them if they were half-hearted. Soon enough, cries of betrayal and anguish filled the domain, surpassing the sounds of even the rest of the mayhem that was taking place within. Outside the black dome that had encompassed the area, Qing Tan watched in with a smile. A charming smile decorated her face as she watched the carnage she had induced. Not to mention, it looked like her shadow army was set for another big expansion. Chapter 289 Demon King. Black blood splashed on the ground and contributed to the sea of blood that had already formed. But since the environment itself was black, it would have been barely noticeable if the individuals within couldn't feel the viscous liquid around their ankles. The result was inconceivable. Given time, regardless of what strategies the geniuses decided to use, they would have been overwhelmed by the numbers and power of the demon army. But unfortunately, reality was cruel. At the last moment, they had received a helping hand from a genius that far outstripped them in power. In fact, it wasn't even fair to call it a single genius anymore. Even though she was one person, she was a walking army on her own. The battle within the darkness domain raged on as the geniuses became more invigorated with every drop of black blood that fell to the ground. They didn't even notice that the number of generals had been dropping steadily from some time ago, even without their interference. But the demon generals weren't just going to allow themselves to get slaughtered. When they realized they had no hope of survival, their resistance only became fiercer. They charged at the geniuses like crazed beasts, capitalizing on their powerful physical bodies to tear into their flesh. Inky black mana formed massive torrents that clashed against the walls of the domain. The sea of blood that was forming on the ground rose up as if it was alive, pouncing towards the crowd of geniuses. Whenever a drop of blood managed to land on their bodies, it would sear into their flesh and burrow into their sensitive organs. That was when the second skill took root. The demon blood that entered the geniuses' bodies began to burn. The small drops of black blood turned into miniature spiders that proliferated through the victims' bodies. Each movement the spiders made would cause untold pain to the ones inflicted by their curse. Their bodies were soon turned into soulless husks that still had twisted expressions of fear and agony on their dried-up faces. The attack was extremely powerful. It was the combined force of multiple demon generals together, making it something the geniuses couldn't resist at all. But it wasn't as if the generals didn't pay a price to do so. They contributed their own blood and life force to the raging blood sea, leaving them in a crippled state after the attack ended. They already knew they would die today. If they're going to do so, they'd at least take a portion of these unworthy freeloaders together with them. If it wasn't for the hidden protection of the 10 defected demon generals, almost all of the geniuses would have been wiped out in that single attack. It was only natural that the generals thought of them as freeloaders. Even with all the power they put into the attack, the domain they were trapped in didn't budge. Compared to that person, these geniuses were nothing. But the geniuses didn't know this. Or rather, they chose to avoid this truth so their pride wouldn't be hurt. Instead, they vented their hidden frustrations by slaying the crippled demon generals and moving on to their next targets. While the battle slowly reached its end, a trail of blazing flames streaked across the horizon and quickly reached the outskirts of the darkness domain. "Hey," Qing Tan happily greeted when she saw Feng Qinger's face. Feng Qinger nodded absent-mindedly while gazing at the darkness domain. As someone with similar strength to Qing Tan, she was clearly able to see what was happening inside, and the sight baffled her. Qing Tan's affinity being darkness was a widely known fact. It didn't surprise her that Qing Tan was able to set up such a massive domain. However, the Shadow Army was a different story. Necromancy was already an uncommon ability to see, but a vein of necromancy like Qing Tan's was even more. From the looks of it, she was only using the shadows she collecting from the demons, but Feng Qinger knew that there had to be others she had killed and added to her army in the outside world. Not to mention, if Qing Tan was here, then the commander that she was facing was. Feng Qinger realized that it was a belated conclusion, but she couldn't help it. Qing Tan had been extremely careful about concealing her strength. If it wasn't for the fact that she was openly showing some of her cards at the moment, there was no way Feng Qinger would have ever known. If it was before the recent battle, she wouldn't have stood a chance against Qing Tan. The flame she relied on wouldn't have held a candle to Qing Tan's darkness. But now, she couldn't be sure. The reincarnation flames were the bane of dark energies. They specialized in mediating life and death, as well as cleansing evil presences. These flames gave her a certain amount of confidence against opponents like Qing Tan. Turning her attention back to the smiling girl, she shook off her thoughts. She didn't think there'd come a day where they had to fight to the death, so there was no need to dwell on it. She asked as she noticed the lack of a certain obnoxious man in the area. "No, he's probably still caught up with the commander." Intangigl. She was sure that even Feng Qinger wasn't arrogant enough to believe her own words, but she didn't point it out. There was no need to embarrass her. Qing Tan asked, changing the subject. But she was indeed curious. She didn't notice it before, but there was an odd lump in Feng Qinger's hand. "Oh, this." Feng Qinger smirked as she threw the lump on the ground. When Qing Tan observed it with her awareness, she was able to see a slight resemblance to the physique of a demon within the lump. But it was far too disfigured to distinguish the actual demon it was. It barely even qualified as a lump of flesh anymore. The fact that Feng Qinger had turned that demon commander into such a thing clearly showed how annoyed she had been at the woman's constant provocations. She was so obsessed with her beauty that even at the end of her life she was screaming about how she would steal my face for herself. Feng Qingye explained cheerfully. Indeed, an unknown object wouldn't have to worry about beauty at all. Qing Tan couldn't argue with the logic even if it was evidently convoluted. The two girls descended into silence as they watched the ongoing battle within the darkness domain. Not long after, the final demon general met his end. When the darkness domain reseeded, only 20 out of the 50 geniuses that were present at the beginning were alive. And every single one of them had a shining purple star, perhaps even close to reaching the black star level. Chapter 2, 90 Demon King. The two girls didn't care about those geniuses at all. By the time the darkness domain disappeared, they had already vanished from the area. Far away, they reappeared. In front of them, there were 10 demon generals who hadn't died during the war. Each one of them was currently on their knees, not daring to look up at the two girls. "So, who's your king? What's the Stormbringer? What about the apostles? Tell me." Qing Tan fired off a series of questions. The previous battle wasn't very exciting to her until these 10 demon generals defected, so her curiosity towards them was great. "Miss, we will tell you everything. However, we must first speak to the Stormbringer." Qing Tan's eyes became cold. A gloomy aura erupted from her body, immediately suppressing the demon generals until their bodies were implanted into the ground below. But none of them spoke a word. Were they afraid of Qing Tan? That was guaranteed. They had seen her power firsthand. They didn't even know when or how they were transported out of the battlefield and to this secluded location. But would they go against their king's orders because of their fear? The answer was a resounding no. They would rather die than do anything against their king's will. Qing Tan's eyes gradually became indifferent. Fine. I just need to bring you to him, right? That's easy enough. But if you dare misbehave, a grin surfaced on her face, causing the demon generals to involuntarily shudder. They nodded their heads like pecking chicks while sweating profusely. As long as it wasn't against their king's orders, they wouldn't even dare to think about acting up in front of the devil in front of them. As Qing Tan proceeded to ignore the demon generals, Feng Qinger raised a question. So, she hadn't been present until the end of the battle within the darkness domain, and by that point, Qing Tan had already removed the demon generals from the area. She was definitely curious about how they ended up like this and why they were being so respectful. And after hearing about what happened from Qing Tan, her curiosity grew even more. She was beginning to understand Qing Tan's actions a little. Yep, you saw how he took care of the abominations when we first met. If it's that guy, then it makes some sense. Intan smiled mischievously. What are you saying all of a sudden? Feng Qinger blushed a hair teasing. She wasn't even lying when she said it didn't mean anything. She just ended up referring to him as such for so long that it became a habit. But she was weak to teasing from someone who would shamelessly push things like Qing Tan, so she ended up only making herself look more suspicious. Oh, right. You guys, what's with that black substance the demon commanders were using during the battle? Feng Qinger managed to divert the conversation to something else. She had been wondering about it for a while now, since she had almost been consumed by it. It didn't feel like something natural. The demon generals hesitated. But the second Qing Tan shot them a cold glare, they began to stammer out words. We can't talk about it. It's impossible. Qing Tan's eyes sharpened as she noticed something. The demon general responded firmly. Feng Qinger fell into thought. That entity obviously wasn't Croa's power. This much she knew. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to stop it from fleeing after she killed Croa, so she couldn't figure out much else. Unlike Damien, these two hadn't taken the time to interrogate or gain information from the demons at all. Until this point, the only contact they had with the race was through battle. Due to this, they didn't have the necessary information to infer about higher-level truths. The girls ignored the topic since it couldn't be helped and began asking the demon generals more miscellaneous questions for information. Like this, they were able to gather similar information to what Damien learned through Elytra. After they finished, they began moving towards a location where Damien had been battling Polius many minutes prior. Within the sanctuary, Damien was lying on the soft grass, his breathing gentle and his eyes closed. He had woken up not long ago, but he still hadn't opened his eyes. The waves of fatigue had calmed down to the point where it was bearable, but he still wasn't completely fine. I'll probably see a drop in my combat power until I can get this healed, but my assassination strategy should still work. If only he had been more knowledgeable about the soul, he would have been able to prepare or even counter the attack. But what's done was done. There was no use regretting it. Now that he was in a safer environment, he sent his awareness into his body to check his condition. He wanted to see if he could scour his soul or at least find its location. His awareness spread through his body, highlighting every single cell for Damien to observe as he pleased. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a soul gate that connected his physical body to his soul as he hoped. In the end, it still came down to strength. Damien sighed as he sat up and stretched his body. He spread his senses through the sanctuary to see what was happening in the other areas. He was currently in a separated space he created as a training ground for himself to use, so he could be destructive without running the risk of harming little Shui. But since the sanctuary shared a bond with him, he was able to peruse its entire area without problems. The total size of the sanctuary wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. If it came down to it, there was enough space for a civilization of hundreds of thousands of people to bloom within. But Damien hadn't made use of most of the sanctuary space yet. He mainly used the miniature pocket spaces he had created for various purposes. When he spread his senses, a smile immediately surfaced on his face. The first scene he saw was little Shui happily running through the tall grass field around her treehouse and playing with some of the elemental spirits that had been born in the realm. Her bell-like laughter and cheerful aura were enough to soothe his fatigued mind greatly. As for the elemental spirits, even Damien wasn't sure how they came into existence. He was sure they weren't there when the sanctuary was first established, but at some point, they had just shown up. Perhaps it was due to the high concentration of elemental essence within the sanctuary due to its connection with the void. That was the best guess Damien could make. But the spirits weren't harmful, so he didn't mind them. They also kept little Shwe company, while he inevitably had to move from battlefield to battlefield. In fact, they seemed to be particularly fond of her. If she started cultivating, he knew she'd be labeled a genius and carefully nurtured regardless of the force she entered. But he had no plans to force her into it. She was still far too young. Until she was at least 10, he would bar her from partaking in it. But after that point, if she really wanted to cultivate, he wouldn't spare any expense to help her become powerful. As he watched the elemental spirits dance through the air, an odd thought came to mind. When am I going to get a little ancestor spirit that guides me in cultivation and has all the answers to my questions? It was a thought that'd make millions of people vomit blood. This guy who already had so many benefits wanted a walking encyclopedia as well. Could he be any more shameless? Luckily, those people weren't present. Damien soon flashed away from his location, arriving at the field where Shwe was playing. Chapter 291 Demon King. Not even a second after he appeared, he heard a spirited exclamation before belatedly noticing a flash of black shooting towards him. Damien hurriedly reached out his hands and expertly redirected the force of little Shwe's impact with vector control as she entered his arms so she wouldn't get hurt. He couldn't help but mutter. This girl charged at him with the speed of a car. How the hell was she able to move so fast? It was then that he noticed the bundles of green spirits circling around them in the air while giggling to themselves. It didn't make sense. It made more sense to say that the wind spirits had voluntarily helped her without her having to do anything. Damien smiled wryly. This was talent. Looking down at the little girl who was happily smiling while rubbing her face against his chest, he wasn't even able to get mad at her. Damien asked softly, it's great. Little Shwe waved her hands at the elemental spirits, urging them to come closer, but they maintained their distance with auras emanating their hesitance. Oh, why are you being shy? The spirits shook their little heads in protest. Master? What does that mean? Damien became even more bewildered. For one, Shwe was fluently communicating with spirits that could only flare their auras to display their intentions. Secondly, the spirits regarded him as the master. Although he couldn't understand them, he knew that they didn't mean it in the same way LitRPG did when she called him Lord. LitRPG was referring to him as her Lord. She had devoted her mind, body, and spirit to him for some unknown reason. As for the spirits, they meant in a way that more accurately placed him as the master of the world itself, not their master exclusively. He didn't know how the spirits developed such complex thought processes, but he let it be. It was another one of those things he wouldn't be able to explain with the limited amount of knowledge he possessed. But the line of thought suddenly reminded him of LitRPG, who had been calmly living in the containment area he set up for her. Now that he thought about it, the nihility flames he stole from her were never properly used. Actually, an odd phenomenon had taken place instead. His reddish-orange sun flames had suddenly taken on a golden hue. Evidently, there was some reaction between the two flames in his body. He realized there were a lot of gains he made from the previous battle that he still had to go over, including the results of devouring the dark material. But that could wait. Damien played with little Shwe for some time to recharge his mental battery with wholesomeness before leaving her alone with the spirits again. His next destination was the containment area. The second LitRPG saw him, she bent her body 90 degrees into a bowing posture on the ground. Since she didn't have legs, it was even more awkward, right? Let's talk about this in detail now. LitRPG obediently raised her head at his instruction and began speaking. As I told you before, Lord, I've been tortured by the nihility flame since young. There wasn't a single day that I didn't writhe in agony wishing that my life would come to an end. And within demon society, such things as loyalty are scarce nowadays. The only people who truly showed me care were my father and his confidants. Due to those people, I decided to grit my teeth and endure the pain so I wouldn't disappoint them. But as you saw, the nihility flame isn't under my control. Every time I grew strong enough to control it, it would leech my strength to become stronger than me again. Due to this struggle, I would often lose control over myself and go on rampages. Luckily, the nihility flame in my body was merely a seedling. Its intelligence hadn't developed, so whenever I lost control, it was easy to stop me since the nihility flame only knew how to throw random attacks at anyone and anything. But it was only easy for those more powerful than me. It wasn't uncommon for some of the weaker people close to me to be burned as sustenance for the nihility flame while I could do nothing but watch. Damien listened to her story quietly. Frankly, it reminded him of himself a bit. Just like how he had to fiercely fight his bestial instinct to regain control over his body back in the day, she had to do something similar. However, his instinct was never another entity. It was always a part of himself. On the downside, this meant that when he was taken over, he was still able to use his skills perfectly. But on the plus side, conquering and merging with the instinct was much easier. He was lucky enough to go through the struggle within the dungeon. Thousands of beasts had become food for his bestial instinct back then. He couldn't imagine what it would have been like if something similar took place while he was surrounded by people he cared for. Eventually, the number of people who earnestly cared for me dwindled until only my father was left, and the number who despised me vastly increased. In fact, most demons should be celebrating the fact that I never returned to the city. But then I met the Lord. Although Lord had indeed treated me poorly, it was only necessary since I was an enemy who had information you desired. Considering the hazy and slightly crazed state I was in after the nihility flame possession ended, I can also understand why the Lord had to use extreme measures against me. But even with all that, the Lord still brought me to this mystical place and got rid of the curse that had been tormenting me for so long. Damien nodded, but his brows were still furrowed. Indeed, her reasoning made sense, but he felt that there was more to it than just that. If it was just this much, his intuition wouldn't have rung alarm bells signaling opportunity. Whether he gained a little maid or not, it wouldn't have much effect on the future. There had to be more, and Damien didn't intend to let LitRPG hide it. If you truly wish for me to accept you as my maid, isn't it normal that you tell me everything? I have no interest in a maid that hides things from her master. LitRPG looked into his eyes as if she was trying to pry into all of his secrets. Slowly, the hesitation on her face began to vanish. Kuhum, you must have heard wrong. I have no clue what you're talking about. Damien spotted a hint of teasing in LitRPG's eyes as she spoke, but he didn't mind it. He'd rather have a maid with personality than a robot. Damn, I'm really getting into this whole having a maid thing. I'm already pursuing 2 women, so there's no need to have an illicit relationship with my maid. Thinking such righteous thoughts, Damien refocused on the conversation. Right? As I was saying, Master, the other reason is far more complex than the first. Chapter 292, Demon King. LitRPG proceeded to tell a story that Demon King Lucius had been reminiscing about only a few days prior. 10,000 years trapped within a secret realm as a tool for the machinations of a higher existence. The series of unfortunate events that seemed to follow the demon race as they lived, the vengeance that the Demon King Lucius had been hiding within his heart, and the way the other demon kings had indulged themselves in the pleasures provided by the absolute protection of said higher existence. The more Damien listened, the sterner his expression became. As LitRPG had said, the second reason was much more serious than the first. It was yet another product of the First Great War that the Nox had raged against the universe. Originally, Damien had thought Apeiron was the first world they had invaded, and that the Nox had been successfully fended off at the sacrifice of Apeiron's most powerful experts. But it seemed he was mistaken. Many worlds had been invaded or destroyed before the Nox reached Apeiron. The world the demons lived in was just one of them. And if he thought about the elves in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, their world must have faced a similar fate. It wasn't just a matter of universe domination either. From what he was hearing, the Nox were destroying more than they were conquering, but they had done an excellent job at silencing the victims. Only 4 demons, 5 including Elytra, still lived with the knowledge, and they were all slaves to the Nox. As for the elves in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, they were confined to a location they had no hope of ever leaving. There was no way either of these two groups would have been able to tell anyone the secrets they carried with them when they escaped extinction. That is, unless something like the Sanctuary existed. The Sanctuary didn't exist in the real plane. That was the main benefit Damien focused on as he created it. Since the Sanctuary existed within the void, any connections or restrictions placed in the real plane would be lifted when one set foot inside. The laws they would have to follow would instead be decided wholly by Damien. This was the reason Elytra was able to speak freely about the things her father had told her in the form of stories, as well as the reason she could acknowledge him as her master. As for the reason Demon King Lucius was able to tell Elytra about everything, he assumed it was because he was a 4th class. Even if he was just at the beginning of 4th class, he had still obtained acknowledgement from the universe, which allowed him a certain degree of freedom as long as the Nox wasn't directly enforcing its will to stop him. Damien's brows remained furrowed. The conspiracies related to the Nox were deeply connected to the history of the universe. It was like the Nox were specifically created as an adversary its inhabitants needed to overcome. Damien's head hurt as he thought about it, but he soon reorganized his thoughts. He needed to think of what he could do in the current moment rather than trying to unravel the entire bigger picture without sufficient strength and information. To start, I need to take out the demon commanders, or rather the apostles, as well as the other 3 demon kings. There was plenty he needed to do, but he still had roughly 7 months left in the trial world before he needed to leave. But obviously, the demons weren't his only priority. I could invest at most 3 months into the demons. It had been so long since he learned of his blossoming time affinity, but even after so long it hadn't bloomed. He had received minor sparks of insight every once in a while, but the environment of the trial world had presented him with a perfect opportunity. This world was quite literally the first example Damien had seen of time laws in action. Even if he couldn't totally awaken his affinity, he'd still make enough progress to where awakening it wouldn't be too far in the future. He'd have to be an idiot to not capitalize on the opportunity. Okay, 3 months to kill 7 others with similar strength to Polius, as well as 3 genuine 4th-class existences. Truth be told, he wasn't too worried about the apostles. Their power was borrowed. In a frontal clash, he'd have to take a great deal of time and effort to deal with every single one of them, but he wasn't planning to use a frontal attack. Using assassination tactics and careful planning, it shouldn't be hard for him to kill the apostles, especially since he already knew that their dark material was afraid of void essence. He could capitalize on the moment the dark material froze in fear and kill the apostles before immediately devouring the dark material, so the so-called demon god wouldn't be able to predict his movements. It was a solid plan, so much so that Damien was proud of himself for coming up with it. He had never been a schemer, and he had never been a tactical thinker. But now he had finally made use of his intelligence stat that had steadily increased with the rest of his stats. Finally, he spoke again. Looking down at Elytra's disabled body on the floor, he sighed. A vial filled with colorless liquid appears in his hand, which he then promptly tossed to Elytra. First, drink this. Elytra caught the vial that was flying through the air and drank it without hesitation. Even Damien was surprised. She just kept proving how committed she actually was to her words. Every small action made Damien further believe she wasn't trying to fool him. Soon after Elytra finished drinking the liquid in the vial, a strange soothing sensation spread through her body before concentrating on the stumps where her legs used to be. The essence from the liquid coagulated and began working its magic. The stumps were opened once more, and kneecaps began to form. After them, the rest of Elytra's bones and flesh followed. She soon had a new pair of legs that were as unblemished as they were before Damien had severed them. Elytra's eyes glowed with silent tears when she realized what had happened. She immediately jumped to her feet. but due to the fact that it was still a new pair of legs, she stumbled. Damien gently caught her before she could fall to the floor. Elytra wrapped her arms around his waist and rubbed her head against his chest without even stopping to think. "Master," Damien thought as his wry smile resurfaced. Elytra wouldn't leave his embrace, no matter how much he tried to tell her to. She still had her mana sealed, so she was no different than a mortal, but Damien couldn't bring himself to push her away. He knew the glee that came with regaining a lost body part, so he let her vent it before removing himself from her. Though, he ended up having to back away early when he saw the ravenous look in her eyes. He felt that if he stayed, he would end up losing something he was saving for his reunion with Rose. When Damien left Elytra's area, he finally decided to go back to the outside world. His sleep had only lasted half an hour at most, and the following visits to Little Shwe and Elytra took another hour. The battle should have ended by now, but when he left the sanctuary and arrived back at the location where he fought Polius, he was greeted with an unexpected sight. Chapter 293, Demon King. Damien's battle with Polius wasn't anywhere close to contained. With each impact, they had raised the surroundings and moved tens of kilometers through space. A massive area had been affected by their battle, with massive craters and rifts forming in the earth and the structures that used to stand being demolished. This kind of damage made it difficult for Fang, Qing'er, and Qing Tan to actually pinpoint where the battle had ended. "Wow!" Qing Tan exclaimed as she scanned the area. "Right." Even though Kroa was doing all that posturing, she wasn't actually that strong without the dark material. They continued to fly across the battleground with the 10 demon generals silently following them, even coming across the traces of Damien's dimensional severance. But they still didn't manage to locate the man himself. What did that guy run off to? He can teleport, though. You know he isn't that powerful. Well, none of that really matters now. Qing Tan glanced at the demon generals. They had come solely to speak to Damien, so there was nothing the girls could do with them. It was impossible to fish more information out of them, even with torture, and judging from the poor state the demon generals were in, it was obvious that they had already tested it. "You guys!" Qing Tan clapped her hands together and proclaimed, causing the demon generals to burst into a cold sweat. Even the form of address they used had become more respectful after everything they had been forced to endure. They were demon generals. Of course they had pride that befitted their position, but this pride had long been broken by the absurd strength of the two girls in front of them. "I don't know." The demon generals lamented their fates as they began racking their brains for ideas. In the end, they went through a variety of different ideas to keep the two girls entertained. When Damien finally returned to the trial world, this scene was the first thing he saw. 10 demon generals dancing and performing tricks while two beauties watched with amused expressions. Qing Tan turned around when she heard the voice and smiled brightly. "We've talked like 3 times in total." Qing Tan pouted at his bland responses. Seeing this, Fang Qing'er sighed and came forward, explaining the situation to Damien. "Damn, Stormbringer?" Damien nodded in satisfaction. The people of Apiron were trash at giving titles. Lightning Prince? And even worse, Spatial Lightning Prince? He cringed every time he heard someone call him by those addresses. Though he didn't want to admit it, he was a bit puny back then since he was still in the process of coping with society. Due to that, he may or may not have enjoyed such a title. But thinking back to it only made him feel immense shame. Shaking off his black history, Damien turned to the demon generals. "No, sir." Damien rubbed his chin. Elytra's father had taken initiative to contact him. If it was before, he might have been on guard hearing such a fact, but now he didn't feel the same. He had heard the story from Elytra. He didn't feel anything towards Demon King Lucius besides pity. But the man was strong, and he was the access point Damien had been looking for. Hadn't he just been wondering where to start in his quest to assassinate all of the demons upper echelon? Hadn't he just been wondering how to get Demon King Lucius into the sanctuary so they could speak freely? Now that he had a point of contact, things would flow much smoother. "How does your king plan to speak to me?" "Yes, that's right." Elytra had mentioned once that the Demon King Lucius could manifest a projection to protect her if she was ever on the verge of death. Who said the same method couldn't be used for communication? Very well. The demon generals nodded and joined hands. They began to channel their mana and circulate it amongst themselves in a strange way. Feng Qinger and Qing Tan stood at the side and watched as everything took place. Also, could you sense it when he showed up behind us? It's the same for me. Intan Nadif. He was truly an interesting guy. Much more interesting than the people she frequently talked to in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. He spoke freely like he was an open book, but anybody with a brain could tell he was hiding plenty of secrets. It was a strange kind of mystery that didn't come from posturing. The first-rank genius Han Fang was also mysterious, but in a gloomy and unapproachable way. Qing Tan was interested in both of them, but she preferred Damien since he was more fun to talk to. Oh, right. Why are we so calm when those guys are literally summoning a demon king? Fang Qinger exclaimed. We should, but look at him. He's acting so calm and unbothered that we also subconsciously did the same. Feng Qinger looked at the snickering Qing Tan with a dead fish gaze. Having seen the side of her that tortured people with a smile on her face, Feng Qinger could no longer take Qing Tan seriously when she acted like a cheery fangirl. As the two girls conversed, the demon general's mana finally reached its peak. In front of them, a figure slowly began to form in the air. He was tall, around 6 feet and 7 inches, and his straight blonde hair flowed down to his waist. His face was handsome and refined like an immortal cultivator, and his stoic expression only complemented his aura and vibe. Demon King Lucius, Damien muttered. Looking at him closely, he did indeed share some features with LitRPG. While Elytra's hair was pitch black, she had the same blood-red eyes and facial shape as her father. Demon King Lucius's projection scanned the surroundings slowly as if he was getting oriented with the change of scenery before his eyes landed on Damien. So you must be the infamous Stormbringer. A fearsome pressure fell onto Damien's shoulders all of a sudden, but he could only smile wryly. Chapter 294 Demon King. Damien was confused at first. For Elytra's scent to be on him would make sense since she had been hugging him and rubbing her body all over him only a few moments ago. But aura was different. Every being possessed their own unique aura, which essentially embodied everything they embodied. But for another person's aura to mix into one's own, it meant that the two had a much more intimate relationship. Only through dual practice could someone else's aura be imprinted on one's own. And when Damien realized what Demon King Lucius had assumed when he first saw him, the panic started to set in. Senior, calm down. Now what it looks like. Are you saying this king is mistaken? Senior, calm down. Impulsive is devil. Damien had only worded it in such a way because he didn't know if he should mention the nihility flame in front of so many people, but he immediately regretted it. An overprotective father was truly unreasonable. The pressure on Damien's shoulders had already reached an extreme level. Left with no other choice, Damien reached out his hand and let out a wisp of the flames within his body. A dense golden flame flickered at the tip of his finger. Since Damien hadn't explored his flames since the change, he wasn't able to separate the nihility flames from his new golden flame, but he knew it didn't matter when he felt the pressure on his body start to lessen. The Demon King calmed down after seeing the flame. He wasn't stupid, and he wasn't a fourth class for nothing. He could clearly feel the aura of nihility flames from the golden flame in Damien's hand. His own nihility flames were reacting as if to verify what he sensed. Damien's words started to make more sense to the Demon King now that he'd seen it. Since Elytra had been born with the nihility flame seedling in her body, her natural aura carried an extremely similar property to the flames themselves. Demon King Lucius already knew the feeling of Elytra's flame aura like the back of his hand, since he was the one who raised her. Since Damien had her flames instead, it would make sense why he had mistakenly thought Damien had forced himself on his daughter. Boy, you should learn how to express yourself properly. Although the Demon King also understood why Damien had chosen not to say it outright, he was an old monster. There was no way he'd lose face by admitting his mistake. Damien sighed inwardly as he finally relaxed. Senior should already know where I got this flame from, but there's no need to worry. I see. The Demon King Lucius also sighed. He had come to speak about important topics, but things had devolved into such a trivial dispute. But there was no way he'd trust the words of a stranger so easily. Damien hesitated. He didn't want to reveal the existence of the sanctuary so easily. The Demon King seemed to understand that there was some sort of secret involved, so he immediately signaled the demon generals to retreat. Now that his projection had been formed, he only needed them to continue supplying mana. It didn't matter if they left his position while they did so. Seeing this, Qing Ten also dragged the unwilling Fang Qinger away. No matter how curious and playful she was, she knew her limits. Even as a projection, a fourth-class existence could cause them great harm with his aura alone. Now wasn't the time to be willful. She would just pester Damien until he spilled everything after the conversation ended. After everyone had left, Damien did a quick sweep of the area with his awareness before summoning Elytra from the sanctuary. Just like before, she called out excitedly before pouncing into his embrace. Damien froze. He felt a frighteningly cold glare land on him immediately. He was so caught up in proving his innocence that he had forgotten about a glaring fact. The girl in his embrace was happily calling him master while ignoring her father who was standing right in front of her. Damien felt a massive headache coming on. He said wryly. It was only after he mentioned it that she scanned the surroundings. When she finally noticed the man she had been ignoring, her eyes went wide as saucers. Father, I see. Elytra took off running with her face more crimson than her eyes. She wanted to dig a hole and hide in shame. Damien quickly teleported over and grabbed her before bringing her back. The girl seemed to have forgotten that her mana was still sealed. Demon King Lucius sighed lightly. He seemed relieved. Ignoring the whole master thing, if Elytra was still able to act so willful and cheery, it was obvious she hadn't been mistreated. He sincerely thanked Damien. Meanwhile, Damien was sweating buckets. Let's make sure he never figures out that she was legless until about 5 minutes ago. It's no problem. How can I mistreat the daughter of a fourth-class existence? But you somehow got the daughter of a fourth-class existence to happily call you master. Okay, let's not twist the facts here. I called you Lord first, though. Elytra chimed in. It was Damien's turn to feel like running away. This girl seemed hell-bent on bringing trouble to him. I think I'm starting to regret taking her as my maid. Servant. Seeing the interaction between the two made Demon King Lucius smile inadvertently. Truth be told, it had been a long time since Elytra could behave so freely. Her nihility flames had been a burden that she was never able to properly carry. Now that the burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she seemed to have reverted to her previous self. And while he wanted to give his daughter more time to act joyful, as well as figure out the whole thing about her calling the man in front of the master, he knew he didn't have much time as a projection. Those matters could be taken care of once they met in person. Very well. Damien also became serious when he heard the words. Chapter 295 Demon King. En Alliance. Damien inquired. Well, if I needed to spell things out with you, it had become quite annoying. Indeed, since Elytra had already told him about Demon King Lucius's story and the demon's original plight, there was no need for theatrics. An alliance doesn't sound too bad. The only thing is, how are you going to contribute? Demon King Lucius's brows furrowed. Powerless is pushing a bit. While my freedom is indeed restricted, it's not to the point where it's impossible to move. That's certainly true. I'm assuming we don't have much time to discuss things in depth while you are in projection form, so we can hash out details after we meet. Demon King Lucius nodded. If I was a third class, I would have been no better than a slave. But since I'm a genuine fourth class that has received a universe baptism, I have a certain degree of control. In essence, unless that bastard demon god concentrates his focus on limiting me, I can do as I please while abusing the loopholes in the terms he set. Anyway, enough of that. The first thing you should know is about the apostles. While the ones you fought were certainly among them, they were far from the strongest of them. You must make sure not to underestimate their strength based on what you have seen so far. Along with that, the apostles you fought in the previous battle all had record crystals embedded in their dark material. That's not a problem. I was never planning to underestimate them, especially after seeing how formidable that dark material is. But I'm assuming that you mean there will be some amongst them that don't have to rely on their dark material for strength. I'll be wary of it. As for the record crystal, it should have been crushed when I devoured the dark material. No, while the record crystals can project live feed, with the amount of atmospheric mana disturbance that takes place during battle, their signals will be interrupted. Damien sighed a breath of relief. Let alone a minute. He had devoured the dark material immediately after things had ended. At the time, he had also been thinking something similar. Since the dark material was being summoned back to its original owner, it'd be able to transmit information about him to said owner. But even he didn't know that the transmission would have taken place far sooner than he expected. Although he wasn't planning to include them in his assassination plan, he still needed to see what kind of information the apostles had on hand. Even if they didn't know his strength, he didn't want them to be able to roughly gauge it through the strength of his peers. The next thing is Aesir, the demon's city. The Demon King continued speaking, telling Damien a great deal of insider information on Aesir. With this information, it'd be much easier for him to infiltrate and meet the Demon King in person. Other than these 2 points, Damien still wanted to know the specific strengths and weaknesses of the apostles, as well as some more information about the Nox and the primordial undying realm, but he could already see signs of the Demon King's projection fading. Boy, I hope I'll be able to see you in person soon. Listen here, old man. She isn't my slave, but my maid. Cough. Whether I understand or not is a different story. This is my daughter we're talking about. Isn't this the so-called "the pot calling the kettle black"? That doesn't concern you. Oh, is that so? Damien nodded in a sagely way, causing the Demon King's face to turn black. But honestly, he couldn't find a way to refute. He was a man himself, after all. He had a far deeper comprehension of the grand Tao of maid appreciation than Damien did. Seeing Damien's glare on him, Demon King Lucius chuckled inadvertently. He knew that they were just making small talk until his projection faded, since there wasn't much else they could discuss until they met in person. But he found the young man in front of him quite refreshing. It had been so many years since he was locked in his castle without any hope of making progress. But now that he had found such an outlet, he was quite satisfied, to say the least. Just like his daughter, his burdens were slowly being lifted. Well, let's see how you perform in these coming days. Leaving his thoughts unsaid, Demon King Lucius slowly faded away, the mana of the projection dissipating into the atmosphere. Not long after, the demon generals and the girls returned to the area. So, that old man doesn't know what's good for him. The demon generals immediately got up in arms, but were shot down by a single glare from Ching Tan. Damien couldn't help but find them pitiful. Elytra had already been sent back to the sanctuary, so these demon generals obviously had no way of knowing whether the Demon King had a positive or negative relationship with Damien, but it couldn't be helped. Tell me what you talked about. Ching Tan rushed up to Damien and grabbed onto his arm, shaking it back and forth like a spoiled little sister. Ching Tan couldn't find a good reason, but she was still unresigned. She didn't want to miss out on the fun, but this damn bastard always seemed intent on hiding things from her. Well, I'll tell you some stuff later. The demon generals barely even waited for Damien to finish his sentence. They were crying tears of joy at the fact that they could finally escape from Ching Tan's clutches. They didn't even care that they had nowhere else to go. They could just hide in one of the vast forests in the secret realm until the storm died down. Anything was better than the physical and psychological torture they had been enduring for the past day. Without waiting any longer, the 10 demon generals bowed to Damien before rushing away. Fang Kingia in Kvilet. Plan. Damien smirked as he questioned back. Well, I do have some plans. I'm going to continue going after the demons. I'll figure that out later. I mean, you already reached the White Star level by killing the commanders, both of you. Feng Qinger glared at Damien, as if he said something extremely idiotic. Do you really think so lowly of me? I pursued the demons because of justice. I want to soothe the souls of the innocent who died at their hands. Damien asked Ching Tan. I'll stay with the two of you, because it's fun. Well, she wasn't wrong about that. Damien wanted to nitpick, but he couldn't find a good reason to do so. Sieg, Fine. You can do as you please, but I'll separate from you here. Chapter 296, Demon King. Damien suddenly remembered what the Demon King had told him a few moments prior. He asked. Although the girls were irked by his obvious move to change the subject, they still answered after seeing the serious look in his eyes. Mine's gone. You managed to kill yours? Mine managed to escape by a hair, because I was too focused on burning that bitch. Damien asked curiously. Feng Qinger responded with a proud look on her face. My flames now have an even more profound connection with me, so I can locate them no matter how far away they are. Damien sighed. Although it wasn't as bad as he expected, a dark material had still managed to get away. Damien proceeded to explain what the Demon King had told him about the record crystals. Hearing it, Feng Qinger's face went red with shame. Damn it. Well, I can't really blame you, right? She kept going on and on about who was more beautiful. Like, who gives a shit? But you still manage to keep your haughty and arrogant demeanor while you fight. Intantiste. Who gives a shit about them? They can't even match up to a single feather on my body, let alone have the qualifications to conquer me. Oof. Him? Huh. Don't make me laugh. Ahem, girls. Damien massaged his forehead. Before saying I couldn't conquer you, can't you consider whether I actually want to conquer you at all first? But he didn't voice his thoughts since it'd inevitably lead to Feng Qing's incessant rambling. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, I never said you can't fight with demons. I just said you won't be doing it with me. I have my own plans, and you have yours. So let's just leave it at that. After exchanging a few more words with them, Damien decisively turned around and left. He was planning to rest up a bit before starting his infiltration and assassinations. It was one of the drawbacks of his soul injury. Unlike the past, when he could go many weeks on end without sleep, he now needed to take proper rest to alleviate his fatigue. It was annoying but necessary. Damien found a secluded location before entering the sanctuary, entering his private area and lying down on the grass. With his eyes closed, he began thinking about the previous conversation. Although he was well aware of Feng Qinger and Qing Tan's strengths after fighting so many battles with them, Damien didn't want to drag these two along with him. It wasn't a matter of incompatibility or even the fact that Feng Qinger's strength had become known to the enemy. He just felt that he would work better alone, especially with his current goals. Every single one of them required discretion and secrecy. It was the type of thing that had functioned much better if one didn't work in a team. The only way he could make this a team effort was if he had people he wholeheartedly trusted with him. For instance, Rose, Ruyue, and Elena. He could feel Ryue's soul, strand in his mind space, was still filled with vitality, so he wasn't worried about her. But the other two girls were out of his reach in unknown places. He didn't know what kind of dangers they'd braved or what kind of strength they had at this point. He didn't know if they were being pestered by young masters due to their world-class beauty or bullied by the seniors in their sect. He once again began to regret parting with them. How much more fun would the 3,000 Beast Mountain range have been with the two of them present? The most important of those things being his budding relationship with Ruyue. Judging from Rose's upbringing and the negative effects her father's harem had on her, he didn't know how she would take to him having other women. But he couldn't change his feelings for Ruyue, and after so long, he had no intention of leaving Ryue's feelings unanswered. Speaking of unanswered feelings, he had truly done Elena dirty. He knew it, but he didn't know how to deal with it. His relationship with Elena was different than what he had with Rose and Ruyue. They had known each other for far longer, so he felt much more awkward breaching the barrier of friendship and trying to become something more. Well, let's not think about it. Rose still doesn't even know about Ruyue, so how could I even consider adding a third? If he knew that Rose had already made plans for how to manage his harem, how would he have reacted? Unfortunately, she hadn't taken the initiative to tell him. After all, Rose had been expecting Elena to be his second harem member. She didn't expect a competitor like Ruyue to appear. And because Rose had been waiting for Damien to develop with Elena before talking to him about it, they had never truly ended up discussing a future where Damien had multiple women, leading to his current indecisiveness. Damien sighed. His thoughts had gone on a tangent thinking about women again. His relationship problems honestly scared him more than the demon god he was currently facing. But he was still somewhat proud of himself. He knew that he'd grown a great deal since he first decided to split up with Rose and Elena when they entered the cloud plane. He was now able to properly confront his feelings for his women without hesitating due to his insecurity or misgivings. The only thing holding him back was the fact that he hadn't communicated with Rose yet, and he felt that this was an entirely justified reason to hold back. After all, having thoughts about other women and actively pursuing them was already unfaithful of him. The fact that he wanted to build a harem was even more. He had decided already that if he was going to do this, he'd do it with sincerity. There was no way he'd slight Rose any more than he already was. He soon threw away all of the muddled thoughts in his head. Along with resting, there was another task that he had to take care of, and it was something that he was much more excited about than anything else at the moment. It was finally time to tabulate the gains he made in the previous days. Chapter 297 Gains. There were two main things that Damien knew he had to focus on when it came to the gains he made. The first was his golden flames, and the second was the dark material he devoured. As far as he was concerned, there weren't any other gains he made, but he had to check on his own body to be certain. He didn't end up devouring Polius after he died either. There was a simple reason for this. In that final moment when the dark material was desperately resisting his 7 stars encircle the moon attack, it had sucked Polius dry of all his vitality and experience, making his corpse completely useless even if devoured. The first thing Damien did when he sent his awareness into his body was attempt to locate his flames. When he summoned lightning, he usually just transmuted his pure mana into lightning mana to produce his black lightning. After all, besides its color, there wasn't anything special about it. It was definitely more destructive than normal lightning, but that was all it had in terms of unique properties. Along with that, it was never an external force, even though he received the affinity after his first ever devouring. It was the same with spatial mana. He didn't have a container in his body to store the essence of space specifically, but since he always had an intrinsic connection with space even before the awakening of mana on Earth, he never had to concern himself with it. His flames, on the other hand, were different. From the start, his sun flames originated from his power as a celestial. At first, he had simply used the connection he had with the stars in the crudest possible way to draw flames for him to use. They were entirely external. But as time went on and his control over both his celestial authority and his sun flames increased, he began to refine the sun flames into a flame that was incorporated into his body. The sun flames then became something he could call upon and use at will without using an absurd amount of mana to draw them directly from the sun. Of course, this also meant that the intensity of the sun flames didn't nearly match up to when he drew them directly, but the difference wasn't much. The Nihility Flame was an even better example. He had drawn the Nihility Flame seed from Elytra's body and directly swallowed it, allowing his void physique to manage it in his stead while he went and joined the battle that was about to occur. Due to his focus being elsewhere, he hadn't noticed anything. Even during the battle, he had no time to question the change in his flame's color. Now that he had specifically gone to look for it, his awareness accurately pinpointed a small flame seed resting within his mana heart. Similar to the color of the flames he had seen previously, it was mainly gold. However, it also contained wisps of black that he didn't notice before. His sun flames didn't possess a flame seed due to their nature. It looked like the void physique had taken his sun flame source, which was essentially just a ball of fire, and merged it with the Nihility Flame seed. This result is probably the best I could have hoped for. As he continued observing the flame, the more surprises he found. Indeed, the power of the flame seemed to have exponentially increased after the two flames combined. Their properties merged too. The sun flames were, at the end of the day, flames that came from star. They were also very closely tied to his power as a celestial. Due to this, the sun flames had always carried slight properties of starlight within them. Only, these properties had been far too muted to show any worth. But now they were out in full force. Damien could clearly feel the stellar energy that the flame contained. Damien didn't think this was unnatural. After all, the void essence was the king of any devour-type abilities. Now, along with the fact that his flames could devour other flames to gain strength, they could also absorb the properties of those flames, similar to what happened when the sun flames and nihility flame fused. What kind of flame would this become? Damien grew excited at the prospect. A flame combining the properties of all the most powerful flames in existence. He had the urge to go out and try his luck immediately. But he quickly calmed himself down. How could it be so easy to find a flame on the Heavenly Flame Index? There were only 100 ranked flames, and of them, he had only seen one even in the close to 6 years that he had been practicing. It was best to take such a matter slowly and let fate take its course. As for the fact that his flames had a budding consciousness, this was even better. While controlling his flames on his own was natural and didn't have much delay, he still had to put attention on shaping and guiding his mana. This was normal for any practitioner to do, but a conscious flame would be able to perform those processes for him, making his efficiency and output reach their greatest potential. I must nurture this flame's spirit well. Damien soon withdrew his awareness from his body and stood up, summoning his golden black flames on the tips of his fingers. The best way to learn the true limits of its abilities was to test it practically. Although he didn't have anyone to fight at the moment, he had a spacious training area that he could destroy as he pleased. Damien flicked his fingers, causing a flame arrow to shoot towards a nearby tree. Before it even reached a foot away from the trunk, the entire tree had been incinerated. It wasn't just a matter of heat, nor was it the devouring properties of the nihility flame. It was also a result of the stellar energy residing in the flame. Properties of gravity, nuclear radiation, and even cosmic force were slightly represented in the flames. Stellar energy was something Damien hadn't totally explored yet. That and starlight were the defining features of Celestial, but he had entirely neglected them. He felt embarrassed about it, but there was nothing he could do. He had so many skills and so many energies to focus on that he was always diverting his focus during training to choose whichever path would be most beneficial in the short term. Perhaps this realization was the biggest gain he had made from the battle. Damien was someone who always prided himself on his versatility. Unlike others, he was always gaining new paths and new methods that he could use instead of being stuck with only the affinities and talent he had from birth. Of course, neither his affinities nor talent were bad. They could even be considered as heavenly, but he had always been ready to give himself more choices. However, he had realized that his outlook wasn't entirely correct. During the previous battle, instead of simply abusing his mana capacity and being freeform with his elements, he had mainly stuck to physical combat and the use of skills he had created. And frankly, he felt that this structured battle style reaped him much more advantage than the untamed battle style he usually used. Even though he hadn't managed to kill Polius using dimensional severance due to the interferences of the dark material, he had completely suppressed his opponent to the point where he had no other paths to turn to. If it had been anyone else, they were guaranteed to die by dimensional severance, and that was if they managed to survive the onslaught that came before that. As for 7 stars encircling the moon, it was an ultimate attack that didn't lose out to dimensional severance in the slightest. Damien knew that his versatility was indeed a good thing. It wasn't something he should ever take for granted, but he now knew that too much versatility could also be harmful. The saying was jack of all trades, master of none, for a reason. If he wanted to reach a pinnacle, he needed to become more single-focused than he had been before. But that didn't mean he needed to totally throw away his versatility either. Chapter 298 Gains. What he needed to do now was find a balance. A halfway point where his versatility could still shine, but also be constrained in a format where he could master everything he already had control over. It was inevitable that he'd continue gaining more sources of power since his main form of leveling and strengthening was devourment, but he didn't plan to be burdened by that. He was sure that awakening his time affinity was only a matter of time at this point. especially since he was planning to spend a few months meditating on the temporal distortion in the trial world after dealing with the demons. Before that awakening took place, he needed to clean up shop. But this was something that'd take time and effort to work. He needed to condense his various powers into a skill set that he could fluidly maneuver through without difficulty. For now, it wasn't possible. Damien played around with the golden black flames for a while before a sudden thought came to mind. These aren't sun flames anymore, nor are they nihility flames. It was an important matter. Such an imperious flame, especially one that had developed consciousness at some point, required an even more imperious name. The Emperor Flame? No, that doesn't work. Even if it became exponentially more powerful after my two flames combined, there's no way it'd be more than 20th on the Heavenly Flame Index. Damien thought long and hard. His naming sense had always been simple and minimalistic. He never aimed for anything flashy just for the sake of being flashy. Well, 7 stars encircle the moon exists, but even that one was simply named after the way it looked. It was literally 7 stars encircling a bright moon that formed around his fist. Was there a more direct way to name it? Nihility Sun Flames is a bit too straightforward, damn, and my dragon flames will also become incorporated into it once my bloodline improves and I awaken them. His thoughts shifted in another direction. It was a genius idea. He was Damien Void. He possessed the Void physique. He had recently gained access to Void essence. And so, why not just call them Void Flames? The Void he had come into contact with was both nothingness and everything at the same time. While nothingness was easy to explain, the everything part was more complicated. Every essence in existence, even the ones that had never been discovered before, were incorporated into the Void. Even though he couldn't perceive their existence or even verify his conjecture, he was sure of it due to the intrinsic connection he had with the Void due to his physique. It was similar to how, when every color was mixed together, it'd form a brown color that was infinitely close to black. As for how it related to the flame, wouldn't his flame also grow to incorporate every flame that existed? Wouldn't it become similar to the Void in that sense? As for the nothingness of the Void, of course the devouring properties of the flame would serve to embody it. Void essence itself had enhanced said properties, so it wasn't wrong to interpret it as such. Perfect. Damien directed his awareness towards the budding consciousness of the flame as he attempted to convey his will to it. From now until the end of time, you'll be called the Void Flame, a flame that encompasses all others and drives its enemies into nothingness. Your name is as imperious as the hopes I have for you. The Void Flame seed in his mana heart flickered excitedly as if it understood his words. With a smile, Damien finally took his attention off the flames. There was a second thing he needed to pay attention to. It was the dark material. Honestly, after the realization he just had, he was hoping that the dark material didn't give him too much more freedom. He was especially hoping that he wouldn't suddenly gain an affinity towards death mana. Luckily, it seemed his worries were pointless. The dark material didn't turn into essence and enhance him in a similar way to the rest of the things he had devoured so far. However, it did have one similarity. It had become a black substance that dispersed into his bloodstream, joining his bloodlines and taking a spot for itself among their ranks. If he had to put it into context, his bloodline now contained roughly 30% dragon bloodline, 20% of whatever the dark material had turned into, and 10% of the various lesser bloodlines that he still needed to purify. Suddenly, Damien felt his blood boil as the dark bloodline began to pulse. It was as if it had been waiting for him to acknowledge its presence. Damien hesitantly poked at it with his awareness, and surprisingly enough, 2 words came to his mind as he did so. The pulsing in his blood became furious. As Damien stood silently, changes began to occur in his body. His height grew drastically until he was close to 7 feet tall. Thick black runic patterns surfaced on his skin and curled around his body like winding snakes. His skin itself had paled until he looked as if he had no blood left in him. His hair quickly changed from its original midnight black color into a pure white like snow. His scara turned entirely black, which enhanced how glaringly unique his eyes were. His whole body felt like it was brimming with power. He felt that he could crush a mountain in a single punch. Along with this boost in physical strength, a thick black mist surrounded him that seemed to corrode anything that came too close. Damien couldn't help but exclaim inwardly when he saw his current appearance. He didn't even look like himself anymore. The white hair he now had especially irked him. Damn, thank God my height and physique became more robust. Otherwise, I just looked like some random Chuyuni bastard on the side of the street. Damien sighed in remorse. The power and uses of his transformation definitely pleased him, but the changes in his appearance were a bit too much. Thinking about changes in appearance, Damien had another genius idea. What if Pain immediately racked his entire body. It was like millions of needles had pierced into him at once. His innards started to contort and inflate, his body brimming with so much energy that it was on the verge of exploding. Still, the transformation he intended happened. He knew it would be like this. Two equally domineering bloodlines would naturally compete if they were given the opportunity. It was simply that the void essence had quelled them and turned them docile. Now that such a sudden change had occurred, he was feeling what would have become of his body if he tried to do the same thing without the assistance of void essence. But once the void essence was given enough time to do its job, the pain in his body naturally subsided and the rampaging energy calmed down. Two pitch-black horns jutted out of Damien's forehead and wrapped around his head like a crown. His scales were already close to black in color, but now blood-red runic patterns were drawn along their surface. Massive wings sprouted from his shoulder blades, and a draconic tail elongated from his lower spine. His teeth and nails became fangs and claws. His scara had been changed by his demon transformation, and now his pupils became vertical slits due to his dragon transformation. This power, it was insane. Damien didn't think his body could properly house the amount of power he was brimming with at the moment. With a single flap of his wings, he was able to move hundreds of kilometers. But it didn't last long. After a mere minute, his transformations slowly became undone, leaving a shirtless Damien collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. The powers of his bloodlines were largely exempt from the consumption of mana due to their nature, but in return, they consumed vitality and stamina. Or of course, since his body was his own, he didn't need to worry about being sucked dry like Polius. And due to his regeneration, vitality could be restored. But that restoration took time. After only a mere 30 seconds, his demonic dragon transformation had consumed all of his reserves, leaving him in a severely weakened state. But just because it wasn't too practical didn't mean Damien wasn't happy with it. After all, every second mattered in the midst of battle, let alone 30 of them. And when that minute was consumed by a form that'd even let him fight on par with some weaker fourth-class existences head-on, there was no reason for him not to be satisfied with it. Chapter 299 Gains. The Demon Dragon transformation and Void Flames were the two main gains Damien had made in the past battle. But even after he had tabulated the gains so far, there was still much left to test. The Demon Dragon transformation was a final form. It was something Damien couldn't use unless he was sure of victory or if he had no other options. But the two transformations that created that ultimate form were things he could use as he saw fit. Evidently, both the Demon Transformation and Dragon Transformation bloodline skills drastically advanced his physical strength, but he had to see what other benefits they had. If they only amounted to this much, then what was the difference between a dragon and a demon? What Damien knew about dragons was scarce. Even though he stayed in White Dragon Grotto, he had never reached an appropriate status to gain the information he needed to fully understand his bloodline. But he at least knew some of the basic facts. For one, dragons were a race with a strange dichotomy. They were both a warring race and a race of scholars, with most dragons choosing between these two paths. Dragons were known as the domineering rulers of the sky. Their breath could burn the heavens, and their claws could split the world into six. This kind of dragon was what Damien was most familiar with, as it matched his own belligerent personality. However, there was also another title the dragon race had acquired over the years. That was their identity as rulers of mana. Dragons could summon the winds and rain at will, maneuvering mana as if it was an extension of their body and performing miraculous feats that others couldn't even fathom. In fact, these dragons were responsible for many of the advancements in mana control and development that the universe had seen to this day. Even Damien had received the benefits of the knowledge they passed down. For instance, mana circuits, or rather, the concept of using a medium to optimize and increase the efficiency of mana circulation and output. This was knowledge that was publicized on a universal scale eons before Damien's time, and over the years many different variations of the concept emerged. A Pyron's method of creating one's own mana circuits, the Cloud Plane's method that allowed their people to possess inborn mana circuits, and even Damien's own Matrix were all examples of these variations. But at their core was knowledge publicized by dragons who took the path of the scholar, becoming sages that contributed largely to the development and prosperity of society as a whole. Damien himself had only learned this through the White Dragon King when they conversed on their way to TC. Although he took the battle path, he held heavy admiration and pride for the accomplishments of his extremely distant ancestors. Worlds like Apeiron had long forgotten the origin of their methods. And while Damien hadn't explored the Cloud Plane enough to know for certain, he figured that only the ancient records of some ancient sects would still possess such knowledge. The reason Damien's thoughts moved in this direction was because he was sure his dragon transformation didn't simply lean towards one path or another. While his physical strength would receive a large boost, it was only a result of his body acquiring draconic traits. If he truly mastered his transformation and gained the ability to use his bloodline abilities in tandem with it, he was certain he could elicit much greater results. Like this, his dragon transformation could heighten his mana control to unprecedented levels and allow his mana capacity to temporarily increase as well. With his vessel gaining the appropriate strength to contain such energy, he could become a true master of mana. It was only theory, but Damien was more than a little excited to turn it into reality. There was no way he'd simply sit still and let his two transformed physiques take such a boring path of just increasing physical strength. As for his demon transformation, it was a different story. For one, the word demon was something he used out of convenience. He didn't actually know the origin of the bloodline he gained from the dark material. Damien sat on the ground in a meditative posture as he examined the bloodline. Soon, a blob of inky black liquid appeared in his hand. This was the conclusion he made. The blob in his hand was naturally the bloodline he had acquired from the various demon captains and generals he had devoured during his crusade. He didn't want to associate with the Nox, so he never allowed their bloodline to merge with them. He expected the same thing to happen when he devoured the dark material, but he was entirely wrong. The amount and purity of Nox blood within these corrupted demons was minimal, but with the refinement of void essence and the coagulation of blood from hundreds of their species, Damien was able to get a decent sample of what the blood of a purebred Nox would be. But when comparing it to the demon blood in his body now, he was certain they were different things. Damien furrowed his brows as he fell into thought. It's impossible for that demon god to be anything but a pure-born Nox. I've seen it with my own eyes, and the evidence from my encounters with the demons confirms it. He couldn't understand it. Even with the existence of mana, creating something out of nothing was near impossible. The refinement of void essence is definitely a variable that could have caused this change, but in the end, that's still refinement. Damien barely had any comprehension towards his void essence, so he couldn't be entirely certain if what he thought was the truth, but he still assumed it was so. If void essence was actually so broken even at the lowest level that he possessed, then what was the point of there being higher levels of the essence? In the end, he couldn't figure it out. The only thing he knew was that the bloodline he possessed was from a far higher race than the Nox could ever be, and the demon transformation he had gained was barely even scratching the surface of its abilities. But it was still so powerful. Damien shuddered when he thought about the implications of this new ability. Perhaps he had inadvertently gotten involved in something even those fourth-class experts were too weak to understand. I never want to meddle with these crazy things, but I always end up getting involved in one way or another. Well, whatever. Until the time when problems actually begin to arise, this bloodline will be something that I rely on heavily. As Damien meditated, he slowly regained the lost stamina and vitality from when he used his demon dragon transformation and waited patiently. Only after this process was finished would he be able to properly experiment on his demon transformation. Chapter 300 Gains. 30 minutes of rest to recuperate from 30 seconds of usage. Damien rolled his arms as he mused. Although he was glad that the recuperation time wasn't in the days or even weeks, 30 minutes was still a considerably long time. As he grew more powerful, the length of his fights became shorter and shorter. It wasn't that things became easier or that a lower number of clashes occurred. It was just that the speed of movement and perception grew as he grew in strength. For instance, back when he decimated those demon generals, it had taken him 5 minutes. And that was only because he spent most of that time playing around. When he fought with Polius, the entire duration of the fight was only around half an hour, even though they exchanged thousands of moves. Damien had often heard about powerful cultivators fighting for years on end without stopping, but he didn't see the practicality in such a situation. In the end, even a fight on equal terms boiled down to stamina. The person whose mana was exhausted first would lose. If they were exhausted at the same time, it came down to who was willing to sacrifice more. If two people remained fighting for years on end, it meant they were taking constant breaks to replenish their stamina and mana. If so, it also meant those two weren't fighting to the death. Damien needed half an hour to return to peak shape from 30 seconds in his demon dragon form. Even if it wasn't a long period of time, it was enough for him to die thousands of times over. The main problem was how sluggish he became during that recovery period. It took a great deal of effort for him to even move from being collapsed on the ground to entering a meditative posture, so fleeing the area after his transformation ended wasn't feasible. That meant he had to enter a safe space while the transformation was ongoing. Luckily, he had the sanctuary to make up for this disadvantage, but he couldn't abuse the sanctuary if he didn't want others to find out about its existence. And so, in most situations, his transformation would realistically only be combat effective for 20 seconds. It's not bad, but it's not great. But the power I felt from just standing around was insane. If I mobilized that power in combat, it'd be even fiercer. The universe seemed intent on keeping balance. Whether it was balance of laws, power, or anything else, the concept of balance was extremely important. Damien still remembered how otherworlders weren't able to access Earth through the gates that formed in their dungeons due to Earth being a beginner world. When Earthlings had asked about the reason, the response they got at that time was also due to balance. Of course, balance went both ways. When otherworlders discovered Earth's coordinates and traveled there naturally, there was no mechanism to forbid their invasion. The Cloud Plane and Nibelheim forces that were on Earth when Damien first returned were living proof of this. Damien soon stopped his thoughts and initiated his demon transformation again. His height grew, his hair turned white, and those pitch-black runes formed on his skin once again. I still don't understand why my hair turns white. His white hair, black scara, and pale skin weren't related to power at all. His height change was to compensate for the vast physical force in his body, and the runes were obviously something special as well, but the other features were strictly for appearance. Now that he had examined the new bloodline and understood its differences from the Nox bloodline, he was more willing to accept his appearance changes. After all, these changes were similar to how his pupils became vertical firing dragon transformation. He adopted the physical traits of the race whose bloodline he possessed. So if he ever met someone who possessed similar traits in the future, he'd be able to easily identify the relation between the two. That way, he'd have a much easier time understanding the roots of this new bloodline. Good. If I use this form, alone, the stamina and vitality drain can be compensated easily by regeneration. Damien hadn't been solely focused on his appearance. He had been more so testing whether his time limit existed in this form as well. With the assurance that it didn't, he could now patiently observe the benefits he received without feeling hurried. These runic lines are probably the mainstay of this form. Damien circulated his mana and poured it into those runic lines, watching how they lit up with a faint black hue. As mana continued to insert into them, they squirmed and wriggled around his body like little snakes on his skin. With his command, the randomly squirming runic lines moved in order and formed geometric tattoos on his body. The second these patterns formed, Damien felt the physical force contained in his body increase exponentially. He was even scared to throw a punch at the moment, since he wasn't sure if he would cause spatial instability in this secluded realm. The runic patterns swiftly changed shape again before settling down. The gathered physical force in his body didn't disperse. Rather, it melded into his physique and made his body extremely sturdy. This force was now in a form where it couldn't be outputted, but he felt that even if he stood still and took a head-on attack from Demon King Lucius, he'd still be able to survive, even if he was heavily injured in the process. A similar process took place. Damien's body became increasingly agile to the point where he felt like he was teleporting through the spatial layers. But it was an effect brought forth by physical power alone. Continuing from the three most basic configurations he could figure out, Damien experimented continuously with his new power, occasionally taking breaks so he didn't exhaust all his stamina and vitality. He had already lost track of time, and when the artificial sun of the sanctuary rose once more after numerous days, he finally stopped his experiments. If he needed to describe the runic patterns in one word, it would be enhancement. Almost any singular force could be enhanced by the runic lines. Of course, he could mediate the enhancement to multiple facets as well, but the degree of enhancement would decrease based on how thinly he spread it. It was like stat points. If he had 10, he could only distribute 10 total to all of his stats combined. He couldn't magically raise all his stats by 10 points. The only thing that couldn't be enhanced was soul-related concepts. But Damien wasn't put off by this. He had somewhat expected it even. After all, the soul wasn't something his vessel was allowed to touch upon yet, even when he was boosted by his transformation. Once he was finished, he also took some time to study the stellar energy within his void flames, so he would be able to properly wield them. Time passed quickly like this until a month went by. It was time for him to focus on his main objectives again. Damien smiled while clenching his fists.